I'd quit the world's alluring harms. And to a cell content, retire. 4. Of all that pleased my ravished eye, her beauty should supply the place. Bold Raphael's strokes, and Titian's dye, should but in vain presume to vie with her inimitable face. V. No more I'd wish for Phoebus' rays to gild the object of my sight, much less the taper's fainter blaze. Her eyes should measure out my days, and when she slept, it should be night. About 4 o'clock. My master just came up to me, and said, if you should see Mr. Williams below, do you think, Pamela, you should not be surprised? No, sir, said I hope not. Why should I expect, said he, a stranger then, when you come down to us in the parlor? For the ladies are preparing themselves for the card table, and they insist upon your company. You have a mind, sir, said I believe, to try all my courage. Why, said he, does it want courage to see him? No, sir, said I, not at all. But I was grievously dashed to see all those strange ladies and gentlemen, and now to see Mr. Williams before them, as some of them refused his application for me, when I wanted to get away. It will a little shock me, to see them smile, in recollecting what has passed of that kind. Well, said he, guard your heart against surprises, though you shall see, when you come down, a man that I can allow you to love dearly, though hardly preferably to me. This surprises me much. I am afraid he begins to be jealous of me. What will become of me, for he looked very seriously, if any turn should happen now, my heart aches. I know not what's the matter. But I will go down as brisk as I can, that nothing may be imputed to me. Yet I wish this Mr. Williams had not been there now, when they are all there, because of their fleers at him and me. Otherwise I should be glad to see the poor gentleman, for, indeed, I think him a good man, and he has suffered for my sake. So, I am sent for down to cards. I'll go, but wish I may continue their good opinions of me, for I shall be very awkward. My master, by his serious question, and bidding me guard my heart against surprises, though I should see, when I came down, a man he can allow me to love dearly, though hardly better than himself, has quite alarmed me, and made me sad. I hope he loves me, but whether he does or not, I am in for it now, over head and ears, I doubt, and can't help loving him. 'Tis a folly to deny it. But to be sure I can't love any man preferably to him. I shall soon know what he means. Now, my dear mother, must I write to you? Well might my good master say so mysteriously as he did, about guarding my heart against surprises. I never was so surprised in my life, and never could see a man I loved so dearly. Oh my dear mother, it was my dear, dear father, and not Mr. Williams, that was below ready to receive and to bless your daughter. And both my master and he enjoined me to write how the whole matter was, and what my thoughts were on this joyful occasion. I will take the matter from the beginning, that Providence directed his feet to this house, to this time, as I have had it from Mrs. Jewkes, from my master, my father, the ladies, and my own heart and conduct, as far as I know of both. Because they command it, and you will be pleased with my relation, and so, as you know how I came by the connection, will make one uniform relation of it. It seems, then, my dear father, and you were so uneasy to know the truth of the story which Thomas had told you, that fearing I was betrayed, and quite undone, he got leave of absence, and set out the day after Thomas was there. And so, on Friday morning, he got to the neighbouring town, and there he heard, that the gentry in the neighbourhood were at my master's, at a great entertainment. He put on a clean shirt and neckcloth, which he brought in his pocket, at an alehouse there, and got shaved. And so, after he had eaten some bread and cheese, and drank a can of ale, he set out for my master's house, with a heavy heart, dreading for me, and in much fear of being browbeaten. He had, it seems, asked, at the alehouse, what family the squire had down here, in hopes to hear something of me, and they said, a housekeeper, 2 maids, and, at present, 2 coachmen, and 2 grooms, a footman, and a helper. Was that all? He said. They told him, there was a young creature there, belike who was, or was to be, his mistress, or somewhat of that nature, but had been his mother's waiting maid. This, he said, grieved his heart, and confirmed his fears. So he went on, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon came to the gate, and, ringing there, Sir Simon's coachman went to the iron gate, and he asked for the housekeeper, though, from what I had written, in his heart he could not abide her. She sent for him in, little thinking who he was, and asked him, in the little hall, what his business with her was. Only, madam, said he, whether I cannot speak one word with the squire. No, friend, said she. He is engaged with several gentlemen and ladies. Said he, I have business with his honor of greater consequence to me than either life or death, and tears stood in his eyes. At that she went into the great parlour, where my master was talking very pleasantly with the ladies, and she said, Sir, here is a good tight old man, that wants to see you on business of life and death, he says, and is very earnest. I, said he, who can that be? Let him stay in the little hall, and I'll come to him presently. They all seemed to stare, and Sir Simon said, no more nor less, I dare say, my good friend, but a bastard child. If it is, said Lady Jones, bring it in to us. I will, said he. Mrs. Jukes tells me, my master was much surprised, when he saw who it was, and she much more, when my dear father said, good God, give me patience. But, as great as you are, sir, I must ask for my child. And burst out into tears. Oh, what trouble have I given you both? My master said, taking him by the hand, don't be uneasy, Goodman Andrews, your daughter is in the way to be happy. This alarmed my dear father, and he said, what? Then, is she dying? And trembled, he could scarce stand. My master made him sit down, and sat down by him, and said, no, God be praised. She is very well, and pray be comforted. I cannot bear to see you thus apprehensive, but she has written you a letter to assure you, that she has reason to be well satisfied, and happy. Ah, sir, I said he, you told me once she was in London, waiting on a bishop's lady, when all the time she was a severe prisoner here. Well, that's all over now, Goodman Andrews, said my master, but the times are altered. For now the sweet girl has taken me prisoner, and in a few days I shall put on the most agreeable fetters that ever man wore. Oh, sir, said he, you are too pleasant for my griefs. My heart's almost broke. But may I not see my poor child? You shall presently, said he, for she is coming down to us, and since you won't believe me, I hope you will her. I will ask you, good sir, said he, but one question till then, that I may know how to look upon her when I see her. Is she honest? Is she virtuous, as the newborn babe, Mr. Andrews, said my good master, and in 12 days' time, I hope, will be my wife. Oh, flatter me not, good your honor, said he, it cannot be. It cannot be, I fear you have deluded her with strange hopes. And would make me believe impossibilities. Mrs. Jukes, said he, do you tell my dear Pamela's good father, when I go out, all you know concerning me, and your mistress that is to be. Meantime, make much of him, and set out what you have. And make him drink a glass of what he likes best. If this be wine, added he, fill me a bumper. She did so, and he took my father by the hand, and said, believe me, good man, and be easy. For I can't bear to see you tortured in this cruel suspense. Your dear daughter is the beloved of my soul. I am glad you are come, for you'll see us all in the same story. And here's your dame's health. And God bless you both, for being the happy means of procuring for me so great a blessing. And so he drank a bumper to this most obliging health. What do I hear? It cannot surely be, said my father. And your honor is too good, I hope, to mock a poor old man. This ugly story, sir, of the bishop, runs in my head, but you say I shall see my dear child, and I shall see her honest. If not, poor as I am, I would not own her. My master bid Mrs. Jukes not to let me know yet, that my father was come, and went to the company, and said, I have been agreeably surprised, here is honest old Goodman Andrews come full of grief to see his daughter, for he fears she is seduced. And tells me, good honest man, that, poor as he is, he will not own her, if she be not virtuous. Oh, said they all, with one voice almost, dear sir. Shall we not see the good old man you have so praised for his plain good sense, and honest heart? If, said he, I thought Pamela would not be too much affected with the surprise, I would make you all witness to their first interview, for never did daughter love a father, or a father a daughter, as they two do one another. Miss Darnford, and all the ladies, and the gentlemen too, begged it might be so. But was not this very cruel, my dear mother? For well might they think I should not support myself in such an agreeable surprise. He said, kindly, I have but one fear, that the dear girl may be too much affected. Oh, said Lady Darnford, we'll all help to keep up her spirits. Says he, I'll go up, and prepare her, but won't tell her of it. So he came up to me, as I have said, and amused me about Mr. Williams, to half prepare me for some surprise. Though that could not have been anything to this, and he left me, as I said, in that suspense, at his mystical words, saying, he would send to me, when they were going to cards. My master went from me to my father, and asked if he had eaten anything. No, said Mrs. Jewkes, the good man's heart is so full, he cannot eat, nor do anything, till he has seen his dear daughter. That shall soon be, said my master. I will have you come in with me, for she is going to sit down with my guests, to a game at quadrille, and I will send for her down. Oh, sir, said my father, don't let me, I am not fit to appear before your guests. Let me see my daughter by myself, I beseech you. Said he, they all know your honest character, Goodman Andrews, and long to see you, for Pamela's sake. So he took my father by the hand, and led him in, against his will, to the company. They were all very good. My master kindly said, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the honestest men in England, my good Pamela's father. Mr. Peters went to him, and took him by the hand, and said, we are all glad to see you, sir. You are the happiest man in the world in a daughter, whom we never saw before today, but cannot enough admire. Said my master, this gentleman, Goodman Andrews, is the minister of the parish, but is not young enough for Mr. Williams. This airy expression, my poor father said, made him fear, for a moment, that all was a jest. That Sir Simon also took him by the hand, and said, you have a sweet daughter, Honesty, we are all in love with her. And the ladies came, and said very fine things, Lady Darnford particularly, that he might think himself the happiest man in England, in such a daughter. If, and please you, madam, said he, she be but virtuous, 'tis all in all, for all the rest is accident. But I doubt his honour has been too much upon the jest with me. No, said Mrs. Peters, we are all witnesses, that he intends very honourably by her. It is some comfort, said he, and wiped his eyes, that such good ladies say so, but I wish I could see her. They would have had him sit down by them. But he would only sit behind the door, in the corner of the room, so that one could not soon see him as one came in, because the door opened against him, and hid him almost. The ladies all sat down, and my master said, desire Mrs. Jewkes to step up, and tell Mrs. Andrews the ladies wait for her. So down I came. Miss Darnford rose, and met me at the door, and said, well, Miss Andrews, we longed for your company. I did not see my dear father. And it seems his heart was too full to speak, and he got up, and sat down 3 or 4 times successively, unable to come to me, or to say anything. The ladies looked that way, but I would not, supposing it was Mr. Williams. And they made me sit down between Lady Darnford and Lady Jones, and asked me, what we should play at. I said, at what your ladyships please. I wondered to see them smile, and look upon me, and to that corner of the room. But I was afraid of looking that way, for fear of seeing Mr. Williams, though my face was that way too, and the table before me. Said my master, did you send your letter away to the post-house, my good girl, for your father? To be sure, sir, said I did not forget that, I took the liberty to desire Mr. Thomas to carry it. What, said he, I wonder, will the good old couple say to it? Oh sir, said I, your goodness will be a cordial to their dear honest hearts. At that, my dear father, not able to contain himself, nor yet to stir from the place, gushed out into a flood of tears, which he, good soul, had been struggling with, it seems, and cried out, "Oh my dear child!" I knew the voice, and, lifting up my eyes, and seeing my father, gave a spring, overturned the table, without regard to the company, and threw myself at his feet. "Oh my father! My father!" said I, "can it be, is it you?" "Yes, it is. It is. Oh bless your happy daughter!" I would have said, and down I sunk. My master seemed concerned. I feared, said he, that the surprise would be too much for her spirits, and all the ladies ran to me, and made me drink a glass of water. And I found myself encircled in the arms of my dearest father. "Oh tell me," said I, "everything. How long have you been here? When did you come? How does my honored mother?" And half a dozen questions more, before he could answer one. They permitted me to retire with my father, and then I poured forth all my vows and thanksgivings to God for this additional blessing, and confirmed all my master's goodness to his scarce believing amazement. And we kneeled together, blessing God, and one another, for several ecstatic minutes, and my master coming in soon after, my dear father said, "Oh sir, what a change is this! May God reward and bless you, both in this world and the next. May God bless us all," said he. "But how does my sweet girl? I have been in pain for you. I am sorry I did not apprise you beforehand." "Oh sir," said I, "it was you, and all you do must be good, but this was a blessing so unexpected." "Well," said he, "you have given pain to all the company. They will be glad to see you, when you can, for you have spoiled all their diversion, and yet painfully delighted them at the same time. Mr. Andrews," added he, "do you make this house your own? And the longer you stay, the more welcome you'll be. After you have a little composed yourself, my dear girl, step in to us again. I am glad to see you so well already." And so he left us. "See you, my dear father," said I, "what goodness there is in this once naughty master. Oh pray for him. And pray for me, that I may deserve it. How long has this happy change been wrought, my dear child?" "Oh," said I, "several happy days. I have written down everything, and you'll see, from the depth of misery, what God has done for your happy daughter. Blessed be his name," said he. "But do you say he will marry you? Can it be, that such a brave gentleman will make a lady of the child of such a poor man as I? Oh, the divine goodness! How will your poor dear mother be able to support these happy tidings? I will set out tomorrow, to acquaint her with them, for I am but half happy, till the dear good woman shares them with me. To be sure, my dear child, we ought to go into some far country to hide ourselves, that we may not disgrace you by our poverty." "Oh, my dear father," said I, "now you are unkind for the first time. Your poverty has been my glory, and my riches. And I have nothing to brag of, but that I ever thought it an honor, rather than a disgrace, because you were always so honest, that your child might well boast of such a parentage. In this manner, my dear mother, did we pass the happy moments, till Miss Darnford came to me, and said, 'How do you do, dear madam? I rejoice to see you so well. Pray let us have your company. And yours too, good Mr. Andrews,' taking his hand. This was very obliging, I told her, and we went to the great parlour, and my master took my father by the hand, and made him sit down by him, and drink a glass of wine with him. Meantime, I made my excuses to the ladies, as well as I could, which they readily granted me. But Sir Simon, after his comical manner, put his hands on my shoulders. Let me see," said he, "where your wings grow. For I never saw any body fly like you. Why," said he, "you have broken Lady Jones's shins with the table. Shew her else, madam." His pleasantry made them laugh. And I said, I was very sorry for my extravagancy, and if it had not been my master's doings, I should have said, it was a fault to permit me to be surprised, and put out of myself, before such good company. They said, all was very excusable. And they were glad I suffered no more by it. They were so kind as to excuse me at cards, and played by themselves. And I went by my master's commands and sat on the other side, in the happiest place I ever was blessed with, between two of the dearest men in the world to me, and each holding one of my hands, my father, every now and then, with tears, lifting up his eyes, and saying, could I ever have hoped this? I asked him, if he had been so kind as to bring the papers with him. He said, he had, and looked at me, as who should say, must I give them to you now? I said, be pleased to let me have them. He pulled them from his pocket. And I stood up, and, with my best duty, gave them into my master's hands. He said, thank you, Pamela. Your father shall take all with him, so see what a sad fellow I have been, as well as the present happier alteration. But I must have them all again, for the writer's sake. The ladies and gentlemen would make me govern the tea table, whatever I could do, and Abraham attended me, to serve the company. My master and my father sat together, and drank a glass or two of wine instead of tea, and Sir Simon joked with my master, saying, I warrant you would not be such a woman's man, as to drink tea, for ever so much, with the ladies. But your time's coming, and I doubt not you'll be made as comfortable as I. My master was very urgent with them to stay supper, and at last they complied, on condition that I would grace the table, as they were pleased to call it. I begged to be excused. My master said, don't be excused, Pamela, since the ladies desire it, and besides, said he, we won't part with your father, and so you may as well stay with us. I was in hopes my father and I might sup by ourselves, or only with Mrs. Jukes. And Miss Darnford, who is a most obliging young lady, said, we will not part with you, indeed we won't. When supper was brought in, Lady Darnford took me by the hand, and said to my master, Sir, by your leave, and would have placed me at the upper end of the table. Pray, madam, said I, excuse me, I cannot do it, indeed I cannot. Pamela, said my master, to the great delight of my good father, as I could see by his looks, oblige Lady Darnford, since she desires it. It is but a little before your time, you know. Dear, good sir, said I, pray don't command it. Let me sit by my father, pray. Why, said Sir Simon, here's ado indeed. Sit down at the upper end, as you should do, and your father shall sit by you, there. This put my dear father upon difficulties. And my master said, come, I'll place you all, and so put Lady Darnford at the upper end, Lady Jones at her right hand, and Mrs. Peters on the other, and he placed me between the two young ladies. But very genteelly put Miss Darnford below her younger sister, saying, come, miss, I put you here, because you shall hedge in this little cuckow, for I take notice, with pleasure, of your goodness to her. And, besides, all you very young ladies should sit together. This seemed to please both sisters, for had the youngest miss been put there, it might have piqued her, as matters have been formerly, to be placed below me. Whereas Miss Darnford giving place to her youngest sister, made it less odd she should to me, especially with that handsome turn of the dear man, as if I was a cuckow, and to be hedged in. My master kindly said, come, Mr. Andrews, you and I will sit together. And so took his place at the bottom of the table, and set my father on his right hand, and Sir Simon would sit on his left. For, said he, parson, I think the petticoats should sit together. And so do you sit down by that lady, his sister. A boiled turkey standing by me, my master said, cut up that turkey, Pamela, if it be not too strong work for you, that Lady Darnford may not have too much trouble. So I carved it in a trice, and helped the ladies. Miss Darnford said, I would give something to be so dexterous a carver. Oh madam, said I, my late good lady would always make me do these things, when she entertained her female friends, as she used to do on particular days. I, said my master, I remember my poor mother would often say, if I, or any body at table, happen to be a little out in carving, I'll send up for my Pamela, to shew you how to carve. Said Lady Jones, Mrs. Andrews has every accomplishment of her sex. She is quite wonderful for her years. Miss Darnford said, and I can tell you, madam, that she plays sweetly upon the spin-net, and sings as sweetly to it, for she has a fine voice. Foolish! Said Sir Simon. Who, that hears her speak, knows not that? And who that sees her fingers, believes not that they were made to touch any key? Oh, parson! Said he, 'tis well you're by, or I should have had a blush from the ladies. I hope not, Sir Simon, said Lady Jones, for a gentleman of your politeness would not say anything that would make ladies blush. No, no, said he, for the world, but if I had, it would have been, as the poet says. They blush, because they understand. When the company went away, Lady Darnford, Lady Jones, and Mrs. Peters, severally invited my master, and me with him, to their houses, and begged he would permit me, at least, to come before we left those parts. And they said, we hope, when the happy knot is tied, you will induce Mr. B. to reside more among us. We were always glad, said Lady Darnford, when he was here, but now shall have double reason. Oh, what grateful things were these to the ears of my good father! When the company was gone, my master asked my father, if he smoked. He answered, no. He made us both sit down by him, and said, I have been telling this sweet girl, that in 14 days, and 2 of them are gone, she must fix on one to make me happy. And have left it to her to choose either one of the first or last 7. My father held up his hands, and eyes, God bless your honor. Said he, is all I can say. Now, Pamela, said my master, taking my hand, don't let a little wrong-timed bashfulness take place, without any other reason, because I should be glad to go to Bedfordshire as soon as I could. And I would not return till I carry my servants there a mistress, who should assist me to repair the mischief she has made in it. I could not look up for confusion. And my father said, my dear child, I need not, I am sure, prompt your obedience in whatever will most oblige so good a gentleman. What says my Pamela? Said my master, she does not use to be at a loss for expressions. Sir, said I, were I too sudden, it would look as if I doubted whether you would hold in your mind, and was not willing to give you time for reflection, but otherwise, to be sure I ought to resign myself implicitly to your will. Said he, I want not time for reflection, for I have often told you, and that long ago, I could not live without you, and my pride of condition made me both tempt and terrify you to other terms. But your virtue was proof against all temptations, and was not to be awed by terrors, wherefore, as I could not conquer my passion for you, I corrected myself, and resolved, since you would not be mine upon my terms, you should upon your own, and now I desire you not on any other, I assure you, and I think the sooner it is done, the better. What say you, Mr. Andrews? Sir, said he, there is so much goodness on your side, and, blessed be God, so much prudence on my daughter's, that I must be quite silent. But when it is done, I and my poor wife shall have nothing to do, but to pray for you both, and to look back, with wonder and joy, on the ways of Providence. This, said my master, is Friday night. And suppose, my girl, it be next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday morning, say, my Pamela. Will you, sir, said I, excuse me till tomorrow for an answer? I will, said he, and touched the bell, and called for Mrs. Jukes. Where, said he, does Mr. Andrews lie tonight? You'll take care of him. He's a very good man, and will bring a blessing upon every house he sets his foot in. My dear father wept for joy, and I could not refrain keeping him company. And my master, saluting me, bid us good night, and retired. And I waited upon my dear father, and was so full of prattle, of my master's goodness, and my future prospects, that I believed afterwards I was turned all into tongue, but he indulged me, and was transported with joy. And went to bed, and dreamed of nothing but Jacob's ladder, and angels ascending and descending, to bless him and his daughter. Saturday. I arose early in the morning, but found my father was up before me, and was gone to walk in the garden. I went to him, and with what delight, with what thankfulness, did we go over every scene of it, that had before been so dreadful to me. The fish pond, the back door, and every place. Oh, what reason had we for thankfulness and gratitude! About 7 o'clock my good master joined us, in his morning gown and slippers, and looking a little heavy. I said, "Sir, I fear you had not good rest last night." "That is your fault, Pamela," said he. "After I went from you, I must needs look into your papers, and could not leave them till I had read them through, and so 'twas 3 o'clock before I went to sleep." "I wish, sir," said I, "you had had better entertainment." "The worst part of it," said he, "was what I had brought upon myself, and you have not spared me." "Sir," said I, he interrupting me, said, "Well, I forgive you. You had too much reason for it. But I find, plainly enough, that if you had got away, you would soon have been Williams's wife, and I can't see how it could well have been otherwise." "Indeed, sir," said I had no notion of it, or of being anybody's. "I believe so," said he. "But it must have come as a thing of course, and I see your father was for it." "Sir," said he, "I little thought of the honor your goodness would confer upon her, and I thought that would be a match above what we could do for her, a great deal. But when I found she was not for it, I resolved not to urge her, but leave all to her own prudence." "I see," said he, "all was sincere, honest, and open, and I speak of it, if it had been done, as a thing that could hardly well be avoided. And I am quite satisfied. But," said he, "I must observe, as I have 100 times, with admiration, what a prodigious memory, and easy and happy manner of narration, this excellent girl has. And though she is full of her pretty tricks and artifices, to escape the snares I had laid for her, yet all is innocent, lovely, and uniformly beautiful. You are exceedingly happy in a daughter. And I hope I shall be so in a wife, or," said my father, "may she not have that honor?" "I fear it not," said he, "and I hope I shall deserve it of her." "But, Pamela," said my master, "I am sorry to find in some parts of your journal, that Mrs. Jukes carried her orders a little too far, and I the more take notice of it, because you have not complained to me of her behavior, as she might have expected for some parts of it, though a good deal was occasioned by my strict orders. But she had the insolence to strike my girl, I find." "Sir," said I was a little provoking, I believe, but as we forgave one another, I was the less entitled to complain of her." "Well," said he, "you are very good. But if you have any particular resentment, I will indulge it so far, as that she shall hereafter have nothing to do where you are." "Sir," said I, "you are so kind, that I ought to forgive everybody. And when I see that my happiness is brought about by the very means that I thought then my greatest grievance, I ought to bless those means, and forgive all that was disagreeable to me at the same time, for the great good that hath issued from it. That," said he, and kissed me, "is sweetly considered. And it shall be my part to make you amends for what you have suffered, that you may still think lighter of the one, and have cause to rejoice in the other." My dear father's heart was full. And he said, with his hands folded, and lifted up, "Pray, sir, let me go, to my dear wife, and tell her all these blessed things, while my heart holds, for it is ready to burst with joy." "Good man," said my master, "I hope to hear this honest heart of yours speaking at your lips. I enjoin you, Pamela, to continue your relation, as you have opportunity. And though your father be here, write to your mother, that this wondrous story be perfect, and we, your friends, may read and admire you more and more." Pray do, my child," said my father. "And this is the reason that I write on, my dear mother, when I thought not to do it, because my father could tell you all that passed while he was here." My master took notice of my psalm, and was pleased to commend it. And said, that I had very charitably turned the last verses, which, in the original, were full of heavy curses, to a wish that shewed I was not of an implacable disposition, though my then usage might have excused it, if I had. "But," said he, "I think you shall sing it to me tomorrow. After we have breakfasted," added he, "if you have no objection, Pamela, we'll take an airing together, and it shall be in the coach, because we'll have your father's company. He would have excused himself, but my master would have it so, but he was much ashamed, because of the meanness of his appearance. My master would make us both breakfast with him on chocolate. And he said, I would have you, Pamela, begin to dress as you used to do, for now, at least, you may call your 2 other bundles your own. And if you want anything against the approaching occasion, private as I design it, I'll send to Lincoln for it, by a special messenger. I said, my good lady's bounty, and his own, had set me much above my degree, and I had very good things of all sorts, and I did not desire any other, because I would not excite the censure of the ladies. That would be a different thing, he was pleased to say, when he publicly owned his nuptials, after we came to the other house. But, at present, if I was satisfied, he would not make words with me. I hope, Mr. Andrews, said he, to my father, you'll not leave us till you see the affair over, and then you'll be sure I mean honorably, and, besides, Pamela will be induced to set the day sooner. Oh, sir, said he, I bless God I have no reason to doubt your meaning honorably, and I hope you'll excuse me, if I set out on Monday morning, very early, to my dear wife, and make her as happy as I am. Why, Pamela, says my good master, may it not be performed on Tuesday? And then your father, maybe, will stay dot, I should have been glad to have had it tomorrow, added he. But I have sent Monsieur Colbrand for a license, that, you may have no scruple unanswered, and he can't very well be back before tomorrow night, or Monday morning. This was most agreeable news. I said, Sir, I know my dear father will want to be at home, and as you was so good to give me a fortnight from last Thursday, I should be glad you would be pleased to indulge me still to some day in the second 7. Well, said he, I will not be too urgent, but the sooner you fix, the better. Mr. Andrews, we must leave something to these Jephthah's daughters, in these cases, he was pleased to say, I suppose the little bashful folly, which, in the happiest circumstances, may give a kind of regret to quit the maiden state. And an awkwardness at the entrance into a new one, is a reason with Pamela. And so she shall name her day. Sir, said he, you are all goodness. I went up soon after, and new dressed myself, taking possession, in a happy moment, I hope, of my 2 bundles, as my good master was pleased to call them. Alluding to my former division of those good things my lady and himself bestowed upon me winky face. And so put on fine linen, silk shoes, and fine white cotton stockings, a fine quilted coat, a delicate green mantille silk gown and coat, a French necklace, and a laced cambric handkerchief, and clean gloves. And, taking my fan in my hand, like a little proud hussy, looked in the glass, and thought myself a gentlewoman once more, but I forgot not to return due thanks, for being able to put on this dress with so much comfort. Mrs. Jukes would help to dress me, and complimented me highly, saying, among other things, that now I looked like a lady indeed, and as, she said, the little chapel was ready, and divine service would be read in it tomorrow. She wished the happy knot might then be tied. Said she, have you not seen the chapel, madam, since it has been cleaned out? No, said I, but are we to have service in it tomorrow, do you say? I am glad of that, for I have been a sad heathen lately, sore against my will, but who is to officiate? Somebody, replied she, Mr. Peters will send. You tell me very good news, said I, Mrs. Jukes, I hope it will never be a lumber room again. Said she, I can tell you more good news. For the 2 Mrs. Darnford, and Lady Jones, are to be here at the opening of it, and will stay and dine with you. My master, said I, has not told me that. You must alter your style, madam, said she, it must not be master now, sure. Oh, returned I, this is a language I shall never forget, he shall always be my master, and I shall think myself more and more his servant. My poor father did not know I went up to dress myself. And he said his heart misgave him when he saw me first, for fear I was made a fool of, and that here was some fine lady that was to be my master's true wife. And he stood in admiration, and said, oh, my dear child, how well will you become your happy condition? Why you look like a lady already. I hope, my dear father, said I, and boldly kissed him, I shall always be your dutiful daughter, whatever my condition be. My master sent me word he was ready, and when he saw me, said, dress as you will, Pamela, you're a charming girl. And so handed me to the coach, and would make my father and me sit both on the foreside, and sat backwards, over against me, and bid the coachman drive to the meadow, that is, where he once met Mr. Williams. The conversation was most agreeable to me, and to my dear father, as we went, and he more and more exceeded in goodness and generosity, and, while I was gone up to dress, he had presented my father with 20 guineas. Desiring him to buy himself and my mother such apparel as they should think proper, and lay it all out, but I knew not this till after we came home, my father having had no opportunity to tell me of it. He was pleased to inform me of the chapel being got in tolerable order, and said, it looked very well, and against he came down next, it should be all new whitewashed and painted and lined, and a new pulpit cloth, cushion, desk, etc. And that it should always be kept in order for the future. He told me the two Misses Darnford, and Lady Jones, would dine with him on Sunday, and, with their servants and mine, said he, we shall make a tolerable congregation. And, added he, have I not well contrived to shew you that the chapel is really a little house of God, and has been consecrated, before we solemnize our nuptials in it? Oh, sir, replied I, your goodness to me is inexpressible. Mr. Peters, said he, offered to come and officiate in it, but would not stay to dine with me, because he has company at his own house, and so I intend that divine service shall be performed in it by one to whom I shall make some yearly allowance, as a sort of chaplain. You look serious, Pamela, added he, I know you think of your friend Williams. Indeed, sir, said I, if you won't be angry, I did. Poor man. I am sorry I have been the cause of his disobliging you. When we came to the meadow, where the gentry have their walk sometimes, the coach stopped, and my master alighted, and led me to the brook side, and it is a very pretty summer walk. He asked my father, if he chose to walk out, or go on in the coach to the farther end. He, poor man, chose to go on in the coach, for fear, he said, any gentry should be walking there. And he told me, he was most of the way upon his knees in the coach, thanking God for his gracious mercies and goodness, and begging a blessing upon my good master and me. I was quite astonished, when we came into the shady walk, to see Mr. Williams there. See there, said my master, there's poor Williams, taking his solitary walk again, with his book. And, it seems, it was so contrived, for Mr. Peters had been, as I since find, desired to tell him to be in that walk at such an hour in the morning. So, old acquaintance, said my master, again have I met you in this place. What book are you now reading? He said, it was Boileau's Lutrin. Said my master, you see I have brought with me my little fugitive, that would have been, while you are perfecting yourself in French, I am trying to learn English, and hope soon to be master of it. Mine, sir, said he, is a very beautiful piece of French, but your English has no equal. You are very polite, Mr. Williams, said my master, and he that does not think as you do, deserves no share in her. Why, Pamela, added he, very generously, why so strange, where you have once been so familiar? I do assure you both, that I mean not, by this interview, to insult Mr. Williams, or confound you. Then I said, Mr. Williams, I am very glad to see you well. And though the generous favor of my good master has happily changed the scene, since you and I last saw one another, I am nevertheless very glad of an opportunity to acknowledge, with gratitude, your good intentions, not so much to serve me, as me, but as a person, that then had great reason to believe herself in distress. And I hope, sir, added I, to my master, your goodness will permit me to say this. You, Pamela, said he, may make what acknowledgments you please to Mr. Williams's good intentions, and I would have you speak as you think. But I do not apprehend myself to be quite so much obliged to those intentions. Sir, said Mr. Williams, I beg leave to say, I knew well, that, by education, you was no libertine, nor had I reason to think you so by inclination. And, when you came to reflect, I hoped you would not be displeased with me. And this was no small motive to me, at first, to do as I did. But Mr. Williams, said my master, could you think I should have had reason to thank you, if, loving one person above all her sex, you had robbed me of her, and married her yourself? And then, said he, you are to consider, that she was an old acquaintance of mine, and a quite new one to you, that I had sent her down to my own house, for better securing her. And that you, who had access to my house, could not effect your purpose, without being guilty, in some sort, of a breach of the laws of hospitality and friendship. As to my designs upon her, I own they had not the best appearance. But still I was not answerable to Mr. Williams for those. Much less could you be excused to invade a property so very dear to me, and to endeavor to gain an interest in her affections, when you could not be certain that matters would not turn out as they have actually done. I own, said he, that some parts of my conduct seem exceptionable, as you state it. But, sir, I am but a young man. I meant no harm. I had no interest, I am sure, to incur your displeasure. And when you think of everything, and the inimitable graces of person, and perfections of mind, that adorn this excellent lady, so he called me, you will, perhaps, find your generosity allows something as an extenuation of a fault, which your anger would not permit as an excuse. I have done, said my master, nor did I meet you here to be angry with you. Pamela knew not that she should see you, and now you are both present, I would ask you, Mr. Williams, if, now you know my honorable designs towards this good girl, you can really be almost, I will not say quite, as well pleased with the friendship of my wife, as you could be with the favor of Mrs. Andrews. Sir, said he, I will answer you truly. I think I could have preferred, with her, any condition that could have befallen me, had I considered only myself. But, sir, I was very far from having any encouragement to expect her favor. And I had much more reason to believe, that, if she could have hoped for your goodness, her heart would have been too much pre-engaged to think of anybody else. And give me leave further to say, sir, that, though I tell you sincerely my thoughts, were I only to consider myself, yet, when I consider her good, and her merit, I should be highly ungenerous, were it put to my choice, if I could not wish her in a condition so much superior to what I could raise her to, and so very answerable to her merit. Pamela, said my master, you are obliged to Mr. Williams, and ought to thank him, he has distinguished well. But, as for me, who had like to have lost you by his means, I am glad the matter was not left to his choice. Mr. Williams, added he, I give you Pamela's hand, because I know it will be pleasing to her, in token of her friendship and esteem for you. And I give you mine, that I will not be your enemy, but yet I must say, that I think I owe this proper manner of your thinking more to your disappointment, than to the generosity you talk of. Mr. Williams kissed my hand, as my master gave it him. And my master said, Sir, you will go home and dine with me, and I'll shew you my little chapel, and do you, Pamela, look upon yourself at liberty to number Mr. Williams in the list of your friends. How generous, how noble, was this! Mr. Williams, and so had I, had tears of pleasure in his eyes. I was silent, but Mr. Williams said, Sir, I shall be taught, by your generosity, to think myself inexcusably wrong, in every step I took, that could give you offense. And my future life shall shew my respectful gratitude. We walked on till we came to the coach, where was my dear father. Pamela, said my master, tell Mr. Williams who that good man is. Oh, Mr. Williams, said I, it is my dear father. And my master was pleased to say, one of the honestest men in England, Pamela owes everything that she is to be, as well as her being, to him. For, I think, she would not have brought me to this, nor made so great resistance, but for the good lessons, and religious education, she had imbibed from him. Mr. Williams said, taking father's hand, you see, good Mr. Andrews, with inexpressible pleasure, no doubt, the fruits of your pious care, and now are in a way, with your beloved daughter, to reap the happy effects of it. I am overcome, said my dear father, with his honor's goodness, but I can only say, I bless God, and bless him. Mr. Williams and I being nearer the coach than my master, and he offering to draw back, to give way to him, he kindly said, "Pray, Mr. Williams, oblige Pamela with your hand, and step in yourself." He bowed, and took my hand, and my master made him step in, and sit next me, all that ever he could do, and sat himself over against him, next my father, who sat against me. And he said, "Mr. Andrews, I told you yesterday that the divine you saw was not Mr. Williams. I now tell you, this gentleman is, and though I have been telling him, I think not myself obliged to his intentions, yet I will own that Pamela and you are. And though I won't promise to love him, I would have you." "Sir," said Mr. Williams, "you have a way of overcoming, that hardly all my reading affords an instance of. And it is the more noble, as it is on this side, as I presume, the happy ceremony, which, great as your fortune is, will lay you under an obligation to so much virtue and beauty, when the lady becomes yours. For you will then have a treasure that princes might envy you." Said my generous master, God bless him. "Mr. Williams, it is impossible that you and I should long live at variance, when our sentiments agree so well together, on subjects the most material." I was quite confounded, and my master, seeing it, took my hand, and said, "Look up, my good girl. And collect yourself. Don't injure Mr. Williams and me so much, as to think we are capping compliments, as we used to do verses at school. I dare answer for us both, that we say not a syllable we don't think." "Oh, sir," said I, "how unequal am I to all this goodness. Every moment that passes adds to the weight of the obligations you oppress me with." "Think not too much of that," said he most generously. "Mr. Williams's compliments to you have great advantage of mine, for, though equally sincere, I have a great deal to say, and to do, to compensate the sufferings I have made you undergo. And, at last, must sit down dissatisfied, because those will never be balanced by all I can do for you." He saw my dear father quite unable to support these affecting instances of his goodness, and he let go my hand, and took his. And said, seeing his tears, "I wonder not, my dear Pamela's father, that your honest heart springs thus to your eyes, to see all her trials at an end. I will not pretend to say, that I had formerly either power or will to act thus, but since I began to resolve on the change you see, I have reaped so much pleasure in it, that my own interest will keep me steady, for, till within these few days, I knew not what it was to be happy." Poor Mr. Williams, with tears of joy in his eyes, said, "How happily, sir, have you been touched by the divine grace, before you have been hurried into the commission of sins, that the deepest penitence could hardly have atoned for. God has enabled you to stop short of the evil, and you have nothing to do, but to rejoice in the good, which now will be doubly so, because you can receive it without the least inward reproach. You do well," said he, "to remind me, that I owe all this to the grace of God. I bless him for it, and I thank this good man for his excellent lessons to his daughter. I thank her for following them, and I hope, from her good example, and your friendship, Mr. Williams, in time, to be half as good as my tutoress, and that," said he, "I believe you'll own, will make me, without disparagement to any man, the best fox hunter in England. Mr. Williams was going to speak, and he said, "You put on so grave a look, Mr. Williams, that, I believe, what I have said, with you practical good folks, is liable to exception, but I see we are become quite grave. And we must not be too serious neither. What a happy creature, my dear mother, is your Pamela. Oh, may my thankful heart, and the good use I may be enabled to make of the blessings before me, be a means to continue this delightful prospect to a long date, for the sake of the dear good gentleman, who thus becomes the happy instrument in the hand of Providence, to bless all he smiles upon. To be sure, I shall never enough acknowledge the value he is pleased to express for my unworthiness, in that he has prevented my wishes, and, unasked, sought the occasion of being reconciled to a good man, who, for my sake, had incurred his displeasure, and whose name he could not, a few days before, permit to pass through my lips. But see the wonderful ways of Providence. The very things that I most dreaded his seeing or knowing, the contents of my papers, have, as I hope, satisfied all his scruples, and been a means to promote my happiness. Henceforth let not us poor short-sighted mortals pretend to rely on our own wisdom, or vainly think, that we are absolutely to direct for ourselves. I have abundant reason, I am sure, to say, that, when I was most disappointed, I was nearer my happiness, for had I made my escape, which was so often my chief point in view, and what I had placed my heart upon, I had escaped the blessings now before me, and fallen, perhaps headlong, into the miseries I would have avoided. And yet, after all, it was necessary I should take the steps I did, to bring on this wonderful turn, oh the unsearchable wisdom of God! And how much ought I to adore the divine goodness, and humble myself, who am made a poor instrument, as I hope, not only to magnify his graciousness to this fine gentleman and myself, but also to dispense benefits to others. Which God of his mercy grant. In the agreeable manner I have mentioned, did we pass the time in our second happy tour, and I thought Mrs. Jewkes would have sunk into the ground, when she saw Mr. Williams brought in the coach with us, and treated so kindly. We dined together in a most pleasant, easy, and frank manner. And I found I need not, from my master's generosity, to be under any restraint, as to my conduct to this good clergyman, for he, so often as he fancied I was reserved, moved me to be free with him, and to him. And several times called upon me to help my father and Mr. Williams, and seemed to take great delight in seeing me carve, as, indeed, he does in everything I do. After dinner we went and looked into the chapel, which is a very pretty one, and very decent, and, when finished as he designs it, against his next coming down, will be a very pretty place. My heart, my dear mother, when I first set my foot in it, throbbed a good deal, with awful joy, at the thoughts of the solemnity, which, I hope, will in a few days be performed here. And when I came up towards the little pretty altar-piece, while they were looking at a communion picture, and saying it was prettily done, I gently stepped into a corner, out of sight, and poured out my soul to God on my knees, in supplication and thankfulness, that, after having been so long absent from divine service, the first time I entered into a house dedicated to his honor, should be with such blessed prospects before me. And begging of God to continue me humble, and to make me not unworthy of his mercies, and that he would be pleased to bless the next author of my happiness, my good master. I heard my master say, "Where's Pamela?" And so I broke off sooner than I would, and went up to him. He said, "Mr. Williams, I hope I have not so offended you by my conduct past, for really it is what I ought to be ashamed of, as that you will refuse to officiate and to give us your instructions here tomorrow." Mr. Peters was so kind, for the first time, to offer it, but I knew it would be inconvenient for him, and, besides, I was willing to make this request to you an introduction to our reconciliation. "Sir," said he, "most willingly, and most gratefully, will I obey you, though, if you expect a discourse, I am wholly unprepared for the occasion." "I would not have it," replied he, pointed to any particular occasion. "But if you have one upon the text, there is more joy in heaven over one sinner that repenteth, than over 99 just persons that need no repentance. And if it makes me not such a sad fellow as to be pointed at by mine and the ladies' servants we shall have here, I shall be well content. 'Tis a general subject," added he, "makes me speak of that, but any one you please will do. For you cannot make a bad choice, I am sure." "Sir," said he, "I have one upon that text. But I am ready to think, that a thanksgiving one, which I made on a great mercy to myself, if I may be permitted to make my own acknowledgments of your favor the subject of a discourse, will be suitable to my grateful sentiments. It is on the text, 'Now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation.' That text," said I, "will be a very suitable one for me." "Not so, Pamela," said my master, "because I don't let you depart in peace. But I hope you will stay here with content." "Oh but, sir," said I have seen God's salvation, I am sure," added I, "if any body ever had reason, I have to say, with the blessed Virgin, my soul doth magnify the Lord. For he hath regarded the low estate of his handmaiden, and exalted one of low degree." Said my good father, "I am sure, if there were time for it, the book of Ruth would afford a fine subject for the honor done my dear child. Why, good Mr. Andrews, said my master, should you say so, I know that story, and Mr. Williams will confirm what I say, that my good girl here will confer at least as much honor as she will receive. Sir, said I, you are inexpressibly generous. But I shall never think so. Why, my Pamela, said he, that's another thing, it will be best for me to think you will, and it will be kind in you to think you shan't. And then we shall always have an excellent rule to regulate our conduct by to one another. Was not this finely, nobly, wisely said, my dear mother? Oh, what a blessed thing it is to be matched to a man of sense and generosity, how edifying! How? But what shall I say? I am at loss for words. Mr. Williams said, when we came out of the little chapel, he would go home, and look over his discourses, for the next day. My master said, I have one thing to say before you go, when my jealousy, on account of this good girl, put me upon such a vindictive conduct to you. You know I took a bond for the money I had caused you to be troubled for, I really am ashamed of the matter. Because I never intended, when I presented it to you, to have it again, you may be sure, but I knew not what might happen between you and her, nor how far matters might have gone between you, and so I was willing to have that in awe over you. And I think it is no extraordinary present, therefore, to give you up your bond again cancelled. And so he took it from his pocket, and gave it him. I think, added he, all the charges attending it, and the trouble you had, were defrayed by my attorney, I ordered that they should. They were, sir, said he, and 10,000 thanks to you for this goodness, and the kind manner in which you do it. If you will go, Mr. Williams, said he, shall my chariot carry you home? No, sir, answered he, I thank you. My time will be so well employed all the way, in thinking of your favors, that I choose to meditate upon them, as I walk home. My dear father was a little uneasy about his habit, for appearing at chapel next day, because of Mrs. Darnford and the servants, for fear, poor man, he should disgrace my master. And he told me, when he was mentioning this, of my master's kind present of 20 guineas for clothes, for you both, which made my heart truly joyful. But oh! To be sure, I can never deserve the 100th part of his goodness. It is almost a hard thing to be under the weight of such deep obligations on one side, and such a sense of one's own unworthiness on the other. Oh! What a godlike power is that of doing good, I envy the rich and the great for nothing else. My master coming to us just then, I said, oh! Sir, will your bounty know no limits? My dear father has told me what you have given him. A trifle, Pamela, said he, a little earnest only of my kindness. Say no more of it. But did I not hear the good man expressing some sort of concern for somewhat? Hide nothing from me, Pamela. Only, sir, said I, he knew not how to absent himself from divine service, and yet is afraid of disgracing you by appearing. Fie, Mr. Andrews, said he, I thought you knew that the outward appearance was nothing. I wish I had as good a habit inwardly as you have. But I'll tell you, Pamela, your father is not so much thinner than I am, nor much shorter. He and I will walk up together to my wardrobe, though it is not so well stored here, as in Bedfordshire. And so, said he, pleasantly, don't you pretend to come near us, till I call for you. For you must not yet see how men dress and undress themselves. Oh, sir, said my father, I beg to be excused. I am sorry you were told. So am not I, said my master, pray come along with me. He carried him upstairs, and shewed him several suits, and would have had him take his choice. My poor father was quite confounded, for my master saw not any he thought too good, and my father none that he thought bad enough. And my good master, at last, he fixed his eye upon a fine drab, which he thought looked the plainest, would help him to try the coat and waistcoat on himself. And, indeed, one would not have thought it, because my master is taller, and rather plumper, as I thought, but, as I saw afterwards, they fitted him very well. And being plain, and lined with the same color, and made for travelling in a coach, pleased my poor father much. He gave him the whole suit, and, calling up Mrs. Jewkes, said, "Let these clothes be well aired against tomorrow morning." Mr. Andrews brought only with him his common apparel, not thinking to stay Sunday with us. "And pray see for some of my stockings, and whether any of my shoes will fit him, and see also for some of my linen. For we have put the good man quite out of his course, by keeping him Sunday over." He was then pleased to give him the silver buckles out of his own shoes. "So, my good mother, you must expect to see my dear father a great beau." "Wig," said my master, "he wants none, for his own venerable white locks are better than all the perukes in England. But I am sure I have hats enough somewhere. I'll take care of everything, sir," said Mrs. Jewkes. And my poor father, when he came to me, could not refrain tears. "I know not how," said he, "to comport myself under these great favours. Oh my child, it is all owing to the divine goodness, and your virtue." Sunday. This blessed day all the family seemed to take delight to equip themselves for the celebration of the Sabbath in the little chapel, and Lady Jones and Mr. Williams came in her chariot, and the two Misses Darnford in their own. And we breakfasted together in a most agreeable manner. My dear father appeared quite spruce and neat, and was quite caressed by the three ladies. As we were at breakfast, my master told Mr. Williams, we must let the psalms alone. He doubted, for want of a clerk, but Mr. Williams said, no, nothing should be wanting that he could supply. My father said, if it might be permitted him, he would, as well as he was able, perform that office. For it was always what he had taken delight in. And as I knew he had learnt psalmody formerly, in his youth, and had constantly practised it in private, at home, on Sunday evenings, as well as endeavoured to teach it in the little school he so unsuccessfully set up. At the beginning of his misfortunes, before he took to hard labour, I was in no pain for his undertaking it in this little congregation. They seemed much pleased with this, and so we went to chapel, and made a pretty tolerable appearance, Mrs. Jewkes, and all the servants, attending, but the cook, and I never saw divine service performed with more solemnity, nor assisted at with greater devotion and decency, my master, Lady Jones, and the two misses, setting a lovely example. My good father performed his part with great applause, making the responses, as if he had been a practised parish clerk. And giving the exeat psalm. The Lord is only my support. And he that doth me feed. How can I then lack anything? Whereof I stand in need? In pastures green he feedeth me. Where I do safely lie. And after leads me to the streams. Which run most pleasantly. And when I find myself near lost. Then home he doth me take. Conducting me in his right paths. E'en for his own name's sake. And though I were e'en at death's door. Yet would I fear no ill. For both thy rod and shepherd's crook. Afford me comfort still. Thou hast my table richly spread. In presence of my foe. Thou hast my head with balm refreshed. My cup doth overflow. And finally, while breath doth last. Thy grace shall me defend. And in the house of God will I my life for ever spend. Which consisted of but 3 staves, we had it all. And he read the line, and began the tune with a heart so entirely affected with the duty, that he went through it distinctly, calmly, and fervently at the same time. So that Lady Jones whispered me, that good man were fit for all companies, and present to every laudable occasion, and Miss Darnford said, God bless the dear good man, you must think how I rejoiced in my mind. I know, my dear mother, you can say most of the shortest psalms by heart, so I need not transcribe it, especially as your chief treasure is a Bible, and a worthy treasure it is. I know nobody makes more or better use of it. Mr. Williams gave us an excellent discourse on liberality and generosity, and the blessings attending the right use of riches, from the 6th chapter of Proverbs, ver. 24, 25. There is that scattereth, and yet increaseth. And there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty. The liberal soul shall be made fat, and he that watereth, shall be watered also himself. And he treated the subject in so handsome a manner, that my master's delicacy, who, at first, was afraid of some personal compliments, was not offended. Mr. Williams judiciously keeping to generals. And it was an elegant and sensible discourse, as my master said. My father was in the clerk's place, just under the desk, and Lady Jones, by her footman, whispered him to favour us with another psalm, when the sermon was ended. He thinking, as he said afterwards, that the former was rather of the longest, chose the shortest in the book, which you know is the Xvieth. O, all ye nations of the world! Praise ye the Lord always! And all ye people everywhere! Set forth his noble praise! For great his kindness is to us. His truth doth not decay. Wherefore praise ye the Lord our God. Praise ye the Lord alway. My master thanked Mr. Williams for his excellent discourse, and so did the ladies, as also did I most heartily, and he was pleased to take my dear father by the hand, as did also Mr. Williams, and thanked him. The ladies, likewise, made him their compliments, and the servants all looked upon him with countenances of respect and pleasure. At dinner, do what I could, I was forced to take the upper end of the table. And my master sat at the lower end, between Mr. Williams and my father. And he said, Pamela, you are so dexterous, that I think you may help the ladies yourself, and I will help my two good friends. I should have told you, though, that I dressed myself in a flowered satin, that was my lady's, and looked quite fresh and good, and which was given me, at first, by my master. And the ladies, who had not seen me out of my homespun before, made me abundance of fine compliments, as soon as they saw me first. Talking of the psalms just after dinner, my master was very naughty, if I may so say, for he said to my father, Mr. Andrews, I think in the afternoon, as we shall have only prayers, we may have one longer psalm, and what think you of the Xvieth? Oh, good sir! Said I, pray, not a word more. Say what you will, Pamela, said he, you shall sing it to us, according to your own version, before these good ladies go away. My father smiled, but was half concerned for me, and said, will it bear, and please your honour? Oh said he, never fear it, so long as Mrs. Jukes is not in the hearing. This excited all the ladies' curiosity, and Lady Jones said, she would be loath to desire to hear anything that would give me concern. But should be glad I would give leave for it. Indeed, madam, said I must beg you won't insist upon it. I cannot bear it. You shall see it, indeed, ladies, said my master, and pray, Pamela, not always as you please, neither. Then, pray sir, said I, not in my hearing, I hope. Sure, Pamela, returned he, you would not write what is not fit to be heard. But, sir, said I, there are particular cases, times, and occasions, that may make a thing passable at one time, that would not be tolerable at another. Oh, said he, let me judge of that, as well as you, Pamela. These ladies know a good part of your story, and, let me tell you, what they know is more to your credit than mine, so that if I have no averseness to reviving the occasion, you may very well bear it. Said he, I will put you out of your pain, Pamela, here it is, and took it out of his pocket. I stood up, and said, indeed, sir, I can't bear it, I hope you'll allow me to leave the room a minute, if you will read it. Indeed but I won't, answered he. Lady Jones said, pray, good sir, don't let us hear it, if Mrs. Andrews be so unwilling. Well, Pamela, said my master, I will put it to your choice, whether I shall read it now, or you will sing it by and by. That's very hard, sir, said I. It must be one, I assure you, said he. Why then, sir, replied I, you must do as you please, for I cannot sing it. Well, then, said my master, I find I must read it. And yet, added he, after all, I had as well let it alone, for it is no great reputation to myself. Oh then, said Miss Darnford, pray let us hear it, to choose. Why then, proceeded he, the case was this, Pamela, I find, when she was in the time of her confinement, that is, added he, when she was taken prisoner, in order to make me one. For that is the upshot of the matter, in the journal she kept, which was intended for nobody's perusal but her parents, tells them, that she was importuned, one Sunday, by Mrs. Jewkes, to sing a psalm. But her spirits not permitting, she declined it, but after Mrs. Jewkes was gone down, she says, she recollected, that the Kexvieth psalm was applicable to her own case, Mrs. Jewkes having often, on other days, in vain, besought her to sing a song, that thereupon she turned it more to her own supposed case, and believing Mrs. Jewkes had a design against her honour, and looking upon her as her jailer, she thus gives her version of this psalm. But pray, Mr. Williams, do you read one verse of the common translation, and I will read one of Pamela's. Then Mr. Williams, pulling out his little pocket common prayer book, read the first 2 stanzas. When we did sit in Babylon, the rivers round about, then in remembrance of Shaun, the tears for grief burst out. 2. We hanged our harps and instruments, the willow trees upon. For in that place, men, for that use, had planted many a one. My master then read. When sad I sat in B.N. Hall, all guarded round about, and thought of every absent friend. The tears for grief burst out. 2. My joys and hopes all overthrown, my heartstrings almost broke. Unfit my mind for melody, much more to bear a joke. The lady said, it was very pretty. And Miss Darnford, that somebody else had more need to be concerned than the versifier. I knew, said my master, I should get no credit by shewing this. But let us read on, Mr. Williams. So Mr. Williams read. 3. Then they, to whom we preenas were, said to us, tauntingly, now let us hear your Hebrew songs and pleasant melody. Now this, said my master, is very near, and read. 3. Then she, to whom I prisoner was, said to me tauntingly, now cheer your heart, and sing a song, and tune your mind to joy. Mighty sweet, said Mr. Williams. But let us see how the next verse is turned. It is this. 4. Alas, said we, who can once frame his heavy heart to sing the praises of our living God, thus under a strange king? Why, said my master, it is turned with beautiful simplicity, thus. 4. Alas, said I, how can I frame my heavy heart to sing, or tune my mind, while thus enthralled by such a wicked thing? Very pretty, said Mr. Williams. Lady Jones said, oh, dear madam, could you wish that we should be deprived of this new instance of your genius and accomplishments? Oh, said my dear father, you will make my good child proud. No, said my master very generously, Pamela can't be proud. For no one is proud to hear themselves praised, but those who are not used to it. But proceed, Mr. Williams. He read. But yet, if I Jerusalem out of my heart let slide, then let my fingers quite forget the warbling harp to guide. Well, now, said my master, for Pamela's version. But yet, if from my innocence I even in thought should slide, then let my fingers quite forget the sweet spin-net to guide. Mr. Williams read. 6. And let my tongue, within my mouth, be tied for ever fast, if I rejoice, before I see thy full deliverance past. This, also, said my master, is very near. 6. And let my tongue, within my mouth, be locked for ever fast, if I rejoice, before I see my full deliverance past. Now, good sir, said I, oblige me, don't read any further, pray don't. Oh pray, madam, said Mr. Williams, let me beg to have the rest read, for I long to know whom you make the sons of Edom, and how you turn the psalmist's execrations against the insulting Babylonians. Well, Mr. Williams, replied I, you should not have said so. Oh, said my master, that is one of the best things of all. Poor Mrs. Jukes stands for Edom's sons, and we must not lose this, because I think it one of my Pamela's excellencies, that, though thus oppressed, she prays for no harm upon the oppressor. Read, Mr. Williams, the next stanza. So he read. 7. Therefore, O Lord, remember now the cursed noise and cry that Edom's sons against us made, when they rasped our city. 8. Remember, Lord, their cruel words, when, with a mighty sound, they cried, down, yea down with it, unto the very ground. Well, said my master, here seems, in what I am going to read, a little bit of a curse indeed, but I think it makes no ill figure in the comparison. 7. And thou, Almighty, recompense the evils I endure from those who seek my sad disgrace, so causeless, to procure. And now, said he, for Edom's sons, though a little severe in the imputation. 8. Remember, Lord, this Mrs. Jukes, when with a mighty sound she cries, down with her chastity, down to the very ground. Sure, sir, said I, this might have been spared. But the ladies and Mr. Williams said, no, by no means. And I see the poor wicked woman has no favourers among them. Now, said my master, read the psalmist's heavy curses, and Mr. Williams read. 9. Even so shalt thou, O Babylon, at length to dust be brought. And happy shall that man be called, that our revenge hath wrought. X. Yea, blessed shall the man be called, that takes thy little ones, and dasheth them in pieces small, against the very stones. Thus he said, very kindly, has my Pamela turned these lines. 9. Even so shalt thou, O wicked one, at length to shame be brought. And happy shall all those be called, that my deliverance wrought. X. Yea, blessed shall the man be called, that shames thee of thy evil, and saves me from thy vile attempts. And thee, too, from the D.L. I fancy this blessed man, said my master smiling, was, at that time, hoped to be you, Mr. Williams, if the truth was known. Sir, said he, whoever it was intended for then, it can be nobody but your good self now. I could hardly hold up my head for the praises the kind ladies were pleased to heap upon me. I am sure, by this, they are very partial in my favour, all because my master is so good to me, and loves to hear me praised, for I see no such excellence in these lines, as they would make me believe, besides what is borrowed from the psalmist. We all, as before, and the cook maid too, attended the prayers of the church in the afternoon, and my dear father concluded with the following stanzas of the CXLVTH psalm, suitably magnifying the holy name of God for all mercies. But did not observe, altogether, the method in which they stand, which was the less necessary, he thought, as he gave out the lines. The Lord is just in all his ways. His works are holy all. And he is near all those that do in truth upon him call. He the desires of all them that fear him, will fulfill. And he will hear them when they cry, and save them all he will. The eyes of all do wait on thee. Thou dost them all relieve. And thou to each sufficient food in season due, dost give. Thou openest thy plenteous hand, and bounteously dost fill all things whatever, that do live, with gifts of thy good will. My thankful mouth shall gladly speak the praises of the Lord. All flesh, to praise his holy name, for ever shall accord. We walked in the garden till tea was ready. And as he went by the back door, my master said to me, of all the flowers in the garden, the sunflower is the fairest. Oh, sir, said I, let that be now forgot. Mr. Williams heard him say so, and seemed a little out of countenance, whereupon my master said, I mean not to make you serious, Mr. Williams, but we see how strangely things are brought about. I see other scenes hereabouts, that, in my Pamela's dangers, give me more cause of concern, than anything you ever did should give you. Sir, said he, you are very generous. My master and Mr. Williams afterwards walked together for a quarter of an hour, and talked about general things, and some scholastic subjects, and joined us, very well pleased with one another's conversation. Lady Jones said, putting herself on one side of me, as my master was on the other, but pray, sir, when is the happy time to be? We want it over, that we may have you with us as long afterwards as you can. Said my master, I would have it tomorrow, or next day at farthest, if Pamela will, for I have sent for a license, and the messenger will be here tonight, or early in the morning, I hope. But, added he, pray, Pamela, do not take beyond Thursday. She was pleased to say, sure it will not be delayed by you, madam, more than needs. Well, said he, now you are on my side, I will leave you with her to settle it, and, I hope, she will not let little bashful niceties be important with her. And so he joined the two misses. Lady Jones told me, I was to blame, she would take upon her to say, if I delayed it a moment, because she understood Lady Davers was very uneasy at the prospect, that it would be so. And if anything should happen, it would be a sad thing, madam, said I, when he was pleased to mention it to me first, he said it should be in 14 days, and afterwards, asked me if I would have it in the first or the second 7. I answered, for how could I do otherwise, in the second. He desired it might not be the last day of the second 7. Now, madam, said I, as he was then pleased to speak his mind, no doubt, I would not, for anything, seem too forward. Well, but, said she, as he now urges you in so genteel and gentlemanly a manner for a shorter day, I think, if I was in your place, I would agree to it. She saw me hesitate and blush, and said, well, you know best, but I say only what I would do. I said, I would consider of it, and if I saw he was very earnest, to be sure I should think I ought to oblige him. Mrs. Darnford were begging to be at the wedding, and to have a ball, and they said, pray, Mrs. Andrews, second our requests, and we shall be greatly obliged to you. Indeed, ladies, said I cannot promise that, if I might. Why so? Said they. Because, answered I know not what. But I think one may, with pleasure, celebrate an anniversary of one's nuptials. But the day itself, indeed, ladies, I think it is too solemn a business, for the parties of our sex to be very gay upon. It is a quite serious and awful affair, and I am sure, in your own cases, you would be of my mind. Why, then, said Miss Darnford, the more need one has to be as light-hearted and merry as one can. I told you, said my master, what sort of an answer you'd have from Pamela. The younger miss said, she never heard of such grave folks in her life, on such an occasion. Why, sir, said she, I hope you'll sing psalms all day, and miss will fast and pray. Such sackcloth and ashes doings, for a wedding, did I never hear of. She spoke a little spitefully, I thought, and I returned no answer. I shall have enough to do, I reckon, in a while, if I am to answer every one that will envy me. We went in to tea. And all that the ladies could prevail upon my master for, was a dancing match before he left this county, but Miss Darnford said, it should then be at their house. For, truly, if she might not be at the wedding, she would be affronted, and come no more hither, till we had been there. When they were gone, my master would have had my father stay till the affair was over. But he begged he might set out as soon as it was light in the morning, for, he said, my mother would be doubly uneasy at his stay, and he burned with impatience to let her know all the happy things that had befallen her daughter. When my master found him so desirous to go, he called Mr. Thomas, and ordered him to get a particular bay horse ready betimes in the morning, for my father, and a portmanteau, to put his things in. And to attend him a day's journey, and if, said he, Mr. Andrews chooses it, see him safe to his own home, and, added he, since that horse will serve you, Mr. Andrews, to ride backwards and forwards, to see us, when we go into Bedfordshire, I make you a present of it, with the accoutrements. And, seeing my father going to speak, he added, I won't be said nay. Oh, how good was this! He also said a great many kind things at supper time, and gave him all the papers he had of mine, but desired, when he and my mother had read them, that he would return them to him again. And then he said, so affectionate a father and daughter may, perhaps, be glad to be alone together, therefore remember me to your good wife, and tell her, it will not be long, I hope, before I see you together. On a visit to your daughter, at my other house, and so I wish you good night, and a good journey, if you go before I see you. And then he shook hands, and left my dear father almost unable to speak, through the sense of his favors and goodness. You may believe, my dear mother, how loath I was to part with my good father, and he was also unwilling to part with me. But he was so impatient to see you, and tell you the blessed tidings, with which his heart overflowed, that I could hardly wish to detain him. Mrs. Jukes brought 2 bottles of cherry brandy, and 2 of cinnamon water, and some cake. And they were put up in the portmanteau, with my father's newly presented clothes, for he said, he would not, for anything, be seen in them in his neighborhood, till I was actually known, by every body, to be married. Nor would he lay out any part of the 20 guineas till then neither, for fear of reflections, and then he would consult me as to what he would buy. Well, said I, as you please, my dear father. And I hope now we shall often have the pleasure of hearing from one another, without needing any art or contrivances. He said, he would go to bed betimes, that he might be up as soon as it was light. And so he took leave of me, and said, he would not love me, if I got up in the morning to see him go, which would but make us both loath to part, and grieve us both all day. Mr. Thomas brought him a pair of boots, and told him, he would call him up at peep of day, and put up everything overnight, and so I received his blessing, and his prayers, and his kind promises of procuring the same from you, my dear mother. And went up to my closet with a heavy heart, and yet a half-pleased one, if I may so say, for that, as he must go, he was going to the best of wives, and with the best of tidings. But I begged he would not work so hard as he had done. For I was sure my master would not have given him 20 guineas for clothes, if he had not designed to do something else for him. And that he should be the less concerned at receiving benefits, from my good master, because he, who had so many persons to employ in his large possessions, could make him serviceable, to a degree equivalent, without hurting any body else. He promised me fair, and, pray, dear mother, see he performs. I hope my master will not see this, for I will not send it you, at present, till I can send you the best of news. And the rather, as my dear father can supply the greatest part of what I have written, since the papers he carries you, by his own observation. So good night, my dear mother, and God send my father a safe journey, and a happy meeting to you both. Monday. Mr. Colbrand being returned, my master came up to me to my closet, and brought me the license. Oh, how my heart fluttered at the sight of it! Now, Pamela, said he, tell me, if you can oblige me with the day. Your word is all that's wanting. I made bold to kiss his dear hand. And, though unable to look up, said, I know not what to say, sir, to all your goodness, I would not, for any consideration, that you should believe me capable of receiving negligently an honor, that all the duty of a long life, were it to be lent me, will not be sufficient to enable me to be grateful for. I ought to resign myself, in everything I may or can, implicitly to your will. But what? Said he, with a kind impatience. Why, sir, said I, when from last Thursday you mentioned 4 days, I had reason to think that term your choice. And my heart is so wholly yours, that I am afraid of nothing, but that I may be forwarder than you wish. Impossible, my dear creature, said he, and folded me in his arms, impossible. If this be all, it shall be said about this moment, and this happy day shall make you mine. I'll send away instantly, said the dear gentleman, and was going. I said, no, pray, sir, hear me, indeed it cannot be today, cannot. Said he. No, indeed, sir. Said I, and was ready to sink to see his generous impatience. Why flattered you then my fond heart, replied he, with the hope that it might, sir, said I will tell you what I had thought, if you'll vouchsafe me your attention. Do then, said he. I have, sir, proceeded I, a great desire, that, whenever the day is, it may be on a Thursday my dear father and mother were married, and, though poor, they are a very happy pair. On a Thursday your poor Pamela was born. On a Thursday my dear good lady took me from my parents into her protection. On a Thursday, sir, you caused me to be carried away to this place, to which I now, by God's goodness, and your favor, owe so amazingly all my present prospects. And on a Thursday it was, you named to me, that 14 days from that you would confirm my happiness. Now, sir, if you please to indulge my superstitious folly, you will greatly oblige me. I was sorry, sir, for this reason, when you bid me not defer till the last day of the 14, that Thursday in next week was that last day. This, Pamela, is a little superstitious, I must needs say. And I think you should begin now to make another day in the week a happy one, as for example, on a Monday, may you say, my father and mother concluded to be married on the Thursday following. On a Monday, so many years ago, my mother was preparing all her matters to be brought to bed on the Thursday following. On a Monday, several weeks ago, it was that you had but 2 days more to stay, till you was carried away on Thursday. On a Monday, I myself, said he, well remember, it was that I wrote you the letter, that prevailed on you so kindly to return to me, and on the same day you did return to my house here. Which I hope, my girl, will be as propitious an era as any you have named, and now, lastly, will you say, which will crown the work, and, on a Monday I was married. Come, my dear, added he, Thursday has reigned long enough, O conscience. Let us now set Monday in its place, or at least on an equality with it, since you see it has a very good title, and as we now stand in the week before us, claims priority, and then, I hope, we shall make Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, as happy days as Monday and Thursday. And so, by God's blessing, move round, as the days move, in a delightful circle, till we are at a loss what day to prefer to the rest. Oh, how charmingly was this said, and how sweetly kind. Indeed, sir, said I, you rally my folly very agreeably. But don't let a little matter stand in the way, when you are so generously obliging in a greater. Indeed I like Thursday best, if I may choose. Well, then, said he, if you can say you have a better reason than this, I will oblige you. Else I'll send away for the parson this moment. And so, I protest, he was going, dear sirs, how I trembled. Stay, sir, said I, we have a great deal to say first, I have a deal of silly prate to trouble you with. Well, say then, in a minute, replied he, the most material, for all we have to say may be talked of while the parson is coming. Oh, but indeed, and indeed, said I, it cannot be today. Well, then, shall it be tomorrow? Said he. Why, sir, if it must not be on a Thursday, you have given so many pleasant distinctions for a Monday, that let it then be next Monday. What? A week still? Said he. Sir, answered I, if you please. For that will be, as you enjoined, within the second 7 days. Why, girl, said he, 'twill be 7 months till next Monday. Let it, said he, if not tomorrow, be on Wednesday, I protest I will stay no longer. Then, sir, returned I, please to defer it, however, for 1 day more, and it will be my beloved Thursday. If I consent to defer it till then, may I hope, my Pamela, said he, that next Thursday shall certainly be the happy day. Yes, sir, said I, and I am sure I looked very foolishly. And yet, my dear father and mother, why should I, with such a fine gentleman, and whom I so dearly love, and so much to my honor too? But there is something greatly awful upon my mind, in the solemn circumstance, and a change of condition never to be recalled, though all the prospects are so desirable. And I can but wonder at the thoughtless precipitancy with which most young folks run into this important change of life. So now, my dear parents, have I been brought to fix so near a day as next Thursday, and this is Monday. Oh dear, it makes one out of breath almost to think of it. This, though, was a great cut-off, a whole week out of 10 days. I hope I am not too forward. I'm sure, if it obliges my dear master, I am justified. For he deserves of me all things in my poor power. After this, he rode out on horseback, attended by Abraham, and did not return till night. How by degrees things steal upon one. I thought even this small absence tedious. And the more, as we expected him home to dinner. I wish I may not be too fond, and make him indifferent, but yet, my dear father and mother, you were always fond of one another, and never indifferent, let the world run as it would. When he returned, he said, he had had a pleasant ride, and was led out to a greater distance than he intended. At supper he told me, that he had a great mind Mr. Williams should marry us. Because, he said, it would shew a thorough reconciliation on his part. But, said he, most generously, I am apprehensive, from what passed between you, that the poor man will take it hardly, and as a sort of insult, which I am not capable of. What says my girl, do you think he would? I hope not, sir, said I, as to what he may think, I can't answer. But as to any reason for his thoughts, I can, for indeed, sir, said I, you have been already so generous, that he cannot, I think, mistake your goodness. He then spoke with some resentment of Lady Davers's behaviour, and I asked, if anything new had occurred. Yes, said he. I have had a letter delivered me from her impertinent husband, professedly at her instigation, that amounted to little less than a piece of insolent bravery, on supposing I was about to marry you. I was so provoked, added he, that after I had read it, I tore it in 100 pieces, and scattered them in the air, and bid the man who brought it let his master know what I had done with his letter. And so would not permit him to speak to me, as he would fain have done. I think the fellow talked somewhat of his lady coming hither. But she shall not set her foot within my doors, and I suppose this treatment will hinder her. I was much concerned at this, and he said, had I 100 sisters, Pamela, their opposition should have no weight with me, and I did not intend you should know it. But you can't but expect a little difficulty from the pride of my sister, who have suffered so much from that of her brother, and we are too nearly allied in mind, as well as blood, I find. But this is not her business, and if she would have made it so, she should have done it with more decency. Little occasion had she to boast of her birth, that knows not what belongs to good manners. I said, I am very sorry, sir, to be the unhappy occasion of a misunderstanding between so good a brother and so worthy a sister. Don't say so, Pamela, because this is an unavoidable consequence of the happy prospect before us. Only bear it well yourself, because she is my sister, and leave it to me to make her sensible of her own rashness. If, sir, said I, the most lowly behaviour, and humble deportment, and in everything shewing a dutiful regard to good Lady Davers, will have any weight with her ladyship, assure yourself of all in my power to mollify her. No, Pamela, returned he. Don't imagine, when you are my wife, I will suffer you to do anything unworthy of that character. I know the duty of a husband, and will protect your gentleness to the utmost, as much as if you were a princess by descent. You are inexpressibly good, sir, said I, but I am far from taking a gentle disposition to shew a meanness of spirit, and this is a trial I ought to expect. And well I may bear it, that have so many benefits to set against it, which all spring from the same cause. Well, said he, all the matter shall be this, we will talk of our marriage as a thing to be done next week. I find I have spies upon me wherever I go, and whatever I do, but now, I am on so laudable a pursuit, that I value them not, nor those who employ them. I have already ordered my servants to have no conference with any body for 10 or 12 days to come. And Mrs. Jukes tells me every one names Thursday come night for our nuptials. So I will get Mr. Peters, who wants to see my little chapel, to assist Mr. Williams, under the notion of breakfasting with me next Thursday morning, since you won't have it sooner, and there will nobody else be wanting, and I will beg of Mr. Peters to keep it private, even from his own family, for a few days. Has my girl any objection? Oh, sir, answered I, you are so generous in all your ways, I can have no objections. But I hope Lady Davers and you will not proceed to irreconcilable lengths, and when her ladyship comes to see you, and to tarry with you, 2 or 3 weeks, as she used to do, I will keep close up, so as not to disgust her with the sight of me. Well, Pamela, said he, we will talk of that afterwards. You must do then as I shall think fit, and I shall be able to judge what both you and I ought to do. But what still aggravates the matter is, that she should instigate the titled ape her husband to write to me, after she had so little succeeded herself. I wish I had kept his letter, that I might have shown you how a man, that generally acts like a fool, can take upon him to write like a lord. But I suppose it is of my sister's penning, and he, poor man, is the humble copier. Tuesday. Mr. Thomas is returned from you, my dear father, with the good news of your health, and your proceeding in your journey to my dear mother, where I hope to hear soon you are arrived. My master has just now been making me play upon the spin-net, and sing to it, and was pleased to commend me for both. But he does so for everything I do, so partial does his goodness make him to me. 1 o'clock. We are just returned from an airing in the chariot, and I have been delighted with his conversation upon English authors, poets particularly. He entertained me also with a description of some of the curiosities he had seen in Italy and France, when he made what the polite world call the grand tour. He said he wanted to be at his other seat, for he knew not well how to employ himself here, having not proposed to stay half the time, and when I get there, Pamela, said he, you will hardly be troubled with so much of my company. After we have settled. For I have a great many things to adjust, and I must go to London, for I have accounts that have run on longer than ordinary with my banker there. And I don't know, added he, but the ensuing winter I may give you a little taste of the diversions of the town for a month or so. I said, his will and pleasure should determine mine. And I never would, as near as I could, have a desire after those, or any other entertainments that were not in his own choice. He was pleased to say, I make no doubt but that I shall be very happy in you. And hope you will be so in me, for, said he, I have no very enormous vices to gratify, though I pretend not to the greatest purity, neither, my girl. Sir, said I, if you can account to your own mind, I shall always be easy in whatever you do. But our greatest happiness here, sir, continued I, is of very short duration, and this life, at the longest, is a poor transitory one. And I hope we shall be so happy as to be enabled to look forward, with comfort, to another, where our pleasures will be everlasting. You say well, Pamela. And I shall, by degrees, be more habituated to this way of thinking, as I more and more converse with you. But, at present, you must not be over serious with me all at once, though I charge you never forbear to mingle your sweet divinity in our conversation, whenever it can be brought in apropos, and with such a cheerfulness of temper as shall not throw a gloomy cloud over our innocent enjoyments. I was abashed at this, and silent, fearing I had offended, but he said, if you attend rightly to what I said, I need not tell you again, Pamela, not to be discouraged from suggesting to me, on every proper occasion, the pious impulses of your own amiable mind. Sir, said I, you will be always indulgent, I make no doubt, to my imperfections, so long as I mean well. My master made me dine with him, and would eat nothing but what I helped him to. And my heart is, every hour, more and more enlarged with his goodness and condescension. But still, what ails me, I wonder? A strange sort of weight hangs upon my mind, as Thursday draws on, which makes me often sigh involuntarily, and damps, at times, the pleasures of my delightful prospects. I hope this is not ominous. But only the foolish weakness of an over-thoughtful mind, on an occasion the most solemn and important of one's life, next to the last scene, which shuts up all. I could be very serious, but I will commit all my ways to that blessed Providence, which hitherto has so wonderfully conducted me through real evils to this hopeful situation. I only fear, and surely I have great reason, that I shall be too unworthy to hold the affections of so dear a gentleman. God teach me humility, and to know my own demerit. And this will be, next to his grace, my surest guard, in the state of life to which, though most unworthy, I am going to be exalted. And don't cease your prayers for me, my dear parents. For, perhaps, this new condition may be subject to still worse hazards than those I have escaped, as would be the case, were conceitedness, vanity, and pride, to take hold of my frail heart. And if I was, for my sins, to be left to my own conduct, a frail bark in a tempestuous ocean, without ballast or other pilot than my own inconsiderate will. But my master said, on another occasion, that those who doubted most, always erred least. And I hope I shall always doubt my own strength, my own worthiness. I will not trouble you with 20 sweet agreeable things that passed in conversation with my excellent benefactor, nor with the civilities of M. Colbrand, Mrs. Jukes, and all the servants, who seem to be highly pleased with me, and with my conduct to them, and as my master, hitherto, finds no fault that I go too low, nor they that I carry it too high. I hope I shall continue to have everybody's goodwill, but yet will I not seek to gain any one's by little meannesses or debasements. But aim at an uniform and regular conduct, willing to conceal involuntary errors, as I would have my own forgiven. And not too industrious to discover real ones, or to hide such, if any such should appear, as might encourage bad hearts, or unclean hands, in material cases, where my master should receive damage. Or where the morals of the transgressors should appear wilfully and habitually corrupt. In short, I will endeavor, as much as I can, that good servants shall find in me a kind encourager, indifferent ones be made better, by inspiring them with a laudable emulation. And bad ones, if not too bad in nature, and quite irreclaimable, reformed by kindness, expostulation, and even proper menaces, if necessary, but most by a good example, all this if God pleases. Wednesday. Now, my dear parents, I have but this one day between me and the most solemn rite that can be performed. My heart cannot yet shake off this heavy weight. Sure I am ungrateful to the divine goodness, and the favor of the best of benefactors. Yet I hope I am not, for, at times, my mind is all exultation, with the prospect of what good tomorrow's happy solemnity may possibly, by the leave of my generous master, put it in my power to do. Oh, how shall I find words to express, as I ought, my thankfulness, for all the mercies before me. Wednesday evening. My dear master is all love and tenderness. He sees my weakness, and generously pities and comforts me. I begged to be excused supper. But he brought me down himself from my closet, and placed me by him, bidding Abraham not wait. I could not eat, and yet I tried, for fear he should be angry. He kindly forbore to hint anything of the dreadful, yet delightful tomorrow. And put, now and then, a little bit on my plate, and guided it to my mouth. I was concerned to receive his goodness with so ill a grace. Well, said he, if you won't eat with me, drink at least with me. I drank 2 glasses by his over-persuasions, and said, I am really ashamed of myself. Why, indeed, said he, my dear girl, I am not a very dreadful enemy, I hope. I cannot bear anything that is the least concerning to you. Oh, sir, said I, all is owing to the sense I have of my own unworthiness, to be sure, it cannot be anything else. He rung for the things to be taken away. And then reached a chair, and sat down by me, and put his kind arms about me, and said the most generous and affecting things that ever dropped from the honey-flowing mouth of love. All I have not time to repeat, some I will. And oh! Indulge your foolish daughter, who troubles you with her weak nonsense, because what she has to say, is so affecting to her, and because, if she went to bed, instead of scribbling, she could not sleep. This sweet confusion and thoughtfulness in my beloved Pamela, said the kind man, on the near approach of our happy union, when I hope all doubts are cleared up, and nothing of dishonor is apprehended, shew me most abundantly. What a wretch I was to attempt such purity with a worse intention. No wonder, that one so virtuous should find herself deserted of life itself on a violence so dreadful to her honor, and seek a refuge in the shadow of death. But now, my dearest Pamela, that you have seen a purity on my side, as nearly imitating your own, as our sex can shew to yours. And since I have, all the day long, suppressed even the least intimation of the coming days, that I might not alarm your tender mind, why all this concern, why all this affecting, yet sweet confusion? You have a generous friend, my dear girl, in me. A protector now, not a violator of your innocence. Why then, once more I ask, this strange perplexity, this sweet confusion? Oh sir, said I, and hid my face on his arm. Expect not reason from a foolish creature, you should have still indulged me in my closet, I am ready to beat myself for this ungrateful return to your goodness. But I know not what, I am, to be sure, a silly creature. Oh, had you but suffered me to stay by myself above, I should have made myself ashamed of so culpable a behavior, but goodness added to goodness every moment, and the sense of my own unworthiness, quite overcome my spirits. Now, said the generous man, will I, though reluctantly, make a proposal to my sweet girl. If I have been too pressing for the day, if another day will still be more obliging, if you have fears you will not then have. You shall say but the word, and I'll submit. Yes, my Pamela, for though I have, these 3 days past, thought every tedious hour a day, till Thursday comes, if you earnestly desire it, I will postpone it. Say, my dear girl, freely say. But accept not my proposal, without great reason, which yet I will not ask for. Sir, said I can expect nothing but superlative goodness, I have been so long used to it from you. This is a most generous instance of it. But I fear, yes, I fear it will be too much the same thing, some days hence, when the happy, yet, fool that I am, dreaded time, shall be equally near. Kind, lovely charmer, said he, now do I see you are to be trusted with power, from the generous use you make of it, not one offensive word or look, from me, shall wound your nicest thoughts, but pray try to subdue this over-scrupulousness, and unseasonable timidity. I persuade myself you will if you can. Indeed, sir, I will, said I, for I am quite ashamed of myself, with all these lovely views before me, the honors you do me, the kindness you shew me, I cannot forgive myself. For, oh! If I know the least of this idle foolish heart of mine, it has not a misgiving thought of your goodness, and I should abhor it, if it were capable of the least affectation. But, dear good sir, leave me a little to myself, and I will take myself to a severer task than your goodness will let you do, and I will present my heart before you, a worthier offering to you than at present its wayward follies will let it seem to be. But one thing is, one has no kind friend of one's own sex, to communicate one's foolish thoughts to, and to be strengthened by their comfortings. But I am left to myself, and, oh! what a weak silly thing I am. He kindly withdrew, to give me time to recollect myself. And in about half an hour returned, and then, that he might not begin at once upon the subject, and say, at the same time, something agreeable to me, said, your father and mother have had a great deal of talk by this time about you, Pamela. Oh, sir, returned I, your goodness has made them quite happy. But I can't help being concerned about Lady Davers. He said, I am vexed I did not hear the footman out, because it runs in my head he talked somewhat about her coming hither. She will meet with but an indifferent reception from me, unless she comes resolved to behave better than she writes. Pray, sir, said I, be pleased to bear with my good lady, for 2 reasons. What are they? Said he. Why, first, sir, answered I, because she is your sister, and, to be sure, may very well think, what all the world will, that you have much undervalued yourself in making me happy. And next, because, if her ladyship finds you out of temper with her, it will still aggravate her more against me, and every time that any warm words you may have between you, come into her mind, she will disdain me more. Don't concern yourself about it, said he. For we have more proud ladies than she in our other neighborhood, who, perhaps, have still less reason to be punctilious about their descent, and yet will form themselves upon her example, and say, why, his own sister will not forgive him, nor visit him. And so, if I can subdue her spirit, which is more than her husband ever could, or indeed any body else, it is a great point gained, and, if she gives me reason, I'll try for it, I assure you. Well, but, my dear girl, continued he, since the subject is so important, may I not say one word about tomorrow? Sir, said I hope I shall be less a fool, I have talked as harshly to my heart, as Lady Davers can do. And the naughty thing suggests to me a better, and more grateful behavior. He smiled, and, kissing me, said, I took notice, Pamela, of what you observed, that you have none of your own sex with you, I think it is a little hard upon you. And I should have liked you should have had Miss Darnford, but then her sister must have been asked, and I might as well make a public wedding, which, you know, would have required clothes and other preparations. Besides, added he, a foolish proposal was once made me of that second sister, who has 2,000 or 3,000 pounds more than the other, left her by a godmother, and she can't help being a little piqued. Though, said he, it was a proposal they could not expect should succeed, for there is nothing in her person nor mind, and her fortune, as that must have been the only inducement, would not do by any means, and so I discouraged it at once. I am thinking, sir, said I, of another mortifying thing too. That were you to marry a lady of birth and fortune answerable to your own, all the eve to the day would be taken up in reading, signing, and sealing of settlements, and portion. And such like, but now the poor Pamela brings you nothing at all, and the very clothes she wears, so very low is she, are entirely the effects of your bounty, and that of your good mother. This makes me a little sad, for, alas! Sir, I am so much oppressed by your favors, and the sense of the obligations I lie under, that I cannot look up with the confidence that I otherwise should, on this awful occasion. There is, my dear Pamela, said he, where the power is wanting, as much generosity in the will as in the action. To all that know your story, and your merit, it will appear that I cannot recompense you for what I have made you suffer. You have had too many hard struggles and exercises, and have nobly overcome, and who shall grudge you the reward of the hard-bought victory? This affair is so much the act of my own will, that I glory in being capable of distinguishing so much excellence. And my fortune is the more pleasurable to me, as it gives me hope, that I may make you some part of satisfaction for what you have undergone. This, sir, said I, is all goodness, unmerited on my side, and makes my obligations the greater. I can only wish for more worthiness. But how poor is it to offer nothing but words for such generous deeds, and to say, I wish. For what is a wish, but the acknowledged want of power to oblige, and a demonstration of one's poverty in everything but will? And that, my dear girl, said he, is everything, 'tis all I want, 'tis all that heaven itself requires of us, but no more of these little doubts. Though they are the natural impulses of a generous and grateful heart, I want not to be employed in settlements. Those are for such to regard, who make convenience and fortune the prime considerations. I have possessions ample enough for us both, and you deserve to share them with me. And you shall do it, with as little reserve, as if you had brought me what the world reckons an equivalent, for, as to my own opinion, you bring me what is infinitely more valuable, an experienced truth, a well-tried virtue. And a wit and behavior more than equal to the station you will be placed in, to say nothing of this sweet person, that itself might captivate a monarch. And of the meekness of temper, and sweetness of disposition, which make you superior to all the women I ever saw. Thus kind and soothing, and honorably affectionate, was the dear gentleman, to the unworthy, doubting, yet assured Pamela. And thus patiently did he indulge, and generously pardon, my impertinent weakness. He offered to go himself to Lady Jones, in the morning, and reveal the matter to her, and desire her secrecy and presence. But I said, that would disoblige the young ladies Darnford. No, sir, said I will cast myself upon your generous kindness, for why should I fear the kind protector of my weakness, and the guide and director of my future steps? You cannot, said he, forgive Mrs. Jukes, for she must know it, and suffer her to be with you. Yes, sir, said I can. She is very civil to me now, and her former wickedness I will forgive, for the sake of the happy fruits that have attended it. And because you mention her. Well, said he, I will call her in, if you please. As you please, sir, said I. And he rung for her, and when she came in, he said, Mrs. Jukes, I am going to entrust you with a secret. Sir, answered she, I will be sure to keep it as such. Why, said he, we intend tomorrow, privately as possible, for our wedding day, and Mr. Peters and Mr. Williams are to be here, as to breakfast with me, and to shew Mr. Peters my little chapel. As soon as the ceremony is over, we will take a little airing in the chariot, as we have done at other times, and so it will not be wondered that we are dressed. And the 2 parsons have promised secrecy, and will go home. I believe you can't well avoid letting one of the maids into the secret, but that I'll leave to you. Sir, replied she, we all concluded it would be in a few days. And I doubt it won't be long a secret. No, said he, I don't desire it should. But you know we are not provided for a public wedding, and I shall declare it when we go to Bedfordshire, which won't be long. But the men, who lie in the outhouses, need not know it. For, by some means or other, my sister Davers knows all that passes. Do you know, sir, said she, that her ladyship intends to be down here with you in a few days? Her servant told me so, who brought you the letter you were angry at. I hope, said he, we shall be set out for t'other house first, and shall be pleased she loses her labour. Sir, continued she, her ladyship proposes to be here time enough to hinder your nuptials, which she takes, as we did, will be the latter end of next week. Well, said he, let her come, but yet I desire not to see her. Mrs. Jukes said to me, give me leave, madam, to wish you all manner of happiness, but I am afraid I have too well obeyed his honour, to be forgiven by you. Indeed, Mrs. Jukes, returned I, you will be more your own enemy than I will be. I will look all forward, and shall not presume, so much as by a whisper, to set my good master against any one he pleases to approve of, and as to his old servants, I shall always value them, and never offer to dictate to his choice, or influence it by my own caprices. Mrs. Jukes, said my master, you find you have no cause to apprehend anything. My Pamela is very placable, and as we have both been sinners together, we must both be included in one act of grace. Such an example of condescension, as I have before me, Mrs. Jukes, said I, may make you very easy, for I must be highly unworthy, if I did not forego all my little resentments, if I had any, for the sake of so much goodness to myself. You are very kind, madam, said she, and you may depend upon it, I will atone for all my faults, by my future duty in respect to you, as well as to my master. That's well said on both sides, said he, but, Mrs. Jukes, to assure you, that my good girl here has no malice, she chooses you to attend her in the morning at the ceremony, and you must keep up her spirits. I shall, replied she, be very proud of the honour, but I cannot, madam, but wonder to see you so very low-spirited, as you have been these 2 or 3 days past, with so much happiness before you. Why, Mrs. Jukes, answered I, there can be but one reason given, and that is, that I am a sad fool, but, indeed, I am not ungrateful neither, nor would I put on a foolish affectation, but my heart, at times, sinks within me. I know not why, except at my own unworthiness, and because the honour done me is too high for me to support myself under, as I should do. It is an honour, Mrs. Jukes, added I was not born to, and no wonder, then, I behave so awkwardly. She made me a fine compliment upon it, and withdrew, repeating her promises of care, secrecy, etc. He parted from me with very great tenderness, and I came up and set to writing, to amuse my thoughts, and wrote thus far. And Mrs. Jukes being come up, and it being past 12, I will go to bed, but not one wink, I fear, shall I get this night. I could beat myself for anger. Sure there is nothing ominous in this strange folly. But I suppose all young maidens are the same, so near so great a change of condition, though they carry it off more discreetly than I. Thursday, 6 o'clock in the morning. I might as well have not gone to bed last night, for what sleep I had. Mrs. Jukes often was talking to me, and said several things that would have been well enough from anybody else of our sex, but the poor woman has so little purity of heart, that it is all say from her, and goes no farther than the ear. I fancy my master has not slept much neither, for I heard him up, and walking about his chamber, ever since break of day. To be sure, good gentleman. He must have some concern, as well as I. For here he is going to marry a poor foolish unworthy girl, brought up on the charity, as one may say, at least bounty, of his worthy family. And this foolish girl must be, to all intents and purposes, after 12 o'clock this day, as much his wife, as if he were to marry a duchess, and here he must stand the shocks of common reflection. The great Mr. B. has done finely. He has married his poor servant wench. Will some say. The ridicule and rude jests of his equals, and companions too, he must stand, and the disdain of his relations, and indignation of Lady Davers, his lofty sister. Dear good gentleman! He will have enough to do, to be sure. Oh, how shall I merit all these things at his hand? I can only do the best I can, and pray to God to reward him, and resolve to love him with a pure heart, and serve him with a sincere obedience. I hope the dear gentleman will continue to love me for this, for, alas! I have nothing else to offer. But, as I can hardly expect so great a blessing, if I can be secure from his contempt, I shall not be unfortunate. And must bear his indifference, if his rich friends should inspire him with it, and proceed with doing my duty with cheerfulness. Half an hour past 8 o'clock. My good dear master, my kind friend, my generous benefactor, my worthy protector, and, oh! all the good words in one, my affectionate husband, that is soon to be curbed in, my proud heart, know thyself, and be conscious of thy unworthiness. Has just left me, with the kindest, tenderest expressions, and gentlest behavior, that ever blessed a happy maiden. He approached me with a sort of reigned-in rapture. My Pamela, said he, may I just ask after your employment? Don't let me chide my dear girl this day, however. The 2 parsons will be here to breakfast with us at 9, and yet you are not a bit dressed. Why this absence of mind, and sweet irresolution? Why, indeed, sir, said I will set about a reformation this instant. He saw the common prayer book lying in the window. I hope, said he, my lovely maiden has been conning the lesson she is by and by to repeat. Have you not, Pamela? And clasped his arms about me, and kissed me. Indeed, sir, said I have been reading over the solemn service. And what thinks my fairest, for so he called me, of it? Oh, sir, 'tis very awful, and makes one shudder, to reflect upon it. No wonder, said he, it should affect my sweet Pamela. I have been looking into it this morning, and I can't say but I think it a solemn, but very suitable service. But this I tell my dear love, continued he, and again clasped me to him, there is not a tittle in it that I cannot joyfully subscribe to, and that, my dear Pamela, should make you easy, and join cheerfully in it with me. I kissed his dear hand. Oh my generous, kind protector, said I, how gracious is it to confirm thus the doubting mind of your poor servant, which apprehends nothing so much as her own unworthiness of the honor and blessing that await her. He was pleased to say, I know well, my dearest creature, that, according to the liberties we people of fortune generally give ourselves, I have promised a great deal, when I say so. But I would not have said it, if, deliberately, I could not with all my heart. So banish from your mind all doubt and uneasiness, let a generous confidence in me take place, and let me see it does, by your cheerfulness in this day's solemn business. And then I will love you for ever. May God Almighty, sir, said I, reward all your goodness to me, that is all I can say. But, oh! how kind it is in you, to supply the want of the presence and comfortings of a dear mother, of a loving sister, or of the kind companions of my own sex, which most maidens have. To suit their anxieties on the so near approach of so awful a solemnity. You, sir, are all these tender relations in one to me. Your condescensions and kindness shall, if possible, embolden me to look up to you without that sweet terror, that must confound poor bashful maidens, on such an occasion, when they are surrendered up to a more doubtful happiness. And to have strange men, whose good faith, and good usage of them, must be less experienced, and is all involved in the dark bosom of futurity, and only to be proved by the event. This, my dear Pamela, said he, is most kindly said. It shews me that you enter gratefully into my intention. For I would, by my conduct, supply all these dear relations to you. And I voluntarily promise, from my heart, to you, what I think I could not, with such assured resolutions of performance, to the highest born lady in the kingdom. For let me tell my sweet girl, that, after having been long tossed by the boisterous winds of a more culpable passion, I have now conquered it, and am not so much the victim of your beauty, all charming as you are, as of your virtue. And therefore may more boldly promise for myself, having so stable a foundation for my affection. Which, should this outward beauty fail, will increase with your virtue, and shine forth the brighter, as that is more illustriously displayed by the augmented opportunities which the condition you are now entering into will afford you. Oh, the dear charming man! How nobly, how encouragingly kind, was all this! I could not suitably express myself, and he said, I see my girl is at a loss for words. I doubt not your kind acceptance of my declarations. And when I have acted too much the part of a libertine formerly, for you to look back without some anxiety, I ought not, being now happily convicted, to say less. But why loses my girl her time? I will now only add, that I hope for many happy years to make good, by my conduct, what so willingly flows from my lips. He kissed me again, and said, but, whatever you do, Pamela, be cheerful. For else, may be, of the small company we shall have, some one, not knowing how to account for your too nice modesty, will think there is some other person in the world, whose addresses would be still more agreeable to you. This he said with an air of sweetness and pleasantry, but it alarmed me exceedingly, and made me resolve to appear as calm and cheerful as possible. For this was, indeed, a most affecting expression, and enough to make me, if anything can, behave as I ought, and to force my idle fears to give way to hopes so much better grounded. And I began almost, on this occasion, to wish Mr. Williams were not to marry me, lest I should behave like a fool, and so be liable to an imputation, which I should be most unworthy, if I deserved. So I set about dressing me instantly, and he sent Mrs. Jewkes to assist me. But I am never long a dressing, when I set about it, and my master has now given me a hint, that will, for half an hour more, at least, keep my spirits in a brisk circulation. Yet it concerns me a little too, lest he should have any the least shadow of a doubt, that I am not, mind and person, entirely his. And so being now ready, and not called to breakfast, I sat down and wrote thus far. I might have mentioned, that I dressed myself in a rich white satin nightgown, that had been my good lady's, and my best head-clothes, etc. I have got such a knack of writing, that when I am by myself, I cannot sit without a pen in my hand. But I am now called to breakfast. I suppose the gentlemen are come. Now, courage, Pamela. Remember thou art upon thy good behavior, fie upon it. My heart begins to flutter again, foolish heart. Be still. Never, sure, was any maiden's perverse heart under so little command as mine. It gave itself away, at first, without my leave. It has been, for weeks, pressing me with its wishes. And yet now, when it should be happy itself, and make me so, it is throb, like a little fool. And filling me with such unseasonable misgivings, as abate the rising comforts of all my better prospects. Thursday, near 3 o'clock. I thought I should have found no time nor heart to write again this day. But here are 3 gentlemen come unexpectedly, to dine with my master, and so I shall not appear. He has done all he could, civilly, to send them away. But they will stay, though I believe he had rather they would not. And so I have nothing to do but to write till I go to dinner myself with Mrs. Jewkes, for my master was not prepared for this company, and it will be a little latish today. So I will begin with my happy story where I left off. When I came down to breakfast, Mr. Peters and Mr. Williams were both there. And as soon as my master heard me coming down, he met me at the door, and led me in with great tenderness. He had kindly spoken to them, as he told me afterwards, to mention no more of the matter to me, than needs must. I paid my respects to them, I believe a little awkwardly, and was almost out of breath, but said, I had come down a little too fast. When Abraham came in to wait, my master said, that the servants should not mistrust. 'Tis well, gentlemen, you came as you did, for my good girl and I were going to take an airing till dinner time. I hope you'll stay and dine with me. Sir, said Mr. Peters, we won't hinder your airing. I only came, having a little time upon my hands, to see your chapel, but must be at home at dinner, and Mr. Williams will dine with me. Well then, said my master, we will pursue our intention, and ride out for an hour or two, as soon as I have shown Mr. Peters my little chapel. Will you, Pamela, after breakfast, walk with us to it? If, said I, and had liked to have stammered, foolish that I was. If you please, sir. I could look none of them in the face. Abraham looking at me, why, child, said my master, you have hardly recovered your fright yet, how came your foot to slip? 'Tis well you did not hurt yourself. Said Mr. Peters, improving the hint, you ha'n't sprained your ankle, madam, I hope. No, sir, said I believe not, but 'tis a little painful to me. And so it was, for I meant my foolishness. Abraham, said my master, bid Robin put the horses to the coach, instead of the chariot, and if these gentlemen will go, we can set them down. No matter, sir, said Mr. Peters, I had as leave walk, if Mr. Williams chooses it. Well then, said my master, let it be the chariot, as I told him. I could eat nothing, though I attempted it, and my hand shook so, I spilled some of my chocolate, and so put it down again, and they were all very good, and looked another way. My master said, when Abraham was out, I have a quite plain ring here, Mr. Peters, and I hope the ceremony will dignify the ring, and that I shall give my girl reason to think it, for that cause, the most valuable one that can be presented her. Mr. Peters said, he was sure I should value it more than the richest diamond in the world. I had bid Mrs. Jukes not to dress herself, lest she should give cause of mistrust, and she took my advice. When breakfast was over, my master said, before Abraham, well, gentlemen, we will step into the chapel, and you must give me your advice, as to the alterations I design. I am in the more haste, because the survey you are going to take of it, for the alterations, will take up a little time, and we shall have but a small space between that and dinner, for the little tour I design to make. Pamela, you'll give us your opinion, won't you? Yes, sir, said I, I'll come after you. So they went out, and I sat down in the chair again, and fanned myself. I am sick at heart, said I think, Mrs. Jukes. Said she, shall I fetch you a little cordial? No, said I am a sad fool. I want spirits, that's all. She took her smelling bottle, and would have given it me, but I said, keep it in your hand, maybe I shall want it, but I hope not. She gave me very good words, and begged me to go, and I got up, but my knees beat so against one another, I was forced to sit down again. But, at last, I held by her arm, and passing by Abraham, I said, this ugly slip, coming downstairs, has made me limp, though, so I must hold by you, Mrs. Jukes. Do you know what alterations there are to be in the chapel, that we must all give our opinions of them? Nan, she told me, was let into the secret, and she had ordered her to stay at the chapel door, to see that nobody came in. My dear master came to me, at entering the chapel, and took my hand, and led me up to the altar. Remember, my dear girl, whispered he, and be cheerful. I will, sir, said I, but I hardly knew what I said. And so you may believe, when I said to Mrs. Jukes, don't leave me, pray, Mrs. Jukes, don't leave me, as if I had all confidence in her, and none where it was most due. So she kept close to me. God forgive me. But I never was so absent in my life, as at first, even till Mr. Williams had gone on in the service, so far as to the awful words about requiring us, as we should answer at the dreadful day of judgment. And then the solemn words, and my master's whispering, mind this, my dear, made me start. Said he, still whispering, "Know you any impediment?" I blushed, and said softly, "None, sir, but my great unworthiness." Then followed the sweet words, "Wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife?" etc. And I began to take heart a little, when my dearest master answered, audibly, to this question, "I will." But I could only make a courtesy, when they asked me. Though, I am sure, my heart was readier than my speech, and answered to every article of obey, serve, love, and honor. Mr. Peters gave me away, and I said, after Mr. Williams, as well as I could, as my dear master did with a much better grace, the words of betrothment, and the ceremony of the ring passing next, I received the dear favor at his worthy hands with a most grateful heart. And he was pleased to say afterwards in the chariot, that when he had done saying, "With this ring I thee wed," etc. I made a courtesy, and said, "Thank you, sir." Maybe I did. For I am sure it was a most grateful part of the service, and my heart was overwhelmed with his goodness, and the tender grace wherewith he performed it. I was very glad, that the next part was the prayer, and kneeling. For I trembled so, I could hardly stand, betwixt fear and joy. The joining of our hands afterwards, the declaration of our being married to the few witnesses present. For, reckoning Nan, whose curiosity would not let her stay at the door, there were but Mr. Peters, Mrs. Jukes, and she, the blessing, the psalm, and the subsequent prayers, and the concluding exhortation. Were so many beautiful, welcome, and lovely parts of this divine office, that my heart began to be delighted with them, and my spirits to be a little freer. And thus, my dearest, dear parents, is your happy, thrice happy Pamela, at last married, and to whom, why, to her beloved, gracious master, the Lord of her wishes. And thus the dear, once naughty assailer of her innocence, by a blessed turn of Providence, is become the kind, the generous protector and rewarder of it. God be evermore blessed and praised. And make me not wholly unworthy of such a transcendent honor, and bless and reward the dear, good gentleman, who has thus exalted his unworthy servant, and given her a place, which the greatest ladies would think themselves happy in. My master saluted me most ardently, and said, "God give you, my dear love, as much joy on this occasion, as I have." And he presented me to Mr. Peters, who saluted me, and said, "You may excuse me, dear madam, for I gave you away, and you are my daughter." And Mr. Williams modestly withdrawing a little way, "Mr. Williams," said my master, "pray accept my thanks, and wish your sister joy." So he saluted me too, and said, "Most heartily, madam, I do. And I will say, that to see so much innocence and virtue so eminently rewarded, is one of the greatest pleasures I have ever known." This my master took very kindly. Mrs. Jukes would have kissed my hand at the chapel door, but I put my arms about her neck, for I had got a new recruit of spirits just then, and kissed her, and said, "Thank you, Mrs. Jukes, for accompanying me. I have behaved sadly." "No, madam," said she, pretty well. Mr. Peters walked out with me, and Mr. Williams and my master came out after us, talking together. Mr. Peters, when we came into the parlor, said, "I once more, madam, must wish you joy on this happy occasion. I wish every day may add to your comforts, and may you very long rejoice in one another. For you are the loveliest couple I ever saw joined." I told him, I was highly obliged to his kind opinion, and good wishes, and hoped my future conduct would not make me unworthy of them. My good benefactor came in with Mr. Williams. "So, my dear life," said he, "how do you do? A little more composed, I hope. Well, you see this is not so dreadful an affair as you apprehended." "Sir," said Mr. Peters, very kindly, "it is a very solemn circumstance, and I love to see it so reverently and awfully entered upon. It is a most excellent sign, for the most thoughtful beginnings make the most prudent proceedings." Mrs. Jukes, of her own accord, came in with a large silver tumbler, filled with sack, and a toast, and nutmeg, and sugar. And my master said, "That's well thought of, Mrs. Jukes, for we have made but sorry breakfasting." And he would make me take some of the toast. As they all did, and drank pretty heartily, and I drank a little, and it cheered my heart, I thought, for an hour after. My master took a fine diamond ring from his finger, and presented it to Mr. Peters, who received it very kindly. And to Mr. Williams he said, "My old acquaintance, I have reserved for you, against a variety of solicitations, the living I always designed for you, and I beg you'll prepare to take possession of it. And as the doing it may be attended with some expense, pray accept of this towards it," and so he gave him, as he told me afterwards it was, a bank note of 50 L. So did this generous good gentleman bless us all, and me in particular. For whose sake he was as bounteous as if he had married one of the noblest fortunes. So he took his leave of the gentleman, recommending secrecy again, for a few days, and they left him, and none of the servants suspected anything, as Mrs. Jukes believes. And then I threw myself at his feet, blessed God, and blessed him for his goodness. And he overwhelmed me with kindness, calling me his sweet bride, and 20 lovely epithets, that swell my grateful heart beyond the power of utterance. He afterwards led me to the chariot. And we took a delightful tour round the neighboring villages, and he did all he could to dissipate those still perverse anxieties that dwell upon my mind, and, do what I can, spread too thoughtful an air, as he tells me, over my countenance. We came home again by half an hour after 1. And he was pleasing himself with thinking, not to be an hour out of my company this blessed day, that, as he was so good as to say, he might inspire me with a familiarity that should improve my confidence in him, when he was told that a footman of Sir Charles Hargrave had been here, to let him know, that his master, and 2 other gentlemen, were on the road to take a dinner with him, in their way to Nottingham. He was heartily vexed at this, and said to me, he should have been glad of their companies at any other time, but that it was a barbarous intrusion now. And he wished they had been told he would not be at home at dinner, and besides, said he, they are horrid drinkers, and I shan't be able to get them away tonight, perhaps. For they have nothing to do, but to travel round the country, and beat up their friends' quarters all the way, and it is all one to them, whether they stay a night or a month at a place. But, added he, I'll find some way, if I can, to turn them off, after dinner. Confound them, said he, in a violent pet, that they should come this day, of all the days in the year. We had hardly alighted, and got in, before they came, 3 mad rakes they seemed to be, as I looked through the window, setting up a hunting note, as soon as they came to the gate, that made the courtyard echo again. And smacking their whips in concert. So I went up to my chamber, and saw, what made my heart throb, Mrs. Jukes's officious pains to put the room in order for a guest, that, however welcome, as now my duty teaches me to say, is yet dreadful to me to think of. So I took refuge in my closet, and had recourse to pen and ink, for my amusement, and to divert my anxiety of mind. If one's heart is so sad, and one's apprehension so great, where one so extremely loves, and is so extremely obliged, what must be the case of those poor maidens, who are forced, for sordid views, by their tyrannical parents or guardians, to marry the man they almost hate, and, perhaps, to the loss of the man they most love? Oh, that is a sad thing, indeed. And what have not such cruel parents to answer for? And what do not such poor innocent victims suffer? But, blessed be God, this lot is far from being mine. My good master, for I cannot yet have the presumption to call him by a more tender name, came up to me, and said, well, I just come to ask my dear bride, oh the charming, charming word, how she does. I see you are writing, my dear, said he. These confounded rakes are half mad, I think, and will make me so. However, said he, I have ordered my chariot to be got ready, as if I was under an engagement 5 miles off, and will set them out of the house, if possible. And then ride round, and come back, as soon as I can get rid of them. I find, said he, Lady Davers is full of our affairs. She has taken great freedoms with me before Sir Charles, and they have all been at me, without mercy. And I was forced to be very serious with them, or else they would have come up to have seen you, since I would not call you down. He kissed me, and said, I shall quarrel with them, if I can't get them away. For I have lost 2 or 3 precious hours with my soul's delight, and so he went down. Mrs. Jewkes asked me to walk down to dinner in the little parlour. I went down, and she was so complaisant as to offer to wait upon me at table. And would not be persuaded, without difficulty, to sit down with me. But I insisted she should, for, said I, it would be very extraordinary, if one should so soon go into such distance, Mrs. Jewkes. Whatever my new station may require of me, added I hope I shall always conduct myself in such a manner, that pride and insolence shall bear no part in my character. You are very good, madam, said she. But I will always know my duty to my master's lady. Why then, replied I, if I must take state upon me so early, Mrs. Jewkes, let me exact from you what you call your duty, and sit down with me when I desire you. This prevailed upon her. And I made shift to get down a bit of apple pie, and a little custard, but that was all. My good master came in again, and said, well, thank my stars. These rakes are going now, but I must set out with them, and I choose my chariot. For if I took horse, I should have difficulty to part with them, for they are like a snowball, and intend to gather company as they go, to make a merry tour of it for some days together. We both got up, when he came in. Fie, Pamela, said he. Why this ceremony now? Sit still, Mrs. Jewkes. Nay, sir, said she, I was loath to sit down, but my lady would have me. She is very right, Mrs. Jewkes, said my master, and tapped me on the cheek, for we are but yet half married. And so she is not above half your lady yet. Don't look so down, don't be so silent, my dearest, said he. Why, you hardly spoke 20 words to me all the time we were out together. Something I will allow for your bashful sweetness, but not too much. Mrs. Jewkes, have you no pleasant tales to tell my Pamela, to make her smile, till I return? Yes, sir, said she, I could tell 20 pleasant stories, but my lady is too nice to hear them, and yet, I hope, I should not be shocking neither. Ah! Poor woman! Thought I, thy chastest stories will make a modest person blush, if I know thee. And I desire to hear none of them. My master said, tell her one of the shortest you have, in my hearing. Why, sir, said she, I knew a bashful young lady, as madam may be, married to, dear Mrs. Jewkes, interrupted I, no more of your story, I beseech you, I don't like the beginning of it. Go on, Mrs. Jewkes, said my master. No, pray, sir, don't require it, said I, pray don't. Well, said he, then we'll have it another time, Mrs. Jewkes. Abraham coming in to tell him the gentlemen were going, and that his chariot was ready, I am glad of that, said he. And went to them, and set out with them. I took a turn in the garden with Mrs. Jewkes, after they were gone, and having walked a while, I said, I should be glad of her company down the elm walk, to meet the chariot, for, oh! I know not how to look up at him, when he is with me, nor how to bear his absence, when I have reason to expect him. What a strange contradiction there is in this unaccountable passion. What a different aspect everything in and about this house bears now, to my thinking, to what it once had. The garden, the pond, the alcove, the elm walk. But, oh! My prison is become my palace, and no wonder everything wears another face. We sat down upon the broad stile, leading towards the road, and Mrs. Jewkes was quite another person to me, to what she was the last time I sat there. At last my best beloved returned, and alighted there. What, my Pamela? And Mrs. Jewkes then left me. What, said he, and kissed me, brings you this way? I hope to meet me. Yes, sir, said I. That's kind, indeed, said he, but why that averted eye, that downcast countenance, as if you was afraid of me? You must not think so, sir, said I. Revive my heart then, said he, with a more cheerful aspect, and let that over-anxious solicitude, which appears in the most charming face in the world, be chased from it. Have you, my dear girl, any fears that I can dissipate, any doubts that I can obviate, any hopes that I can encourage, any request that I can gratify? Speak, my dear Pamela, and if I have power, but speak, and to purchase one smile, it shall be done. I cannot, sir, said I, have any fears, any doubts, but that I shall never be able to deserve all your goodness. I have no hopes, but that my future conduct may be agreeable to you, and my determined duty well accepted. Nor have I any request to make, but that you will forgive all my imperfections and, among the rest, this foolish weakness, that makes me seem to you, after all the generous things that have passed, to want this further condescension. And these kind assurances. But indeed, sir, I am oppressed by your bounty, my spirits sink under the weight of it, and the oppression is still the greater, as I see not how, possibly, in my whole future life, by all I can do, to merit the least of your favors. I know your grateful heart, said he, but remember, my dear, what the lawyers tell us, that marriage is the highest consideration which the law knows. And this, my sweet bride, has made you mine, and me yours. And you have the best claim in the world to share my fortune with me. But, set that consideration aside, what is the obligation you have to me? Your mind is pure as that of an angel, and as much transcends mine. Your wit, and your judgment, to make you no compliment, are more than equal to mine. You have all the graces that education can give a woman, improved by a genius which makes those graces natural to you. You have a sweetness of temper, and a noble sincerity, beyond all comparison, and in the beauty of your person, you excel all the ladies I ever saw. Where then, my dearest, is the obligation, if not on my side to you? But, to avoid these comparisons, let us talk of nothing henceforth but equality. Although, if the riches of your mind, and your unblemished virtue, be set against my fortune, which is but an accidental good, as I may call it, and all I have to boast of, the condescension will be yours. And I shall not think I can possibly deserve you, till, after your sweet example, my future life shall become nearly as blameless as yours. Oh, sir, said I, what comfort do you give me, that, instead of my being in danger of being ensnared by the high condition to which your goodness has exalted me, you make me hope, that I shall be confirmed and approved by you. And that we may have a prospect of perpetuating each other's happiness, till time shall be no more, but, sir, I will not, as you once cautioned me, be too serious. I will resolve, with these sweet encouragements, to be, in everything, what you would have me be, and I hope I shall, more and more, shew you that I have no will but yours. He kissed me very tenderly, and thanked me for this kind assurance, as he called it. And so we entered the house together. 8 o'clock at night. Now these sweet assurances, my dear father and mother, you will say, must be very consolatory to me. And being voluntary on his side, were all that could be wished for on mine, and I was resolved, if possible, to subdue my idle fears and apprehensions. 10 o'clock at night. As we sat at supper, he was generously kind to me, as well in his actions, as expressions. He took notice, in the most delicate manner, of my endeavor to conquer my foibles. And said, I see, with pleasure, my dear girl strives to comport herself in a manner suitable to my wishes. I see, even through the sweet tender struggles of your overnice modesty, how much I owe to your intentions of obliging me. As I have once told you, that I am the conquest more of your virtue than your beauty, so not one alarming word or look shall my beloved Pamela hear or see, to give her reason to suspect the truth of what I aver. You may the rather believe me, continued he, as you may see the pain I have to behold anything that concerns you, even though your concern be causeless. And yet I will indulge my dear girl's bashful weakness so far, as to own, that so pure a mind may suffer from apprehension, on so important a change as this. And I can therefore be only displeased with such part of your conduct, as may make your sufferings greater than my own, when I am resolved, through every stage of my future life, in all events, to study to make them less. After supper, of which, with all his sweet persuasions, I could hardly taste, he made me drink 2 glasses of champagne, and, afterwards, a glass of sack. Which he kindly forced upon me, by naming your healths, and as the time of retiring drew on, he took notice, but in a very delicate manner, how my color went and came, and how foolishly I trembled. Nobody, surely, in such delightful circumstances, ever behaved so silly, and he said, my dearest girl, I fear you have had too much of my company for so many hours together. And would better recollect yourself, if you retired for half an hour to your closet. I wished for this, but durst not say so much, lest he should be angry. For, as the hours grew on, I found my apprehensions increase, and my silly heart was the unquieter, every time I could lift up my eyes to his dear face, so sweetly terrible did he appear to my apprehensions. I said, "You are all goodness, dear sir." And I boldly kissed his dear hand, and pressed it to my lips with both mine. And saluting me very fervently, he gave me his hand, seeing me hardly able to stand, and led me to my chamber door, and then most generously withdrew. I went to my closet. And the first thing I did, on my knees, again thanked God for the blessing of the day, and besought his divine goodness to conduct my future life in such a manner, as should make me a happy instrument of his glory. After this, being now left to my own recollection, I grew a little more assured and lightsome, and the pen and paper being before me, I amused myself with writing thus far. 11 o'clock Thursday night. Mrs. Jukes being come up with a message, desiring to know, whether her master may attend upon me in my closet, and hinting to me, that, however, she believed he did not expect to find me there. I have sent word, that I beg he would indulge me 1/4 of an hour. So, committing myself to the mercies of the Almighty, who has led me through so many strange scenes of terror and affrightment, to this happy, yet awful moment, I will wish you, my dear parents, a good night. And though you will not see this in time, yet I know I have your hourly prayers, and therefore cannot fail of them now. So, good night, good night. God bless you, and God bless me. Amen, amen, if it be his blessed will, subscribes. Your ever dutiful daughter. Friday evening. Oh, how this dear excellent man indulges me in everything. Every hour he makes me happier, by his sweet condescension, than the former. He pities my weakness of mind, allows for all my little foibles, endeavors to dissipate my fears, his words are so pure, his ideas so chaste, and his whole behavior so sweetly decent, that never, surely, was so happy a creature as your Pamela. I never could have hoped such a husband could have fallen to my lot, and much less, that a gentleman, who had allowed himself in attempts, that now I will endeavor to forget for ever, should have behaved with so very delicate and unexceptionable a demeanor. No light frothy jests drop from his lips, no alarming railleries, no offensive expressions, nor insulting airs, reproach or wound the ears of your happy, thrice happy daughter. In short, he says everything that may embolden me to look up, with pleasure, upon the generous author of my happiness. At breakfast, when I knew not how to see him, he emboldened me by talking of you, my dear parents. A subject, he generously knew, I could talk of, and gave me assurances, that he would make you both happy. He said, he would have me send you a letter to acquaint you with my nuptials. And, as he could make business that way, Thomas should carry it purposely, as tomorrow. Nor will I, said he, my dear Pamela, desire to see your writings, because I told you I would not. For now I will, in everything, religiously keep my word with my dear spouse, oh the dear delightful word, and you may send all your papers to them, from those they have, down to this happy moment. Only let me beg they will preserve them, and let me have them when they have read them, as also those I have not seen, which, however, I desire not to see till then, but then shall take it for a favor, if you will grant it. It will be my pleasure, as well as my duty, sir, said I, to obey you in everything, and I will write up to the conclusion of this day, that they may see how happy you have made me. I know you will both join with me to bless God for his wonderful mercies and goodness to you, as well as to me, for he was pleased to ask me particularly after your circumstances, and said, he had taken notice, that I had hinted in some of my first letters, that you owed money in the world. And he gave me 50 guineas, and bid me send them to you in my packet, to pay your debts, as far as they would go, and that you would quit your present business, and put yourself, and my dear mother, into a creditable appearance. And he would find a better place of abode for you than that you had, when he returned to Bedfordshire. Oh, how shall I bear all these exceeding great and generous favours? I send them wrapped up, 5 guineas in a parcel, in double papers. To me he gave no less than 100 guineas more, and said, I would have you, my dear, give Mrs. Jewkes, when you go away from hence, what you think fit out of these, as from yourself. Nay, good dear sir, said I, let that be what you please. Give her, then, said he, 20 guineas, as a compliment on your nuptials. Give Colbrand 10 guineas, give the 2 coachmen 5 guineas each, to the 2 maids at this house 5 guineas each, give Abraham 5 guineas, give Thomas 5 guineas. And give the gardeners, grooms, and helpers, 20 guineas among them. And when, said he, I return with you to the other house, I will make you a suitable present, to buy you such ornaments as are fit for my beloved wife to appear in. For now, my Pamela, continued he, you are not to mind, as you once proposed, what other ladies will say, but to appear as my wife ought to do. Else it would look as if what you thought of, as a means to avoid the envy of others of your sex, was a wilful slight in me, which, I hope, I never shall be guilty of. And I will shew the world, that I value you as I ought, and as if I had married the first fortune in the kingdom, and why should it not be so, when I know none of the first quality that matches you in excellence. He saw I was at a loss for words, and said, I see, my dearest bride. My spouse. My wife. My Pamela. Your grateful confusion. And kissing me, as I was going to speak, I will stop your dear mouth, said he, you shall not so much as thank me. For when I have done 10 times more than this, I shall but poorly express my love for so much beauty of mind, and loveliness of person, which thus, said he, and clasped me to his generous bosom, I can proudly now call my own. Oh how, my dear parents, can I think of anything, but redoubled love, joy, and gratitude? And thus generously did he banish from my mind those painful reflections, and bashful apprehensions, that made me dread to see him for the first time this day, when I was called to attend him at breakfast. And made me all ease, composure, and tranquillity. He then, thinking I seemed somewhat thoughtful, proposed a little turn in the chariot till dinner time, and this was another sweet relief to me. And he diverted me with 20 agreeable relations, of what observations he had made in his travels, and gave me the characters of the ladies and gentlemen in his other neighborhood, telling me whose acquaintance he would have me most cultivate. And when I mentioned Lady Davers with apprehension, he said, to be sure I love my sister dearly, notwithstanding her violent spirit, and I know she loves me, and I can allow a little for her pride, because I know what my own so lately was. And because she knows not my Pamela, and her excellencies, as I do. But you must not, my dear, forget what belongs to your character, as my wife, nor meanly stoop to her. Though I know you will choose, by softness, to try to move her to a proper behavior. But it shall be my part to see, that you do not yield too much. However, continued he, as I would not publicly declare my marriage here, I hope she won't come near us till we are in Bedfordshire, and then, when she knows we are married, she will keep away, if she is not willing to be reconciled. For she dares not, surely, come to quarrel with me, when she knows it is done, for that would have a hateful and wicked appearance, as if she would try to make differences between man and wife. But we will have no more of this subject, nor talk of anything, added he, that shall give concern to my dearest. And so he changed the talk to a more pleasing subject, and said the kindest and most soothing things in the world. When we came home, which was about dinner time, he was the same obliging, kind gentleman, and, in short, is studious to shew, on every occasion, his generous affection to me. And, after dinner, he told me, he had already written to his draper, in town, to provide him new liveries, and to his late mother's mercer, to send him down patterns of the most fashionable silks, for my choice. I told him, I was unable to express my gratitude for his favors and generosity, and as he knew best what befitted his own rank and condition, I would wholly remit myself to his good pleasure. But, by all his repeated bounties to me, of so extraordinary a nature, I could not but look forward with awe upon the condition to which he had exalted me. And now I feared I should hardly be able to act up to it in such a manner as should justify the choice he had condescended to make, but that, I hoped, I should have not only his generous allowance for my imperfections, which I could only assure him should not be wilful ones, but his kind instructions. And that as often as he observed any part of my conduct such as he could not entirely approve, he would let me know it. And I would think his reproofs of beginning faults the kindest and most affectionate things in the world, because they would keep me from committing greater, and be a means to continue to me the blessing of his good opinion. He answered me in the kindest manner, and assured me, that nothing should ever lie upon his mind which he would not reveal, and give me an opportunity either of convincing him, or being convinced myself. He then asked me, when I should be willing to go to the Bedfordshire house. I said, whenever he pleased. We will come down hither again before the winter, said he, if you please, in order to cultivate the acquaintance you have begun with Lady Jones, and Sir Simon's family. And, if it please God to spare us to one another, in the winter I will give you, as I promised for 2 or 3 months, the diversions of London. And I think, added he, if my dear pleases, we will set out next week, about Tuesday, for t'other house. I can have no objection, sir, said I, to anything you propose, but how will you avoid Miss Darnford's solicitation for an evening to dance? Why, said he, we can make Monday evening do for that purpose, if they won't excuse us. But, if you please, said he, I will invite Lady Jones, Mr. Peters and his family, and Sir Simon and his family, to my little chapel, on Sunday morning, and to stay dinner with me. And then I will declare my marriage to them, because my dear life shall not leave this country with the least reason for a possibility of anybody's doubting that it is so. Oh! How good was this! But, indeed, his conduct is all of a piece, noble, kind, and considerate. What a happy creature am I, and then, may be, said he, they will excuse us till we return into this country again, as to the ball. Is there anything, added he, that my beloved Pamela has still to wish? If you have, freely speak. Hitherto, my dearest sir, replied I, you have not only prevented my wishes, but my hopes, and even my thoughts. And yet I must own, since your kind command of speaking my mind seems to shew, that you expect from me I should say something, that I have only 1 or 2 things to wish more, and then I shall be too happy. Say, said he, what they are. Sir, proceeded I am, indeed, ashamed to ask anything, lest it should not be agreeable to you, and lest it should look as if I was taking advantage of your kind condescensions to me, and knew not when to be satisfied. I will only tell you, Pamela, said he, that you are not to imagine, that these things, which I have done, in hopes of obliging you, are the sudden impulses of a new passion for you. But, if I can answer for my own mind, they proceed from a regular and uniform desire of obliging you, which, I hope, will last as long as your merit lasts, and that, I make no doubt, will be as long as I live. And I can the rather answer for this, because I really find so much delight in myself in my present way of thinking and acting, as infinitely overpays me, and which, for that reason, I am likely to continue, for both our sakes. My beloved wife, therefore, said he, for methinks I am grown fond of a name I once despised, may venture to speak her mind, and I will promise, that, so far as it is agreeable to me, and I cheerfully can, I will comply. And you will not insist upon it, if that should not be the case. To be sure, sir, said I ought not, neither will I. And now you embolden me to become an humble petitioner, and that, as I ought, upon my knees, for the reinstating such of your servants, as I have been the unhappy occasion of their disobliging you. He raised me up, and said, my beloved Pamela has too often been in this suppliant posture to me, to permit it any more. Rise, my fairest, and let me know whom, in particular, you would reinstate. And he kindly held me in his arms, and pressed me to his beloved bosom. Mrs. Jervis, sir, said I, in the first place, for she is a good woman, and the misfortunes she has had in the world, must make your displeasure most heavy to her. Well, said he, who next? Mr. Longman, sir, said I, and I am sure, kind as they have been to me, yet would I not ask it, if I could not vouch for their integrity, and if I did not think it was my dear master's interest to have such good servants. Have you anything further? Said he. Sir, said I, your good old butler, who has so long been in your family before the day of your happy birth, I would, if I might, become an advocate for. Well, said he, I have only to say, that had not Mr. Longman and Mrs. Jervis, and Jonathan too, joined in a body, in a bold appeal to Lady Davers, which has given her the insolent handle she has taken to intermeddle in my affairs, I could easily have forgiven all the rest of their conduct. Though they have given their tongues no little license about me, but I could have forgiven them, because I desire every body should admire you. And it is with pride that I observe not only their opinion and love, but that of every body else that knows you, justify my own doth, but yet, I will forgive even this, because my Pamela desires it. And I will send a letter myself, to tell Longman what he owes to your interposition, if the estate he has made in my family does not set him above the acceptance of it. And, as to Mrs. Jervis, do you, my dear, write a letter to her, and give her your commands, instantly, on the receipt of it, to go and take possession of her former charge, for now, my dearest girl, she will be more immediately your servant. And I know you love her so well, that you'll go thither with the more pleasure to find her there. But don't think, added he, that all this compliance is to be for nothing. Ah, sir, said I, tell me but what I can do, poor as I am in power, but rich in will, and I will not hesitate one moment. Why then, said he, of your own accord, reward me for my cheerful compliance, with one sweet kiss. I instantly said, thus, then, dear sir, will I obey, and, oh, you have the sweetest and most generous way in the world, to make that a condition, which gives me double honor, and adds to my obligations. And so I clasped my arms about his neck, and was not ashamed to kiss him once and twice, and 3 times. Once for every forgiven person. Now, my dearest Pamela, said he, what other things have you to ask? Mr. Williams is already taken care of, and, I hope, will be happy. Have you nothing to say for John Arnold? Why, dear sir, said I, you have seen the poor fellow's penitence in my letters. Yes, my dear, so I have, but that is his penitence for his having served me against you. And, I think, when he would have betrayed me afterwards, he deserves nothing to be said or done for him by either. But, dear sir, said I, this is a day of jubilee, and the less he deserves, poor fellow, the more will be your goodness. And let me add one word. That as he was divided in his inclinations between his duty to you and good wishes to me, and knew not how to distinguish between the one and the other, when he finds us so happily united by your great goodness to me, he will have no more puzzles in his duty. For he has not failed in any other part of it, but, I hope, will serve you faithfully for the future. Well, then, suppose I put Mrs. Jukes in a good way of business, in some inn, and give her John for a husband? And then your gypsy story will be made out, that she will have a husband younger than herself. You are all goodness, sir, said I. I can freely forgive poor Mrs. Jukes, and wish her happy. But permit me, sir, to ask, would not this look like a very heavy punishment to poor John? And as if you could not forgive him, when you are so generous to everybody else? He smiled and said, oh my Pamela, this, for a forgiving spirit, is very severe upon poor Jukes, but I shall never, by the grace of God, have any more such trying services, to put him or the rest upon. And if you can forgive him, I think I may, and so John shall be at your disposal. And now let me know what my Pamela has further to wish. Oh, my dearest sir, said I, not a single wish more has your grateful Pamela. My heart is overwhelmed with your goodness. Forgive these tears of joy, added I, you have left me nothing to pray for, but that God will bless you with life, and health, and honor, and continue to me the blessing of your esteem. And I shall then be the happiest creature in the world. He clasped me in his arms, and said, you cannot, my dear life, be so happy in me, as I am in you. Oh, how heartily I despise all my former pursuits, and headstrong appetites. What joys, what true joys, flow from virtuous love. Joys which the narrow soul of the libertine cannot take in, nor his thoughts conceive. And which I myself, whilst a libertine, had not the least notion of. But, said he, I expected my dear spouse, my Pamela, had something to ask for herself. But since all her own good is absorbed in the delight her generous heart takes in promoting that of others, it shall be my study to prevent her wishes, and to make her care for herself unnecessary, by my anticipating kindness. In this manner, my dear parents, is your happy daughter blessed in a husband. Oh, how my exulting heart leaps at the dear, dear word! And I have nothing to do, but to be humble, and to look up with gratitude to the all-gracious dispenser of these blessings. So, with 1,000 thanks, I afterwards retired to my closet, to write you thus far. And having completed what I purpose for this packet, and put up the kind obliging present, I have nothing more to say, but that I hope soon to see you both, and receive your blessings on this happy, thrice happy occasion. And so, hoping for your prayers, that I may preserve an humble and upright mind to my gracious God, a dutiful gratitude to my dear master and husband, that I may long rejoice in the continuance of these blessings and favors, and that I may preserve, at the same time, an obliging deportment to every one else, I conclude myself, your ever dutiful and most happy daughter, Pamela B. Oh, think it not my pride, my dear parents, that sets me on glorying in my change of name. Yours will be always dear to me, and what I shall never be ashamed of, I'm sure, but yet, for such a husband, what shall I say, since words are too faint to express my gratitude and my joy? I have taken copies of my master's letter to Mr. Longman, and mine to Mrs. Jervis, which I will send with the further occurrences, when I go to the other dear house, or give you when I see you, as I now hope soon to do. Saturday morning, the 3rd of my happy nuptials. I must still write on, till I come to be settled in the duty of the station to which I am so generously exalted, and to let you participate with me the transporting pleasures that rise from my new condition, and the favors that are hourly heaped upon me by the best of husbands. When I had got my packet for you finished, I then set about writing, as he had kindly directed me, to Mrs. Jervis, and had no difficulty till I came to sign my name, and so I brought it down with me, when I was called to supper, and signed. My good master, for I delight, and always shall, to call him by that name, had been writing to Mr. Longman, and he said, pleasantly, see, here, my dearest, what I have written to your somebody. I read as follows. Mr. Longman, I have the pleasure to acquaint you, that last Thursday I was married to my beloved Pamela. I have had reason to be disobliged with you, and Mrs. Jervis and Jonathan, not for your kindness to, and regard for, my dear spouse, that now is, but for the manner, in which you appealed to my sister Davers, which has made a very wide breach between her and me. But as it was one of her first requests, that I would overlook what had passed, and reinstate you in all your former charges, I think myself obliged, without the least hesitation, to comply with it. So, if you please, you may enter again upon an office which you have always executed with unquestionable integrity, and to the satisfaction of, yours etc. Friday afternoon. I shall set out next Tuesday or Wednesday for Bedfordshire, and desire to find Jonathan, as well as you, in your former offices, in which, I dare say, you'll have the more pleasure, as you have such an early instance of the sentiments of my dear wife, from whose goodness you may expect every agreeable thing. She writes herself to Mrs. Jervis. I thanked him most gratefully for his goodness, and afterwards took the above copy of it, and shewed him my letter to Mrs. Jervis, as follows. My dear Miss Jervis, I have joyful tidings to communicate to you. For yesterday I was happily married to the best of gentlemen, yours and my beloved master. I have only now to tell you, that I am inexpressibly happy, that my generous benefactor denies me nothing, and even anticipates my wishes. You may be sure I could not forget my dear Mrs. Jervis. And I made it my request, and had it granted, as soon as asked, that you might return to the kind charge, which you executed with so much advantage to our master's interest, and so much pleasure to all under your direction. All the power that is put into my hands, by the most generous of men, shall be exerted to make everything easy and agreeable to you, and as I shall soon have the honor of attending my beloved to Bedfordshire, it will be a very considerable addition to my delight, and to my unspeakable obligations to the best of men, to see my dear Mrs. Jervis, and to be received by her with that pleasure, which I promise myself from her affection. For I am, my dear good friend, and always will be, yours, very affectionately, and gratefully, Pamela. He read this letter, and said, "'Tis yours, my dear, and must be good, but don't you put your name to it." "Sir," said I, "your goodness has given me a right to a very honorable one, but as this is the first occasion of the kind, except that to my dear father and mother, I think I ought to shew it you unsigned. That I may not seem over forward to take advantage of the honor you have done me. However sweetly humble and requisite," said he, "this may appear to my dear Pamela's niceness, it befits me to tell you, that I am every moment more and more pleased with the right you have to my name, and, my dear life," added he, "I have only to wish I may be half as worthy as you are of the happy knot so lately knit." He then took a pen himself, and wrote, after Pamela, his most worthy surname, and I underwrote thus: "Oh, rejoice with me, my dear Mrs. Jervis, that I am enabled, by God's graciousness, and my dear master's goodness, thus to write myself. These letters, and the packet to you, were sent away by Mr. Thomas early this morning. My dearest master is just gone to take a ride out, and intends to call upon Lady Jones, Mr. Peters, and Sir Simon Darnford, to invite them to chapel and dinner tomorrow, and says, he chooses to do it himself, because the time is so short, they will, perhaps, deny a servant. I forgot to mention, that Mr. Williams was here yesterday, to ask leave to go to see his new living, and to provide for taking possession of it. And seemed so pleased with my master's kindness and fondness for me, as well as his generous deportment to himself, that he left us in such a disposition, as shewed he was quite happy. I am very glad of it. For it would rejoice me to be an humble means of making all mankind so, and oh, what returns ought I not to make to the divine goodness? And how ought I to strive to diffuse the blessings I experience, to all in my knowledge? For else, what is it for such a worm as I to be exalted? What is my single happiness, if I suffer it, niggard-like, to extend no farther than to myself? But then, indeed, do God Almighty's creatures act worthy of the blessings they receive, when they make, or endeavor to make, the whole creation, so far as is in the circle of their power, happy. Great and good God! As thou hast enlarged my opportunities, enlarge also my will, and make me delight in dispensing to others a portion of that happiness, which I have myself so plentifully received at the hand of thy gracious providence. Then shall I not be useless in my generation, then shall I not stand a single mark of thy goodness to a poor worthless creature, that in herself is of so small account in the scale of beings, a mere cipher on the wrong side of a figure. But shall be placed on the right side, and, though nothing worth in myself, shall give signification by my place, and multiply the blessings I owe to thy goodness, which has distinguished me by so fair a lot. This, as I conceive, is the indispensable duty of a high condition, and how great must be the condemnation of poor creatures, at the great day of account, when they shall be asked, what uses they have made of the opportunities put into their hands, and are able only to say, we have lived but to ourselves, we have circumscribed all the power thou hast given us into one narrow, selfish, compass, we have heaped up treasures for those who came after us, though we knew not whether they would not make a still worse use of them than we ourselves did. And how can such poor selfish pleaders expect any other sentence, than the dreadful, depart, ye cursed? But sure, my dear father and mother, such persons can have no notion of the exalted pleasures that flow from doing good, were there to be no after account at all. There is something so satisfactory and pleasing to reflect on the being able to administer comfort and relief to those who stand in need of it, as infinitely, of itself, rewards the beneficent mind. And how often have I experienced this in my good lady's time, though but the second-hand dispenser of her benefits to the poor and sickly, when she made me her almoner. How have I been affected with the blessings which the miserable have heaped upon her for her goodness, and upon me for being but the humble conveyor of her bounty to them. And how delighted have I been, when the moving report I have made of a particular distress, has augmented my good lady's first intentions in relief of it. This I recall with pleasure, because it is now, by the divine goodness, become my part to do those good things she was wont to do, and oh, let me watch myself, that my prosperous state do not make me forget to look up, with due thankfulness, to the providence which has entrusted me with the power, that so I may not incur a terrible woe by the abuse or neglect of it. Forgive me these reflections, my dear parents, and let me have your prayers, that I may not find my present happiness a snare to me, but that I may consider, that more and more will be expected from me, in proportion to the power given me. And that I may not so unworthily act, as if I believed I ought to set up my rest in my mean self, and think nothing further to be done, with the opportunities put into my hand, by the divine favor, and the best of men. Saturday, 7 o'clock in the evening. My master returned home to dinner, in compliment to me, though much pressed to dine with Lady Jones, as he was, also, by Sir Simon, to dine with him. But Mr. Peters could not conveniently provide a preacher for his own church tomorrow morning, at so short a notice, Mr. Williams being gone, as I said, to his new living, but believed he could for the afternoon. And so he promised to give us his company to dinner, and to read afternoon service, and this made my master invite all the rest, as well as him, to dinner, and not to church, and he made them promise to come, and told Mr. Peters, he would send his coach for him and his family. Miss Darnford told him pleasantly, she would not come, unless he would promise to let her be at his wedding, by which I find Mr. Peters has kept the secret, as my master desired. He was pleased to give me an airing after dinner in the chariot, and renewed his kind assurances to me, and, if possible, is kinder than ever. This is sweetly comfortable to me, because it shews me he does not repent of his condescensions to me. And it encourages me to look up to him with more satisfaction of mind, and less doubtfulness. I begged leave to send a guinea to a poor body in the town, that I heard, by Mrs. Jewkes, lay very ill, and was very destitute. He said, "Send two, my dear, if you please." Said I, "Sir, I will never do anything of this kind without letting you know what I do." He most generously answered, "I shall then, perhaps, have you do less good than you would otherwise do, from a doubt of me, though, I hope, your discretion, and my own temper, which is not avaricious, will make such doubt causeless. Now, my dear," continued he, "I'll tell you how we will order this point, to avoid even the shadow of uneasiness on one side, or doubt on the other. As to your father and mother, in the first place, they shall be quite out of the question. For I have already determined in my mind about them, and it is thus, they shall go down, if they and you think well of it, to my little Kentish estate, which I once mentioned to you in such a manner, as made you reject it with a nobleness of mind, that gave me pain then, but pleasure since. There is a pretty little farm, and house, untenanted, upon that estate, and tolerably well stocked, and I will further stock it for them, for such industrious folks won't know how to live without some employment. And it shall be theirs for both their lives, without paying any rent, and I will allow them 50 per annum besides, that they may keep up the stock, and be kind to any other of their relations, without being beholden to you or me for small matters. And for greater, where needful, you shall always have it in your power to accommodate them, for I shall never question your prudence. And we will, so long as God spares our lives, go down, once a year, to see them. And they shall come up, as often as they please, it cannot be too often, to see us, for I mean not this, my dear, to send them from us. Before I proceed, does my Pamela like this? Oh, sir, said I, the English tongue affords not words, or, at least, I have them not, to express sufficiently my gratitude. Teach me, dear sir, continued I, and pressed his dear hand to my lips, teach me some other language, if there be any, that abounds with more grateful terms, that I may not thus be choked with meanings, for which I can find no utterance. My charmer, says he, your language is all wonderful, as your sentiments, and you most abound, when you seem most to want, all that I wish, is to find my proposals agreeable to you, and if my first are not, my second shall be, if I can but know what you wish. Did I say too much, my dearest parents, when I said, he was, if possible, kinder and kinder, oh the blessed man! How my heart is overwhelmed with his goodness! Well, said he, my dearest, let me desire you to mention this to them, to see if they approve it. But, if it be your choice, and theirs, to have them nearer to you, or even under the same roof with you, I will freely consent to it. Oh no, sir, said I, and I fear almost sinned in my grateful flight, I am sure they would not choose that. They could not, perhaps, serve God so well if they were to live with you, for, so constantly seeing the hand that blesses them, they would, it may be, as must be my care to avoid, be tempted to look no further in their gratitude than to the dear dispenser of such innumerable benefits. Excellent creature! Said he, my beloved wants no language, nor sentiments neither, and her charming thoughts, so sweetly expressed, would grace any language, and this is a blessing almost peculiar to my fairest. Your so kind acceptance, my Pamela, added he, repays the benefit with interest, and leaves me under obligation to your goodness. But now, my dearest, I will tell you what we will do, with regard to points of your own private charity. For far be it from me, to put under that name the subject we have been mentioning, because that, and more than that, is duty to persons so worthy, and so nearly related to my Pamela, and, as such, to myself. Oh how the sweet man outdoes me, in thoughts, words, power, and everything. And this, said he, lies in very small compass. For I will allow you £200 a year, which Longman shall constantly pay you, at £50 a quarter, for your own use, and of which I expect no account. To commence from the day you enter into my other house, I mean, said he, that the first £50 shall then be due, because you shall have something to begin with. And, added the dear generous man, if this be pleasing to you, let it, since you say you want words, be signified by such a sweet kiss as you gave me yesterday. I hesitated not a moment to comply with these obliging terms, and threw my arms about his dear neck, though in the chariot, and blessed his goodness to me. But, indeed, sir, said I cannot bear this generous treatment. He was pleased to say, don't be uneasy, my dear, about these trifles. God has blessed me with a very good estate, and all of it in a prosperous condition, and generally well tenanted. I lay up money every year, and have, besides, large sums in government and other securities, so that you will find, what I have hitherto promised, is very short of that proportion of my substance, which, as my dearest wife, you have a right to. In this sweet manner did we pass our time till evening, when the chariot brought us home, and then our supper succeeded in the same agreeable manner. And thus, in a rapturous circle, the time moves on. Every hour bringing with it something more delightful than the past, sure nobody was ever so blessed as I. Sunday, the 4th day of my happiness. Not going to chapel this morning, the reason of which I told you, I bestowed the time, from the hour of my beloved's rising, to breakfast, in prayer and thanksgiving, in my closet, and now I begin to be quite easy, cheerful, and free in my spirits. And the rather, as I find myself encouraged by the tranquillity, and pleasing vivacity, in the temper and behavior of my beloved, who thereby shews he does not repent of his goodness to me. I attended him to breakfast with great pleasure and freedom, and he seemed quite pleased with me, and said, now does my dearest begin to look upon me with an air of serenity and satisfaction, it shall be always, added he. My delight to give you occasion for this sweet becoming aspect of confidence and pleasure in me. My heart, dear sir, said I, is quite easy, and has lost all its foolish tumults, which, combating with my gratitude, might give an unacceptable appearance to my behavior, but now your goodness, sir, has enabled it to get the better of its uneasy apprehensions, and my heart is all of one piece, and devoted to you, and grateful tranquillity. And could I be so happy as to see you and my good Lady Davers reconciled, I have nothing in this world to wish for more, but the continuance of your favour. He said, I wish this reconciliation, my dearest, as well as you, and I do assure you, more for your sake than my own, and if she would behave tolerably, I would make the terms easier to her, for that reason. He said, I will lay down one rule for you, my Pamela, to observe in your dress, and I will tell you everything I like or dislike, as it occurs to me, and I would have you do the same, on your part. That nothing may be upon either of our minds that may occasion the least reservedness. I have often observed, in married folks, that, in a little while, the lady grows careless in her dress. Which, to me, looks as if she would take no pains to secure the affection she had gained, and shews a slight to her husband, that she had not to her lover. Now, you must know, this has always given me great offence. And I should not forgive it, even in my Pamela, though she would have this excuse for herself, that thousands could not make, that she looks lovely in everything. So, my dear, I shall expect of you always to be dressed by dinner time, except something extraordinary happens, and this, whether you are to go abroad, or stay at home. For this, my love, will continue to you that sweet ease in your dress and behavior, which you are so happy a mistress of, and whomsoever I bring home with me to my table, you'll be in readiness to receive them. And will not want to make those foolish apologies to unexpected visitors, that carry with them a reflection on the conduct of those who make them. And, besides, will convince me, that you think yourself obliged to appear as graceful to your husband, as you would to persons less familiar to your sight. This, dear sir, said I, is a most obliging injunction. And I most heartily thank you for it, and will always take care to obey it. Why, my dear, said he, you may better do this than half your sex. Because they too generally act in such a manner, as if they seem to think it the privilege of birth and fortune, to turn day into night, and night into day, and are seldom stirring till it is time to sit down to dinner. And so all the good old family rules are reversed, for they breakfast, when they should dine, when they should sup, and sup, when they should go to bed, and, by the help of dear quadrille, sometimes go to bed when they should rise. In all things but these, my dear, continued he, I expect you to be a lady. And my good mother was one of this old-fashioned cut, and, in all other respects, as worthy a lady as any in the kingdom. And so you have not been used to the new way, and may the easier practice the other. Dear sir, said I, pray give me more of your sweet injunctions. Why then, continued he, I shall, in the usual course, and generally, if not hindered by company, like to go to bed with my dearest by 11, and, if I don't, shan't hinder you. I ordinarily now rise by 6 in summer. I will allow you to be half an hour after me, or so. Then you'll have some time you may call your own, till you give me your company to breakfast, which may be always so, as that we may have done at a little after 9. Then will you have several hours again at your disposal, till 2 o'clock, when I shall like to sit down at table. You will then have several useful hours more to employ yourself in, as you shall best like. And I would generally go to supper by 8. And when we are resolved to stick to these old-fashioned rules, as near as we can, we shall have our visitors conform to them too, and expect them from us, and suit themselves accordingly, for I have always observed that it is in every one's power to prescribe rules to himself. It is only standing a few ridiculous jests at first, and that too from such, generally, as are not the most worthy to be minded, and, after a while, they will say, it signifies nothing to ask him, he will have his own way. There is no putting him out of his bias. He is a regular piece of clockwork, they will joke, and all that, and why, my dear, should we not be so? For man is as frail a piece of machinery as any clockwork whatever. And, by irregularity, is as subject to be disordered. Then, my dear, continued the charming man, when they see they are received, at my own times, with an open countenance and cheerful heart. When they see plenty and variety at my board, and meet a kind and hearty welcome from us both. They will not offer to break in upon my conditions, nor grudge me my regular hours, and as most of these people have nothing to do, except to rise in a morning, they may as well come to breakfast with us at half an hour after 8, in summer, as at 10 or 11. To dinner at 2, as at 4, 5, or 6, and to supper at 8, as at 10 or 11. And then our servants, too, will know, generally, the times of their business, and the hours of their leisure or recess. And we, as well as they, shall reap the benefits of this regularity. And who knows, my dear, but we may revive the good old fashion in our neighborhood, by this means, at least it will be doing our parts towards it. And answering the good lesson I learned at school, every one mend one. And the worst that will happen will be, that when some of my brother rakes, such as those who broke in upon us, so unwelcomely, last Thursday, are got out of the way, if that can ever be, and begin to consider who they shall go to dine with in their rambles, they will only say, we must not go to him, for his dinner time is over. And so they'll reserve me for another time, when they happen to suit it better, or, perhaps, they will take a supper and a bed with me instead of it. Now, my dearest, continued the kind man, you see here are more of my injunctions, as you call them. And though I will not be so set, as to quarrel, if they are not always exactly complied with, yet, as I know you won't think them unreasonable, I shall be glad they may, as often as they can, and you will give your orders accordingly to your Mrs. Jervis, who is a good woman, and will take pleasure in obeying you. Oh dearest, dear sir, said I, have you nothing more to honor me with? You oblige and improve me at the same time. What a happy lot is mine. Why, let me see, my dearest, said he, but I think of no more at present, for it would be needless to say how much I value you for your natural sweetness of temper, and that open cheerfulness of countenance, which adorns you. When nothing has given my fairest apprehensions for her virtue, a sweetness, and a cheerfulness, that prepossesses in your favor, at first sight, the mind of every one that beholds you. I need not, I hope, say, that I would have you diligently preserve this sweet appearance, let no thwarting accident, no cross fortune, for we must not expect to be exempt from such, happy as we now are in each other. Deprive this sweet face of this its principal grace, and when anything unpleasing happens, in a quarter of an hour, at farthest, begin to mistrust yourself, and apply to your glass, and if you see a gloom arising, or arisen, banish it instantly. Smooth your dear countenance, resume your former composure. And then, my dearest, whose heart must always be seen in her face, and cannot be a hypocrite, will find this a means to smooth her passions also, and if the occasion be too strong for so sudden a conquest, she will know how to do it more effectually, by repairing to her closet, and begging that gracious assistance, which has never yet failed her, and so shall I, my dear, who, as you once but too justly observed, have been too much indulged by my good mother, have an example from you, as well as a pleasure in you, which will never be palled. One thing, continued he, I have frequently observed at the house of many a gentleman, that when we have unexpectedly visited, or broken in upon the family order laid down by the lady, and especially if any of us have lain under the suspicion of having occasionally seduced our married companion into bad hours, or given indifferent examples, the poor gentleman has been oddly affected at our coming, though the good breeding of the lady has made her just keep up appearances. He has looked so conscious, has been so afraid, as it were, to disoblige, has made so many excuses for some of us, before we have been accused, as have always shown me how unwelcome we have been, and how much he is obliged to compound with his lady for a tolerable reception of us. And, perhaps, she too, in proportion to the honest man's concern to court her smiles, has been more reserved, stiff, and formal, and has behaved with an indifference and slight that has often made me wish myself out of her house. For too plainly have I seen that it was not his. This, my dear, you will judge, by my description, has afforded me subject for animadversion upon the married life. For a man may not, though, in the main, he is willing to flatter himself that he is master of his house, and will assert his prerogative upon great occasions, when it is strongly invaded, be always willing to contend. And such women as those I have described, are always ready to take the field, and are worse enemies than the old Parthians, who annoy most when they seem to retreat, and never fail to return to the charge again, and carry on the offensive war, till they have tired out resistance, and made the husband willing, like a vanquished enemy, to compound for small matters, in order to preserve something. At least the poor man does not care to let his friend see his case, and so will not provoke a fire to break out, that he sees, and so do his friends too, the meek lady has much ado to smother, and which, very possibly, burns with a most comfortable ardor, after we are gone. You smile, my Pamela, said he, at this whimsical picture, and, I am sure, I never shall have reason to include you in these disagreeable outlines. But yet I will say, that I expect from you, whoever comes to my house, that you accustom yourself to one even, uniform complaisance, that no frown take place on your brow, that however ill or well provided we may be for their reception, you shew no flutter or discomposure, that whoever you may have in your company at the time, you signify not, by the least reserved look, that the stranger is come upon you unseasonably, or at a time you wished he had not. But be facetious, kind, obliging to all, and, if to one more than another, to such as have the least reason to expect it from you, or who are most inferior at the table. For thus will you, my Pamela, cheer the doubting mind, quiet the uneasy heart, and diffuse ease, pleasure, and tranquillity, around my board. And be sure, my dear, continued he, let no little accidents ruffle your temper. I shall never forget once that I was at Lady Arthur's, and a footman happened to stumble, and let fall a fine china dish, and broke it all to pieces. It was grievous to see the uneasiness it gave the poor lady, and she was so sincere in it, that she suffered it to spread all over the company. And it was a pretty large one too, and not a person in it but turned either her consoler, or fell into stories of the like misfortunes. And so we all became, for the rest of the evening, nothing but blundering footmen, and careless servants, or were turned into broken jars, plates, glasses, teacups, and such like brittle substances. And it affected me so much, that, when I came home, I went to bed, and dreamt, that Robin, with the handle of his whip, broke the foreglass of my chariot. And I was so solicitous, methought, to keep the good lady in countenance for her anger, that I broke his head in revenge, and stabbed one of my coach horses. And all the comfort I had when it was done, methought, was, that I had not exposed myself before company, and there were no sufferers, but guilty Robin, and one innocent coach horse. I was exceedingly diverted with the facetious hints, and the pleasant manner in which he gave them, and I promised to improve by the excellent lessons contained in them. I then went up and dressed myself, as like a bride as I could, in my best clothes, and, on inquiry, hearing my dearest master was gone to walk in the garden, I went to find him out. He was reading in the little alcove. And I said, Sir, am I licensed to intrude upon you? No, my dear, said he, because you cannot intrude. I am so wholly yours, that, wherever I am, you have not only a right to join me, but you do me a very acceptable favor at the same time. I have, sir, said I, obeyed your first kind injunction, as to dressing myself before dinner, but maybe you are busy, sir. He put up the papers he was reading, and said, I can have no business or pleasure of equal value to your company, my dear. What were you going to say? Only, sir, to know if you have any more kind injunctions to give me. I could hear you talk a whole day together. You are very obliging, Pamela, said he. But you are so perfectly what I wish, that I might have spared those I gave you. But I was willing you should have a taste of my freedom with you, to put you upon the like with me, for I am confident there can be no friendship lasting, without freedom, and without communicating to one another even the little caprices. If my Pamela can have any such, which may occasion uneasiness to either. Now, my dear, said he, be so kind as to find some fault with me, and tell me what you would wish me to do, to appear more agreeable to you. Oh sir, said I, and I could have kissed him, but for shame, to be sure I shall grow a sad fond hussy, I have not one single thing to wish for, no, not one. He saluted me very kindly, and said, he should be sorry if I had, and forbore to speak it. Do you think, my dear sir, said I, that your Pamela has no conscience? Do you think, that because you so kindly oblige her, and delight in obliging her, that she must rack her invention for trials of your goodness, and knows not when she's happy? Oh my dearest sir, added I, less than one half of the favors you have so generously conferred upon me, would have exceeded my utmost wishes. My dear angel, said he, and kissed me again, I shall be troublesome to you with my kisses, if you continue thus sweetly obliging in your actions and expressions. Oh sir, said I have been thinking, as I was dressing myself, what excellent lessons you teach me. When you commanded me, at your table to cheer the doubting mind and comfort the uneasy heart, and to behave most kindly to those who have least reason to expect it, and are most inferior. How sweetly, in every instance that could possibly occur, have you done this yourself by your poor, unworthy Pamela, till you have diffused, in your own dear words, ease, pleasure, and tranquillity, around my glad heart. Then again, sir, when you bid me not be disturbed by little accidents, or by strangers coming in upon me unexpectedly, how noble an instance did you give me of this, when, on our happy wedding day, the coming of Sir Charles Hargrave, and the other two gentlemen, for which you were quite unprovided, and which hindered our happiness of dining together on that chosen day, did not so disturb you, but that you entertained the gentlemen pleasantly, and parted with them civilly and kindly. What charming instances are these, I have been recollecting with pleasure, of your pursuing the doctrine you deliver. My dear, said he, these observations are very kind in you, and much to my advantage, but if I do not always, for I fear these were too much accidents, so well pursue the doctrines I lay down, my Pamela must not expect that my imperfections will be a plea for her non-observance of my lessons, as you call them. For, I doubt I shall never be half so perfect as you, and so I cannot permit you to recede in your goodness, though I may find myself unable to advance as I ought in my duty. I hope, sir, said I, by God's grace, I never shall. I believe it, said he. But I only mention this, knowing my own defects, lest my future lessons should not be so well warranted by my practice, as in the instances you have kindly recollected. He was pleased to take notice of my dress, and spanning my waist with his hands, said, what a sweet shape is here. It would make one regret to lose it, and yet, my beloved Pamela, I shall think nothing but that loss wanting, to complete my happiness. I put my bold hand before his mouth, and said, hush, hush. Oh fie, sir, the freest thing you have ever yet said, since I have been yours. He kissed my hand, and said, such an innocent wish, my dearest, may be permitted me, because it is the end of the institution but say, would such a case be unwelcome to my Pamela? I will say, sir, said I, and hid my blushing face on his bosom, that your wishes, in every thing, shall be mine, but, pray, sir, say no more. He kindly saluted me, and thanked me, and changed the subject. I was not too free, I hope. Thus we talked, till we heard the coaches, and then he said, stay here, in the garden, my dear, and I'll bring the company to you. And when he was gone, I passed by the back door, kneeled down against it, and blessed God for not permitting my then so much desired escape. I went to the pond, and kneeled down on the mossy bank, and again blessed God there, for his mercy in my escape from myself, my then worst enemy, though I thought I had none but enemies, and no friend near me. And so I ought to do in almost every step of this garden, and every room in this house, and I was bending my steps to the dear little chapel, to make my acknowledgment there, but I saw the company coming towards me. Miss Darnford said, so, Miss Andrews, how do you do now? Oh, you look so easy, so sweetly, so pleased, that I know you'll let me dance at your wedding, for I shall long to be there. Lady Jones was pleased to say I looked like an angel, and Mrs. Peters said, I improved upon them every time they saw me. Lady Darnford was also pleased to make me a fine compliment, and said, I looked freer and easier every time she saw me. Dear heart! I wish, thought I, you would spare these compliments. For I shall have some joke, I doubt, passed on me by and by, that will make me suffer for all these fine things. Mr. Peters said, softly, God bless you, dear daughter, but not so much as my wife knows it. Sir Simon came in last, and took me by the hand, and said, Mr. B., by your leave, and kissed my hand 5 or 6 times, as if he was mad, and held it with both his, and made a very free jest, by way of compliment, in his way. Well, I think a young rake is hardly tolerable, but an old rake, and an old beau, are two very sad things, and all this before daughters, women grown. I whispered my dearest, a little after, and said, I fear I shall suffer much from Sir Simon's rude jokes, by and by, when you reveal the matter. 'Tis his way, my dear, said he, you must now grow above these things. Miss Nanny Darnford said to me, with a sort of half-grave, ironical air, well, Miss Andrews, if I may judge by your easy deportment now, to what it was when I saw you last, I hope you will let my sister, if you won't me, see the happy knot tied. For she is quite wild about it. I courtesied, and only said, you are all very good to me, ladies. Mr. Peters's niece said, well, Miss Andrews, I hope, before we part, we shall be told the happy day. My good master heard her, and said, you shall, madam. That's pure, said Miss Darnford. He took me aside, and said softly, shall I lead them to the alcove, and tell them there, or stay till we go into dinner? Neither, sir, I think, said I fear I shan't stand it. Nay, said he, they must know it, I would not have invited them else. Why then, sir, said I, let it alone till they are going away. Then, replied he, you must pull off your ring. No, sir, said I, that I must not. Well, said he, do you tell Miss Darnford of it yourself. Indeed, sir, answered I cannot. Mrs. Jukes came officiously to ask my master, just then, if she should bring a glass of Rhenish and sugar before dinner, for the gentlemen and ladies, and he said, that's well thought of, bring it, Mrs. Jukes. And she came, with Nan attending her, with 2 bottles and glasses, and a salver, and must needs, making a low courtesy, offered first to me, saying, will your ladyship begin? I coloured like scarlet, and said, no, my master, to be sure. But they all took the hint, and Miss Darnford said, I'll be hanged if they have not stolen a wedding. Said Mrs. Peters, it must certainly be so. Ah! Mr. Peters. I'll assure you, said he, I have not married them. Where were you, said she, and Mr. Williams, last Thursday morning? Said Sir Simon, let me alone, if anything has been stolen, I'll find it out. I'm a justice of the peace, you know. And so he took me by the hand, and said, come, madam, answer me, by the oath you have taken, are you married or not? My master smiled, to see me look so like a fool, and I said, pray, Sir Simon, I, said he. I thought you did not look so smirking upon us for nothing. Well, then, Pamela, said my master, since your blushes discover you, don't be ashamed, but confess the truth. Now, said Miss Darnford, I am quite angry. And, said Lady Darnford, I am quite pleased, let me give you joy, dear madam, if it be so. And so they all said, and saluted me all round. I was vexed it was before Mrs. Jukes. For she shook her fat sides, and seemed highly pleased to be a means of discovering it. Nobody, said my master, wishes me joy. No, said Lady Jones, very obligingly, nobody need. For, with such a peerless spouse, you want no good wishes, and he saluted them, and when he came last to me, said, before them all, now, my sweet bride, my Pamela, let me conclude with you. For here I began to love, and here I desire to end loving, but not till my life ends. This was sweetly said, and taken great notice of, and it was doing credit to his own generous choice, and vastly more than I merited. But I was forced to stand many more jokes afterwards, for Sir Simon said, several times, come, madam, now you are become one of us, I shall be a little less scrupulous than I have been, I'll assure you. When we came in to dinner, I made no difficulty of what all offered me, the upper end of the table, and performed the honours of it with pretty tolerable presence of mind, considering. And, with much ado, my good benefactor promising to be down again before winter, we got off the ball. But appointed Tuesday evening, at Lady Darnford's, to take leave of all this good company, who promised to be there, my master designing to set out on Wednesday morning for Bedfordshire. We had prayers in the little chapel, in the afternoon. But they all wished for the good clerk again, with great encomiums upon you, my dear father, and the company stayed supper also, and departed exceeding well satisfied, and with abundance of wishes for the continuance of our mutual happiness. And my master desired Mr. Peters to answer for him to the ringers at the town, if they should hear of it, till our return into this country. And that then he would be bountiful to them, because he would not publicly declare it till he had first done so in Bedfordshire. Monday, the 5th day. I have had very little of my dear friend's company this day. For he only stayed breakfast with me, and rode out to see a sick gentleman about 18 miles off, who begged, buy a man and horse on purpose, to speak with him, believing he should not recover. And upon part of whose estate my master has a mortgage. He said, My dearest, I shall be very uneasy, if I am obliged to tarry all night from you, but, lest you should be alarmed, if I don't come home by 10, don't expect me, for poor Mr. Carlton and I have pretty large concerns together. And if he should be very ill, and would be comforted by my presence, as I know he loves me, and his family will be more in my power, if he dies, than I wish for, charity will not let me refuse. It is now 10 o'clock at night, and I fear he will not return. I fear, for the sake of his poor sick friend, who, I doubt, is worse. Though I know not the gentleman, I am sorry for his own sake, for his family's sake, and for my dear master's sake, who, by his kind expressions, I find, loves him, and, methinks, I should be sorry any grief should touch his generous heart. Though yet there is no living in this world, without too many occasions for concern, even in the most prosperous state. And it is fit it should be so, or else, poor wretches, as we are, we should look no farther, but be like sensual travelers on a journey homeward, who, meeting with good entertainment at some inn on the way, put up their rest there, and never think of pursuing their journey to their proper home. This, I remember, was often a reflection of my good ladies, to whom I owe it. 11 o'clock. Mrs. Jewkes has been with me, and asked if I will have her for a bedfellow, in want of a better. I thanked her. But I said, I would see how it was to be by myself one night. I might have mentioned, that I made Mrs. Jewkes dine and sup with me, and she was much pleased with it, and my behaviour to her. And I could see, by her manner, that she was a little struck inwardly at some of her former conduct to me. But, poor wretch! It is much, I fear, because I am what I am, for she has otherwise very little remorse I doubt. Her talk and actions are entirely different from what they used to be, quite circumspect and decent, and I should have thought her virtuous, and even pious, had I never known her in another light. By this we may see, my dear father and mother, of what force example is, and what is in the power of the heads of families to do, and this shews, that evil examples, in superiors, are doubly pernicious, and doubly culpable. Because such persons are bad themselves, and not only do no good, but much harm to others. And the condemnation of such must, to be sure, be so much the greater. And how much the greater still must my condemnation be, who have had such a religious education under you, and been so well nurtured by my good lady, if I should forget, with all these mercies heaped upon me, what belongs to the station I am preferred to. Oh, how I long to be doing some good! For all that is past yet, is my dear, dear master's, God bless him. And return him safe to my wishes. For methinks, already, 'tis a week since I saw him. If my love would not be troublesome and impertinent, I should be nothing else, for I have a true grateful spirit, and I had need to have such a one, for I am poor in every thing but will. Tuesday morning, 11 o'clock. My dear, dear, master, I'm sure I should still say, but I will learn to rise to a softer epithet, now and then, is not yet come. I hope he is safe and well, so Mrs. Jewkes and I went to breakfast. But I can do nothing but talk and think of him, and all his kindness to me, and to you, which is still me, more intimately. I have just received a letter from him, which he wrote overnight, as I find by it, and sent early this morning. This is a copy of it. To Mrs. Andrews. My dearest Pamela, Monday night. I hope my not coming home this night will not frighten you. You may believe I can't help it. My poor friend is so very ill, that I doubt he can't recover. His desires to have me stay with him are so strong, that I shall sit up all night with him, as it is now near 1 o'clock in the morning. For he can't bear me out of his sight, and I have made him and his distressed wife and children so easy, in the kindest assurances I could give him of my consideration for him and them, that I am looked upon, as the poor disconsolate widow, as she, I doubt, will soon be, tells me, as their good angel. I could have wished we had not engaged to the good neighbourhood at Sir Simon's for tomorrow night. But I am so desirous to set out on Wednesday for the other house, that, as well as in return for the civilities of so many good friends, who will be there on purpose, I would not put it off. What I beg of you, therefore, my dear, is, that you would go in the chariot to Sir Simon's, the sooner in the day the better, because you will be diverted with the company, who all so much admire you. And I hope to join you there by your tea time in the afternoon, which will be better than going home, and returning with you, as it will be 6 miles difference to me, and I know the good company will excuse my dress, on the occasion. I count every hour of this little absence for a day, for I am, with the utmost sincerity, my dearest love, for ever yours, etc. If you could go to dine with them, it will be a freedom that would be very pleasing to them. And the more, as they don't expect it. I begin to have a little concern, lest his fatigue should be too great, and for the poor sick gentleman and family, but told Mrs. Jukes, that the least intimation of his choice should be a command to me, and so I would go to dinner there. And ordered the chariot to be got ready to carry me, when a messenger came up, just as I was dressed, to tell her she must come down immediately. I see at the window, that visitors are come. For there is a chariot and 6 horses, the company gone out of it, and 3 footmen on horseback, and I think the chariot has coronets. Who can it be, I wonder, but here I will stop, for I suppose I shall soon know. Good sirs! How unlucky this is! What shall I do? Here is Lady Davers come, her own self. And my kind protector a great many miles off, Mrs. Jukes, out of breath, comes and tells me this, and says, she is inquiring for my master and me. She asked her, it seemed, naughty lady as she is, if I was whored yet. There's a word for a lady's mouth. Mrs. Jukes says, she knew not what to answer. And my lady said, she is not married, I hope. And said she, I said, no, because you have not owned it yet publicly. My lady said, that was well enough. Said I will run away, Mrs. Jukes. And let the chariot go to the bottom of the elm walk, and I will steal out of the door unperceived, but she is inquiring for you, madam, replied she, and I said you was within, but going out. And she said, she would see you presently, as soon as she could have patience. What did she call me? Said I. The creature, madam, I will see the creature, said she, as soon as I can have patience. But, said I, the creature won't let her, if she can help it. Pray, Mrs. Jukes, favor my escape, for this once, for I am sadly frightened. Said she, I'll bid the chariot go down, as you order, and wait till you come. And I'll step down and shut the hall door, that you may pass unobserved, for she sits cooling herself in the parlor, over against the staircase. That's a good Mrs. Jukes. Said I, but who has she with her? Her woman, answered she, and her nephew. But he came on horseback, and is going into the stables, and they have 3 footmen. And I wish, said I, they were all 300 miles off. What shall I do? So I wrote thus far, and wait impatiently to hear the coast is clear. Mrs. Jukes tells me I must come down, or she will come up. What does she call me now? Said I, wench, madam, bid the wench come down to me. And her nephew and her woman are with her. Said I can't go, and that's enough. You might contrive it that I might get out, if you would. Indeed, madam, said she, I cannot, for I went to shut the door, and she bid me let it stand open, and there she sits over against the staircase. Then, said I'll get out of the window, I think, and fan myself winky face, for I am sadly frightened. Laud, madam, said she, I wonder you so much disturb yourself, you're on the right side the hedge, I'm sure. And I would not be so discomposed for any body. Said I, but who can help constitution? I dare say you would no more be so discomposed, that I can help it. Said she, indeed, madam, if it was to me, I would put on an air as mistress of the house, as you are, and go and salute her ladyship, and bid her welcome. Replied I, fine talking, but how unlucky this is, your good master is not at home. What answer shall I give her, said she, to her desiring to see you? Tell her, said I am sick abed, I'm dying, and must not be disturbed, I'm gone out, or anything. But her woman came up to me just as I had uttered this, and said, "How do you do, Mrs. Pamela? My lady desires to speak to you. So I must go. Sure she won't beat me, oh that my dear protector was at home. Well, now I will tell you all that happened in this frightful interview. And very bad it was. I went down, dressed as I was, and my gloves on, and my fan in my hand, to be just ready to step into the chariot, when I could get away. And I thought all my trembling fits had been over now, but I was mistaken, for I trembled sadly. Yet resolved to put on as good an air as I could. So I went to the parlour, and said, making a very low courtesy, "Your servant, my good lady." "And your servant again," said she, "my lady, for I think you are dressed out like one." "A charming girl, though," said her rakish nephew, and swore a great oath. "Dear aunt, forgive me, but I must kiss her," and was coming to me. And I said, "Forbear, uncivil gentleman. I won't be used freely." "Jackie," said my lady, "sit down, and don't touch the creature, she's proud enough already. There's a great difference in her air, I'll assure you, since I saw her last." "Well, child," said she, sneeringly, "how dost find thyself? Thou art mightily come on, of late, I hear strange reports about thee, thou art almost got into fool's paradise, I doubt. And wilt find thyself terribly mistaken in a little while, if thou thinkest my brother will disgrace his family, to humour thy baby face." "I see," said I, sadly vexed, her woman and nephew smiling by, "your ladyship has no very important commands for me, and I beg leave to withdraw." "Beck," said she to her woman, "shut the door, my young lady, and I must not have done so soon." "Where's your well-mannered deceiver gone, child?" says she. Said I, "When your ladyship is pleased to speak intelligibly, I shall know how to answer." "Well, but my dear child," said she, in drollery, "don't be too pert neither, I beseech thee. Thou wilt not find thy master's sister half so ready to take thy freedoms, as thy mannerly master is. So, a little of that modesty and humility that my mother's waiting maid used to shew, will become thee better than the airs thou givest thyself, since my mother's son has taught thee to forget thyself. I would beg," said I, "one favour of your ladyship, that if you would have me keep my distance, you will not forget your own degree. Why, suppose, Miss Pert, I should forget my degree, wouldst thou not keep thy distance then?" "If you, madam," said I, "lessen the distance yourself, you will descend to my level, and make an equality, which I don't presume to think of, for I can't descend lower than I am, at least in your ladyship's esteem." "Did I not tell you, Jackie," said she, "that I should have a wit to talk to?" He, who swears like a fine gentleman at every word, rapped out an oath, and said, drolling, I think, "Mrs. Pamela, if I may be so bold as to say so, you should know you are speaking to Lady Davers." "Sir," said I hope there was no need of your information, and so I can't thank you for it. And am sorry you seem to think it wants an oath to convince me of the truth of it." He looked more foolish than I, at this, if possible, not expecting such a reprimand. And said, at last, "Why, Mrs. Pamela, you put me half out of countenance with your witty reproof." "Sir," said I, "you seem quite a fine gentleman, and it will not be easily done, I dare say." "How now, pert one," said my lady, "do you know whom you talk to?" "I think I do not, madam," replied I, "and for fear I should forget myself more, I'll withdraw." "Your ladyship's servant," said I. And was going, but she rose, and gave me a push, and pulled a chair, and, setting the back against the door, sat down in it. "Well," said I can bear anything at your ladyship's hands, but I was ready to cry though. And I went, and sat down, and fanned myself, at the other end of the room. Her woman, who stood all the time, said softly, "Mrs. Pamela, you should not sit in my lady's presence." And my lady, though she did not hear her, said, "You shall sit down, child, in the room where I am, when I give you leave." So I stood up, and said, "When your ladyship will hardly permit me to stand, one might be indulged to sit down." "But I ask you," said she, "whither your master is gone?" "To one Mr. Carleton, madam, about 18 miles off, who is very sick." "And when does he come home?" "This evening, madam." And where are you going? To a gentleman's house in the town, madam. And how was you to go? In the chariot, madam. Why, you must be a lady in time, to be sure. I believe you'd become a chariot mighty well, child. Was you ever out in it with your master? Pray, your ladyship, said I, a little too pertly, perhaps, be pleased to ask half a dozen such questions together, because one answer may do for all. Why, bold face, said she, you'll forget your distance, and bring me to your level before my time. I could no longer refrain tears, but said, pray your ladyship, let me ask what I have done, to be thus severely treated? I never did your ladyship any harm. And if you think I am deceived, as you was pleased to hint, I should be more entitled to your pity, than your anger. She rose, and took me by the hand, and led me to her chair, and then sat down. And still holding my hand, said, why Pamela, I did indeed pity you while I thought you innocent, and when my brother seized you, and brought you down hither, without your consent, I was concerned for you. And I was still more concerned for you, and loved you, when I heard of your virtue and resistance, and your laudable efforts to get away from him. But when, as I fear, you have suffered yourself to be prevailed upon, and have lost your innocence, and added another to the number of the fools he has ruined, this shocked me a little. I cannot help shewing my displeasure to you. Madam, replied I must beg no hasty judgment, I have not lost my innocence. Take care, Pamela. Said she, don't lose your veracity, as well as your honor. Why are you here, when you are at full liberty to go whither you please? I will make one proposal to you, and if you are innocent, I am sure you'll accept it. Will you go and live with me? I will instantly set out with you in my chariot, and not stay half an hour longer in this house, if you'll go with me. Now, if you are innocent, and willing to keep so, deny me, if you can. I am innocent, madam, replied I, and willing to keep so, and yet I cannot consent to this. Then, said she, very mannerly, thou least, child, that's all, and I give thee up. And so she arose, and walked about the room in great wrath. Her nephew and her woman said, your ladyship's very good, 'tis a plain case, a very plain case. I would have removed the chair, to have gone out, but her nephew came and sat in it. This provoked me, for I thought I should be unworthy of the honor I was raised to, though I was afraid to own it, if I did not shew some spirit, and I said, what, sir, is your pretence in this house, to keep me a prisoner here? Because, said he, I like it. Do you so, sir? Replied I, if that is the answer of a gentleman to such an one as I, it would not, I dare say, be the answer of a gentleman to a gentleman. My lady. My lady. Said he, a challenge, by gad. No, sir, said I am of a sex that gives no challenges, and you think so too, or you would not give this occasion for the word. Said my lady, don't be surprised, nephew, the wench could not talk thus, if she had not been her master's bedfellow. Pamela, said she, and tapped me upon the shoulder 2 or 3 times, in anger, thou hast lost thy innocence, girl, and thou hast got some of thy bold master's assurance, and art fit to go anywhere. Then, and please your ladyship, said I am unworthy of your presence, and desire I may quit it. No, replied she, I will know first what reason you can give for not accepting my proposal, if you are innocent. I can give, said I, a very good one, but I beg to be excused. I will hear it, said she. Why, then, answered I should perhaps have less reason to like this gentleman, than where I am. Well then, said she, I'll put you to another trial. I'll set out this moment with you to your father and mother, and give you up safe to them. What do you say to that? Mrs. Pamela, said her nephew, now what does your innocence say to that? For gad, madam, you have puzzled her now. Be pleased, madam, said I, to call off this fine gentleman. Your kindness in these proposals makes me think you would not have me baited. I'll be d, said he, if she does not make me a bulldog. Why she'll toss us all by and by. Sir, said I, you indeed behave as if you were in a bear garden. Jackie, be quiet, said my lady. You only give her a pretence to evade my questions. Come, answer me, Pamela. I will, madam, said I, and it is thus, I have no occasion to be beholden to your ladyship for this honour, for I am to set out tomorrow morning on the way to my parents. Now again thou liest, wench. I am not of quality, said I, to answer such language. Once again, said she, provoke me not, by these reflections, and this pertness, if thou dost, I shall do something by thee unworthy of myself. That, thought I, you have done already. But I ventured not to say so. But who is to carry you, said she, to your father and mother? Who my master pleases, madam, said I, said she, I doubt not thou wilt do everything he pleases, if thou hast not already. Why now tell me, Pamela, from thy heart, hast thou not been in bed with thy master? Ha, wench, I was quite shocked at this, and said, I wonder how your ladyship can use me thus. I am sure you can expect no answer. And my sex, and my tender years, might exempt me from such treatment, from a person of your ladyship's birth and quality, and who, be the distance ever so great, is of the same sex with me. Thou art a confident wench, said she, I see. Pray, madam, said I, let me beg you to permit me to go. I am waited for in the town, to dinner. No, replied she, I can't spare you, and whomsoever you are to go to, will excuse you, when they are told 'tis I that command you not to go. And you may excuse it too, young lady would be, if you consider, that it is the unexpected coming of your late lady's daughter, and your master's sister, that commands your stay. But a pre-engagement, your ladyship will consider, is something. Ay, so it is, but I know not what reason waiting maids have to assume these airs of pre-engagements. Oh, Pamela, Pamela, I am sorry for thy thus aping thy betters, and giving thyself such airs. I see thou art quite spoiled. Of a modest, innocent girl, that thou wast, and humble too, thou art now fit for nothing in the world, but what I fear thou art. Why, please your ladyship, said her kinsman, what signifies all you say? The matter's over with her, no doubt. And she likes it, and she is in a fairy dream, and 'tis pity to awaken her before her dream's out. Bad as you take me to be, madam, said I am not used to such language or reflections as this gentleman bestows upon me, and I won't bear it. Well, Jackie, said she, be silent, and, shaking her head, poor girl, said she, what a sweet innocence is here destroyed, 1,000 pities, I could cry over her, if that would do her good. But she is quite lost, quite undone. And then has assumed a carriage upon it, that all those creatures are distinguished by. I cried sadly for vexation, and said, say what you please, madam, if I can help it, I will not answer another word. Mrs. Jukes came in, and asked if her ladyship was ready for dinner. She said, yes. I would have gone out with her, but my lady said, taking my hand, she could not spare me. And, miss, said she, you may pull off your gloves, and lay your fan by, for you shan't go, and, if you behave well, you shall wait upon me at dinner, and then I shall have a little further talk with you. Mrs. Jukes said to me, madam, may I speak one word with you? I can't tell, Mrs. Jukes, said I, for my lady holds my hand, and you see I am a kind of prisoner. What you have to say, Mrs. Jukes, said she, you may speak before me. But she went out, and seemed vexed for me, and she says, I looked like the very scarlet. The cloth was laid in another parlour, and for 3 persons, and she led me in. Come, my little dear, said she, with a sneer, I'll hand you in. And I would have you think it as well as if it was my brother. What a sad case, thought I, should I be in, if I were as naughty as she thinks me. It was bad enough as it was. Jackie, said my lady, come, let us go to dinner. She said to her woman, do you, Beck, help Pamela to tend us, we will have no men fellows. Come, my young lady, shall I help you off with your white gloves? I have not, madam, said I, deserved this at your ladyship's hands. Mrs. Jukes, coming in with the first dish, she said, do you expect anybody else, Mrs. Jukes, that you lay the cloth for 3? Said she, I hoped your ladyship and madam would have been so well reconciled, that she would have sat down too. What means the clownish woman? Said my lady, in great disdain, could you think the creature should sit down with me? She does, madam, and please your ladyship, with my master. I doubt it not, good woman, said she, and lies with him too, does she not? Answer me, fat face, how these ladies are privileged. If she does, madam, said she, there may be a reason for it, perhaps. And went out. So. Said she, has the wench got thee over too? Come, my little dear, pull off thy gloves, I say, and off she pulled my left glove herself, and spied my ring. Oh my dear God! Said she, if the wench has not got a ring. Well, this is a pretty piece of foolery, indeed. Dost know, my friend, that thou art miserably tricked? And so, poor innocent, thou hast made a fine exchange, hast thou not? Thy honesty for this bauble. And, I'll warrant, my little dear has topped her part, and paraded it like any real wife, and so mimics still the condition. Why, said she, and turned me round, thou art as mincing as any bride. No wonder thou art thus tricked out, and talkest of thy pre-engagements. Pirithi, child, walk before me to that glass, survey thyself, and come back to me, that I may see how finely thou canst act the theatrical part given thee. I was then resolved to try to be silent, although most sadly vexed. So I went and sat me down in the window, and she took her place at the upper end of the table, and her saucy Jacky, fleering at me most provokingly, sat down by her. Said he, shall not the bride sit down by us, madam? Ay, well thought of. Said my lady, pray, Mrs. Bride, your pardon for sitting down in your place. I said nothing. Said she, with a poor pun, thou hast some modesty, however, child. For thou canst not stand it, so must sit down, though in my presence, I still kept my seat, and said nothing. Thought I, this is a sad thing, that I am hindered too from shewing my duty where it is most due, and shall have anger there too, may be, if my dear master should be there before me. So she ate some soup, as did her kinsman. And then, as she was cutting up a fowl, said, if thou longest, my little dear, I will help thee to a pinion, or breast, or anything. But may be, child, said he, thou likest the rump, shall I bring it thee? And then laughed like an idiot, for all he is a lord's son, and may be a lord himself. For he is the son of Lord, and his mother, who was Lord Davers's sister, being dead, he has received what education he has, from Lord Davers's direction. Poor wretch! For all his greatness, he'll ne'er die for a plot, at least of his own hatching. If I could then have gone up, I would have given you his picture. But, for one of 25 or 26 years of age, much about the age of my dear master, he is a most odd mortal. Pamela, said my lady, help me to a glass of wine. No, Beck, said she, you shan't, for she was offering to do it. I will have my lady bride confer that honor upon me, and then I shall see if she can stand up. I was silent, and never stirred. Dost hear, chastity? Said she, help me to a glass of wine, when I bid thee. What? Not stir? Then I'll come and help thee to one. Still I stirred not, and, fanning myself, continued silent. Said she, when I have asked thee, meek one, half a dozen questions together, I suppose thou wilt answer them all at once. Pretty creature, is not that it? I was so vexed, I bit a piece of my fan out, not knowing what I did, but still I said nothing, and did nothing but flutter it, and fan myself. I believe, said she, my next question will make up half a dozen. And then, modest one, I shall be entitled to an answer. He rose and brought the bottle and glass. Come, said he, Mrs. Bride, be pleased to help my lady, and I will be your deputy. Sir, replied I, it is in a good hand, help my lady yourself. Why, creature, said she, dost thou think thyself above it? And then flew into a passion, insolence. Continued she, this moment, when I bid you, know your duty, and give me a glass of wine. Or. So I took a little spirit then, thought I can but be beat. If, said I, to attend your ladyship at table, or even kneel at your feet, was required of me, I would most gladly do it, were I only the person you think me. But, if it be to triumph over one who has received honors, that she thinks require her to act another part, not to be utterly unworthy of them, I must say, I cannot do it. She seemed quite surprised, and looked now upon her kinsman, and then upon her woman. I'm astonished, quite astonished. Well, then, I suppose you would have me conclude you my brother's wife, could you not? Your ladyship, said I, compels me to say this. Well, returned she, but dost thou thyself think thou art so? Silence, said her kinsman, gives consent. 'Tis plain enough she does. Shall I rise, madam, and pay my duty to my new aunt? Tell me, said my lady, what, in the name of impudence, possesses thee to dare to look upon thyself as my sister? Madam, replied I, that is a question will better become your most worthy brother to answer, than me. She was rising in great wrath, but her woman said, good your ladyship, you'll do yourself more harm than her. And if the poor girl has been deluded so, as you have heard, with the sham marriage, she'll be more deserving of your ladyship's pity than anger. True, Beck, very true, said my lady. But there's no bearing the impudence of the creature in the meantime. I would have gone out at the door, but her kinsman ran and set his back against it. I expected bad treatment from her pride, and violent temper. But this was worse than I could have thought of. And I said to him, Sir, when my master comes to know your rude behavior, you will, may be, have cause to repent it, and went and sat down in the window again. Another challenge, by gad, said he. But I am glad she says her master. You see, madam, she herself does not believe she is married, and so has not been so much deluded as you think for, and, coming to me with a most barbarous air of insult, he said, kneeling on one knee before me, my new aunt. Your blessing or your curse, I care not which. But quickly give me one or other, that I may not lose my dinner. I gave him a most contemptuous look. Tinselled toy, said I, for he was laced all over. 20 or 30 years hence, when you are at age, I shall know how to answer you better. Meantime, sport with your footman, and not with me. And so I removed to another window nearer the door, and he looked like a sad fool, as he is. Beck, Beck, said my lady, this is not to be borne. Was ever the like heard? Is my kinsman and Lord Davers's to be thus used by such a slut? And was coming to me, and indeed I began to be afraid, for I have but a poor heart, after all. But Mrs. Jukes, hearing high words, came in again, with the second course, and said, Pray your ladyship, don't so discompose yourself. I am afraid this day's business will make matters wider than ever between your good ladyship and your brother, for my master dotes upon madam. Woman, said she, do thou be silent. Sure, I that was born in this house, may have some privilege in it, without being talked to by the saucy servants in it. I beg pardon, madam, replied Mrs. Jukes. And, turning to me, said, Madam, my master will take it very ill if you make him wait for you thus. So I rose to go out, but my lady said, if it was only for that reason she shan't go. And went to the door and shut it, and said to Mrs. Jukes, Woman, don't come again till I call you, and coming to me, took my hand, and said, Find your legs, miss, if you please. I stood up, and she tapped my cheek. Oh, says she, that scarlet glow shews what a rancorous little heart thou hast, if thou durst shew it. But come this way. And so led me to her chair. Stand there, said she, and answer me a few questions while I dine, and I'll dismiss thee, till I call thy impudent master to account. And then I'll have you face to face, and all this mystery of iniquity shall be unravelled, for, between you, I will come to the bottom of it. When she had sat down, I moved to the window on the other side of the parlour, looking into the private garden, and her woman said, Mrs. Pamela, don't make my lady angry. Stand by her ladyship, as she bids you. Said I, Pray, good now, let it suffice you to attend your lady's commands, and don't lay yours upon me. Your pardon, sweet Mrs. Pamela, said she. Times are much altered with you, I'll assure you. Said I, her ladyship has a very good plea to be free in the house that she was born in, but you may as well confine your freedoms to the house in which you had your breedings. Why, how now, Mrs. Pamela, said she. Since you provoke me to it, I'll tell you a piece of my mind. Hush, hush, good woman, said I, alluding to my lady's language to Mrs. Jukes, my lady wants not your assistance, besides, I can't scold. The woman was ready to flutter with vexation. And Lord Jacky laughed as if he would burst his sides. And me, Beck, said he, you'd better let her alone to my lady here, for she'll be too many for 20 such as you and I, and then he laughed again, and repeated, I can't scold, quoth A. But, by gad, miss, you can speak spiteful words, I can tell you that, poor Beck, 'fore gad, she's quite dumbfoundered. Well, but Pamela, said my lady, come hither, and tell me truly, dost thou think thyself really married? Said I, and approached her chair, my good lady, I'll answer all your commands, if you'll have patience with me, and not be so angry as you are, but I can't bear to be used thus by this gentleman, and your ladyship's woman. Child, said she, thou art very impertinent to my kinsman, thou canst not be civil to me, and my ladyship's woman is much thy betters. But that's not the thing, dost thou think thou art really married? I see, madam, said I, you are resolved not to be pleased with any answer I shall return. If I should say, I am not, then your ladyship will call me hard names, and, perhaps, I should tell a fib. If I should say, I am, your ladyship will ask, how I have the impudence to be so, and will call it a sham marriage. I will, said she, be answered more directly. Why, what, madam, does it signify what I think? Your ladyship will believe as you please. But canst thou have the vanity, the pride, the folly, said she, to think thyself actually married to my brother? He is no fool, child, and libertine enough of conscience. And thou art not the first in the list of his credulous harlots. Well, well, said I, and was in a sad flutter, as I am easy, and pleased with my lot, pray, madam, let me continue so, as long as I can. It will be time enough for me to know the worst, when the worst comes. And if it should be so bad, your ladyship should pity me, rather than thus torment me before my time. Well, said she, but dost not think I am concerned, that a young wench, whom my poor dear mother loved so well, should thus cast herself away, and suffer herself to be deluded and undone, after such a noble stand as thou madst for so long a time? I think myself far from being deluded and undone, and am as innocent and virtuous as ever I was in my life. Thou least, child, said she. So your ladyship told me twice before. She gave me a slap on the hand for this. And I made a low courtesy, and said, I humbly thank your ladyship. But I could not refrain tears, and added, your dear brother, madam, however, won't thank your ladyship for this usage of me, though I do. Come a little nearer me, my dear, said she, and thou shalt have a little more than that to tell him of, if thou thinkst thou hast not made mischief enough already between a sister and brother. But, child, if he was here, I would serve thee worse, and him too. I wish he was, said I. Dost thou threaten me, mischief maker, and insolent as thou art? Now, pray, madam, said I, but got to a little distance, be pleased to reflect upon all that you have said to me, since I have had the honor, or rather misfortune, to come into your presence. Whether you have said one thing befitting your ladyship's degree to me, even supposing I was the wench and the creature you imagine me to be? Come hither, my pert dear, replied she, come but within my reach for one moment, and I'll answer thee as thou deservest. To be sure she meant to box my ears. But I should not be worthy my happy lot if I could not shew some spirit. When the cloth was taken away, I said, I suppose I may now depart your presence, madam? I suppose not, said she. Why, I'll lay thee a wager, child, thy stomach's too full to eat, and so thou mayst fast till thy mannerly master comes home. Pray your ladyship, said her woman, let the poor girl sit down at table with Mrs. Jukes and me. Said I, you are very kind, Mrs. Wardens, but times, as you said, are much altered with me. And I have been of late so much honoured with better company, that I can't stoop to yours. Was ever such confidence? Said my Lady Dot, poor Beck. Poor Beck. Said her kinsman, why she beats you quite out of the pit. Will your ladyship, said I, be so good as to tell me how long I am to tarry? For you'll please to see by that letter, that I am obliged to attend my master's commands. And so I gave her the dear gentleman's letter from Mr. Carleton's, which I thought would make her use me better, as she might judge by it of the honour done me by him. Ay, said she, this is my worthy brother's hand. It is directed to Mrs. Andrews. That's to you, I suppose, child. And so she ran on, making remarks as she went along, in this manner. My dearest Pamela, mighty well. I hope my not coming home this night, will not frighten you, vastly tender, indeed, and did it frighten you, child? You may believe I can't help it. No, to be sure, a person in thy way of life, is more tenderly used than an honest wife. But mark the end of it. I could have wished, Purethi, Jacky, mind this, we, mind the significant we, had not engaged to the good neighbourhood, at Sir Simon's, for tomorrow night. Why, does the good neighbourhood, and does Sir Simon, permit thy visits, child? They shall have none of mine, then, I'll assure them. But I am so desirous to set out on Wednesday for the other house, so, Jacky, but we just nicked it, I find, that, as well as in return for the civilities of so many good friends, who will be there on purpose, I would not put it off. Now mind, Jacky. What I beg of you, mind the wretch, that could use me and your uncle as he has done, he is turned beggar to this creature. I beg of you, therefore, my dear, there's for you. I wish I may not be quite sick before I get through. What I beg of you, therefore, my dear, and then she looked me full in the face, is, that you will go in the chariot to Sir Simon's, the sooner in the day the better, dear heart. And why so, when we were not expected till night? Why, pray observe the reason, hem. Said she, because you will be diverted with the company, mighty kind, indeed. Who all, Jacky, mind this, who all so much admire you. Now he'd ha been hanged before he would have said so complaisant a thing, had he been married, I'm sure. Very true, aunt, said he, a plain case that, thought I, that's hard upon poor matrimony, though I hope my lady don't find it so. But I durst not speak out. Who all so much admire you, said she, I must repeat that, pretty miss, I wish thou wast as admirable for thy virtue, as for that baby face of thine. And I hope to join you there by your tea time in the afternoon. So, you're in very good time, child, an hour or two hence, to answer all your important pre-engagements. Which will be better than going home, and returning with you, as it will be 6 miles difference to me. And I know the good company will excuse my dress on this occasion. Very true, any dress is good enough, I'm sure, for such company as admire thee, child, for a companion, in thy ruined state, Jacky, mind, again. More fine things still. I count every hour of this little absence for a day, there's for you. Let me repeat it, I count every hour of this little absence for a day, mind, too, the wit of the good man. One may see love is a new thing to him. Here is a very tedious time gone since he saw his dearie, no less than, according to his amorous calculation, 12 days and nights, at least. And yet, tedious as it is but a little absence. Well said, my good, accurate, and consistent brother, but wise men in love are always the greatest simpletons. But now comes the reason why this little absence, which, at the same time, is so great an absence, is so tedious, for I am, now for it. With the utmost sincerity, my dearest love, out upon dearest love. I shall never love the word again. Pray bid your uncle never call me dearest love, Jacky. Forever yours, but, brother, thou knowest thou dost. And so, my good Lady Andrews, or what shall I call you? Your dearest love will be forever yours. And hast thou the vanity to believe this, but stay, here is a postscript. The poor man knew not when to have done to his dearest love. He's sadly in for't, truly. Why, his dearest love, you are mighty happy in such a lover. If you could go to dine with them, cry you mercy, my dearest love, now comes the pre-engagement. It will be a freedom that will be very pleasing to them, and the more, as they don't expect it. Well, so much for this kind letter. But you see you cannot honor this admiring company with this little expected, and, but in complaisance to his folly, I dare say, little desired freedom. And I cannot forbear admiring you so much myself, my dearest love, that I will not spare you at all, this whole evening, for 'tis a little hard, if thy master's sister may not be blessed a little bit with thy charming company. So I found I had shown her my letter to very little purpose, and repented it several times, as she read on. Well, then, said I hope your ladyship will give me leave to send my excuses to your good brother, and say, that your ladyship is come, and is so fond of me, that you will not let me leave you. Pretty creature, said she. And wantest thou thy good master to come, and quarrel with his sister on thy account, but thou shalt not stir from my presence, and I would now ask thee, what it is thou meanest by shewing me this letter. Why, madam, said I, to shew your ladyship how I was engaged for this day and evening. And for nothing else. Said she. Why, I can't tell, madam, said I, but if you can collect from it any other circumstances, I might hope I should not be the worse treated. I saw her eyes began to sparkle with passion, and she took my hand, and said, grasping it very hard, I know, confident creature, that thou shouldst at me to insult me. You shoot at me, to let me see, that he could be civiller to a beggar born, than to me, or to my good Lord Davers. You shoot at me, as if you'd have me to be as credulous a fool as yourself, to believe your marriage true, when I know the whole trick of it, and have reason to believe you do too. And you shoot at me, to upbraid me with his stooping to such painted dirt, to the disgrace of a family, ancient and untainted beyond most in the kingdom. And now will I give thee 100 guineas for one bold word, that I may fell thee at my foot. Was not this very dreadful? To be sure, I had better have kept the letter from her. I was quite frightened. And this fearful menace, and her fiery eyes, and rageful countenance, made me lose all my courage. So I said, weeping, good your ladyship, pity me, indeed I am honest, indeed I am virtuous, indeed I would not do a bad thing for the world. Though I know, said she, the whole trick of thy pretended marriage, and thy foolish ring here, and all the rest of the wicked nonsense, yet I should not have patience with thee. If thou shouldst but offer to let me know thy vanity prompts thee to believe thou art married to my brother. I could not bear the thought, so take care, Pamela, take care, beggarly brat, take care. Good madam, said I, spare my dear parents. They are honest and industrious, they were once in a very creditable way, and never were beggars. Misfortunes may attend any body, and I can bear the cruelest imputations on myself, because I know my innocence. But upon such honest, industrious parents, who went through the greatest trials, without being beholden to any thing but God's blessing, and their own hard labor, I cannot bear reflection. What? Art thou setting up for a family, creature as thou art? God give me patience with thee. I suppose my brother's folly, and his wickedness, together, will, in a little while, occasion a search at the herald's office, to set out thy wretched obscurity. Provoke me, I desire thou wilt. 100 guineas will I give thee, to say but thou thinkest thou art married to my brother. Your ladyship, I hope, won't kill me, and since nothing I can say will please you, but your ladyship is resolved to quarrel with me, since I must not say what I think, on one hand nor another. Whatever your ladyship designs by me, be pleased to do, and let me depart your presence. She gave me a slap on the hand, and reached to box my ear, but Mrs. Jukes hearkening without, and her woman too, they both came in at that instant, and Mrs. Jukes said, pushing herself in between us, your ladyship knows not what you do. Indeed you don't. My master would never forgive me, if I suffered, in his house, one he so dearly loves, to be so used, and it must not be, though you are Lady Davers. Her woman too interposed, and told her, I was not worth her ladyship's anger. But she was like a person beside herself. I offered to go out, and Mrs. Jukes took my hand to lead me out, but her kinsman set his back against the door, and put his hand to his sword, and said, I should not go, till his aunt permitted it. He drew it halfway, and I was so terrified, that I cried out, Oh, the sword! The sword! And, not knowing what I did, I ran to my lady herself, and clasped my arms about her, forgetting, just then, how much she was my enemy, and said, sinking on my knees, Defend me, good your ladyship. The sword! The sword, Mrs. Jukes said, Oh! My lady will fall into fits. But Lady Davers was herself so startled at the matter being carried so far, that she did not mind her words, and said, Jacky, don't draw your sword. You see, as great as her spirit is, she can't bear that. Come, said she, be comforted, he shan't frighten you, I'll try to overcome my anger, and will pity you. So, wench, rise up, and don't be foolish. Mrs. Jukes held her salts to my nose, and I did not faint. And my lady said, Mrs. Jukes, if you would be forgiven, leave Pamela and me by ourselves, and, Jacky, do you withdraw, only you, Beck, stay. So I sat down in the window, all in a sad fluster. For, to be sure, I was sadly frightened. Said her woman, you should not sit in my lady's presence, Mrs. Pamela. Yes, let her sit till she is a little recovered of her fright, said my lady, and do you set my chair by her. And so she sat over against me, and said, To be sure, Pamela, you have been very provoking with your tongue, to be sure you have, as well upon my nephew, who is a man of quality too, as me. And palliating her cruel usage, and beginning, I suppose, to think herself she had carried it further than she could answer it to her brother, she wanted to lay the fault upon me. Own, said she, you have been very saucy. And beg my pardon, and beg Jacky's pardon, and I will try to pity you. For you are a sweet girl, after all, if you had but held out, and been honest. 'Tis injurious to me, madam, said I, to imagine I am not honest. Said she, have you not been abed with my brother? Tell me that. Your ladyship, replied I, asks your questions in a strange way, and in strange words. Oh! Your delicacy is wounded, I suppose, by my plain questions. This niceness will soon leave you, wench, it will, indeed. But answer me directly. Then your ladyship's next question, said I, will be, am I married? And you won't bear my answer to that, and will beat me again. I ha'n't beat you yet, have I, Beck? Said she. So you want to make out a story, do you? But, indeed, I can't bear thou shouldst so much as think thou art my sister. I know the whole trick of it, and so, 'tis my opinion, dost thou. It is only thy little cunning, that it might look like a cloak to thy yielding, and get better terms from him. Purithi, wench, thou sayest I know the world a little, almost as much at 32, as thou dost at 16. Remember that. I rose from the window, and walking to the other end of the room, beat me again, if you please, said I, but I must tell your ladyship, I scorn your words, and am as much married as your ladyship. At that she ran to me. But her woman interposed again, let the vain wicked creature go from your presence, madam, said she. She is not worthy to be in it. She will but vex your ladyship. Stand away, Beck, said she. That's an assertion that I would not take from my brother, I can't bear it. As much married as I, is that to be borne? But if the creature believes she is, madam, said her woman, she is to be as much pitied for her credulity, as despised for her vanity. I was in hopes to have slipped out at the door, but she caught hold of my gown, and pulled me back. Pray your ladyship, said I, don't kill me, I have done no harm. But she locked the door, and put the key in her pocket. So, seeing Mrs. Jukes before the window, I lifted up the sash, and said, Mrs. Jukes, I believe it would be best for the chariot to go to your master, and let him know, that Lady Davers is here, and I cannot leave her ladyship. She was resolved to be displeased, let me say what I would. Said she, no, no. He'll then think, that I make the creature my companion, and know not how to part with her. I thought your ladyship, replied I, could not have taken exceptions at this message. Thou knowest nothing, wench, said she, of what belongs to people of condition, how shouldst thou? Nor, thought I, do I desire it, at this rate. What shall I say, madam? Said I. Nothing at all, replied she. Let him expect his dearest love, and be disappointed, it is but adding a few more hours, and he will make every one a day, in his amorous account, Mrs. Jukes coming nearer me, and my lady walking about the room, being then at the end, I whispered, let Robert stay at the elms, I'll have a struggle for it by and by. As much married as I. Repeated she. The insolence of the creature. And so she walked about the room, talking to herself, to her woman, and now and then to me, but seeing I could not please her, I thought I had better be silent. And then it was, am I not worthy an answer? If I speak, said I, your ladyship is angry at me, though ever so respectfully, if I do not, I cannot please, would your ladyship tell me but how I shall oblige you, and I would do it with all my heart. Confess the truth, said she, that thou art an undone creature, hast been in bed with thy master, and art sorry for it, and for the mischief thou hast occasioned between him and me. And then I'll pity thee, and persuade him to pack thee off, with 100 or 2 of guineas, and some honest farmer may take pity of thee, and patch up thy shame, for the sake of the money. And if nobody will have thee, thou must vow penitence, and be as humble as I once thought thee. I was quite sick at heart, at all this passionate extravagance, and to be hindered from being where was the desire of my soul, and afraid too of incurring my dear master's displeasure. And, as I sat, I saw it was no hard matter to get out of the window into the front yard, the parlour being even with the yard, and so have a fair run for it. And after I had seen my lady at the other end of the room again, in her walks, having not pulled down the sash, when I spoke to Mrs. Jukes, I got upon the seat, and whipped out in a minute, and ran away as hard as I could drive, my lady calling after me to return, and her woman at the other window, but 2 of her servants appearing at her crying out. And she bidding them to stop me, I said, touch me at your peril, fellows. But their lady's commands would have prevailed on them, had not Mr. Colbrand, who, it seems, had been kindly ordered, by Mrs. Jukes, to be within call, when she saw how I was treated, come up, and put on one of his deadly fierce looks, the only time, I thought, it ever became him, and said, he would chine the man, that was his word, who offered to touch his lady. And so he ran alongside of me, and I heard my lady say, the creature flies like a bird. And, indeed, Mr. Colbrand, with his huge strides, could hardly keep pace with me, and I never stopped, till I got to the chariot. And Robert had got down, seeing me running at a distance, and held the door in his hand, with the step ready down, and in I jumped, without touching the step, saying, drive me, as fast as you can, out of my lady's reach. And he mounted. And Colbrand said, don't be frightened, madam, nobody shall hurt you. And shut the door, and away Robert drove, but I was quite out of breath, and did not recover it, and my fright, all the way. Mr. Colbrand was so kind, but I did not know it till the chariot stopped at Sir Simon's, to step up behind the carriage, lest, as he said, my lady should send after me, and he told Mrs. Jukes, when he got home, that he never saw such a runner as me in his life. When the chariot stopped, which was not till 6 o'clock, so long did this cruel lady keep me, Miss Darnford ran out to me, oh madam, said she, 10 times welcome. But you'll be beat, I can tell you. For here has been Mr. B, come these 2 hours, and is very angry with you. That's hard indeed, said I, indeed I can't afford it, for I hardly knew what I said, having not recovered my fright. Let me sit down, miss, anywhere, said I, for I have been sadly off. So I sat down, and was quite sick with the hurry of my spirits, and leaned upon her arm. Said she, your lord and master came in very moody. And when he had stayed an hour, and you not come, he began to fret, and said, he did not expect so little complaisance from you. And he is now sat down, with great persuasion, to a game at loo. Come, you must make your appearance, lady fair. For he is too sullen to attend you, I doubt. You have no strangers, have you, miss? Said I. Only 2 women relations from Stamford, replied she, and an humble servant of one of them. Only all the world, miss. Said I. What shall I do, if he be angry? I can't bear that. Just as I had said so, came in Lady Darnford and Lady Jones to chide me, as they said, for not coming sooner. And before I could speak, came in my dear master. I ran to him. How do ye, Pamela? Said he. And saluting me, with a little more formality than I could well bear. I expected half a word from me, when I was so complaisant to your choice, would have determined you, and that you'd have been here to dinner. And the rather, as I made my request a reasonable one, and what I thought would be agreeable to you. Oh dear sir, said I, pray, hear me, and you'll pity me, and not be displeased. Mrs. Jukes will tell you, that as soon as I had your kind commands, I said, I would obey you, and come to dinner with these good ladies, and so prepared myself instantly, with all the pleasure in the world. Lady Darnford and Miss said I was their dear. Look you, said Miss, did I not tell you, stately one, that something must have happened? But, oh these tyrants! These men! Why, what hindered it, my dear? Said he, give yourself time, you seem out of breath. Oh sir, said I, out of breath. Well I may. For, just as I was ready to come away, who should drive into the courtyard, but Lady Davers. Nay, then, my sweet dear, said he, and saluted me more tenderly, hast thou had a worse trial than I wish thee, from one of the haughtiest women in England, though my sister, for she too, my Pamela, was spoiled by my good mother. But have you seen her? Yes, sir, said I, and more than seen her. Why sure, said he, she has not had the insolence to strike my girl. Sir, said I, but tell me you forgive me, for indeed I could not come sooner, and these good ladies but excuse me. And I'll tell you all another time, for to take up the good company's attention now, will spoil their pleasantry, and be to them, though more important to me, like the broken china you cautioned me about. That's a dear girl. Said he. I see my hints are not thrown away upon you, and I beg pardon for being angry with you, and, for the future, will stay till I hear your defense, before I judge you. Said Miss Darnford, this is a little better. To own a fault is some reparation. And what every lordly husband will not do. He said, but tell me, my dear, did Lady Davers offer you any incivility? Oh sir, replied I, she is your sister, and I must not tell you all, but she has used me very severely. Did you tell her, said he, you were married? Yes, sir, I did at last. But she will have it, 'tis a sham marriage, and that I am a vile creature, and she was ready to beat me, when I said so, for she could not have patience, that I should be deemed her sister, as she said. How unlucky it was, replied he, I was not at home. Why did you not send to me here? Send, sir. I was kept prisoner by force. They would not let me stir, or do you think I would have been hindered from obeying you? Nay, I told them, that I had a pre-engagement, but she ridiculed me, and said, waiting maids talk of pre-engagements. And then I shewed her your kind letter, and she made 1,000 remarks upon it, and made me wish I had not. In short, whatever I could do or say, there was no pleasing her, and I was a creature and wench, and all that was naught. But you must not be angry with her on my account. Well, but, said he, I suppose she hardly asked you to dine with her. For she came before dinner, I presume, if it was soon after you had received my letter. No, sir, dine with my lady. No, indeed. Why, she would make me wait at table upon her, with her woman, because she would not expose herself and me before the men servants, which you know, sir, was very good of her ladyship. Well, said he, but did you wait upon her? Would you have had me, sir? Said I. Only, Pamela, replied he, if you did, and knew not what belonged to your character, as my wife, I shall be very angry with you. Sir, said I did not, but refused it, out of consideration to the dignity you have raised me to, else, sir, I could have waited on my knees upon your sister. Now, said he, you confirm my opinion of your prudence and judgment. She is an insolent woman, and shall dearly repent it. But, sir, she is to be excused, because she won't believe I am indeed married, so don't be too angry at her ladyship. He said, ladies, pray don't let us keep you from the company. I'll only ask a question or two more, and attend you. Said Lady Jones, I so much long to hear this story of poor madam's persecution, that, if it was not improper, I should be glad to stay. Miss Darnford would stay for the same reason. My master saying, he had no secrets to ask, and that it was kind of them to interest themselves in my grievances. But Lady Darnford went into the company, and told them the cause of my detention. For, it seems, my dear master loved me too well, to keep to himself the disappointment my not being here to receive him, was to him, and they had all given the two Mrs. Burrows and Mr. Perry, the Stamford guests, such a character of me, that they said they were impatient to see me. Said my master, but, Pamela, you said they and them, who had my sister with her besides her woman? Her nephew, sir, and 3 footmen on horseback. And she and her woman were in her chariot and 6. That's a sad coxcomb, said he. How did he behave to you? Not extraordinarily, sir, but I should not complain, for I was even with him, because I thought I ought not to bear with him as with my lady. By heaven! Said he, if I knew he behaved unhandsomely to my jewel, I'd send him home to his uncle without his ears. Indeed, sir, returned I was as hard upon him as he was upon me. Said he, 'tis kind to say so. But I believe I shall make them dearly repent their visit, if I find their behavior to call for my resentment. But, sure, my dear, you might have got away when you went to your own dinner. Indeed, sir, said I, her ladyship locked me in, and would not let me stir. So you ha'n't ate any dinner? No, indeed, sir, nor had a stomach for any. My poor dear, said he. But then, how got you away at last? Oh sir, replied I jumped out of the parlour window, and ran away to the chariot, which had waited for me several hours, by the elm walk, from the time of my lady's coming, for I was just going, as I said, and Mr. Colbrand conducted me through her servants, whom she called to stop me, and was so kind to step behind the chariot, unknown to me, and saw me safe here. I'm sure, said he, these insolent creatures must have treated you vilely. But tell me, what part did Mrs. Jukes act in this affair? A very kind part, sir, said I, in my behalf, and I shall thank her for it. Sweet creature! Said he, thou lovest to speak well of everybody, but I hope she deserves it. For she knew you were married. But come, we'll now join the company, and try to forget all you have suffered, for 2 or 3 hours, that we may not tire the company with our concerns and resume the subject as we go home, and you shall find I will do you justice, as I ought. But you forgive me, sir, said I, and are not angry. Forgive you, my dear. Returned he, I hope you forgive me. I shall never make you satisfaction for what you have suffered from me, and for me. And with those words he led me into the company. He very kindly presented me to the 2 stranger ladies, and the gentleman, and them to me, and Sir Simon, who was at cards, rose from table, and saluted me, ad. Madam, said he, I'm glad to see you here. What, it seems you have been a prisoner. 'Twas well you was, or your spouse and I should have sat in judgment upon you, and condemned you to a fearful punishment for your first crime of lese majestatis. I had this explained to me afterwards. As a sort of treason against my liege lord and husband, for we husbands hereabouts, said he, are resolved to turn over a new leaf with our wives, and your lord and master shall shew us the way, I can tell you that. But I see by your eyes, my sweet culprit, added he, and your complexion, you have had sour sauce to your sweet meat. Miss Darnford said, I think we are obliged to our sweet guest, at last, for she was forced to jump out at a window to come to us. Indeed, said Mrs. Peters, and my master's back being turned, says she, Lady Davers, when a maiden, was always vastly passionate, but a very good lady when her passion was over. And she'd make nothing of slapping her maids about, and begging their pardons afterwards, if they took it patiently, otherwise she used to say the creatures were even with her. Said I have been a many creatures and wenches, and I know not what, for these were the names she gave me. And I thought I ought to act up to the part her dear brother has given me, and so I have but just escaped a good cuffing. Miss Burrows said to her sister, as I overheard, but she did not design I should, what a sweet creature is this. And then she takes so little upon her, is so free, so easy, and owns the honour done her, so obligingly. Said Mr. Perry, softly, the loveliest person I ever saw. Who could have the heart to be angry with her one moment? Says Miss Darnford, here, my dearest neighbour, these gentry are admiring you strangely, and Mr. Perry says, you are the loveliest lady he ever saw, and he says it to his own mistress's face too, I'll assure you, or else, says Miss Burrows, I should think he much flattered me. Oh, madam, you are exceedingly obliging. But your kind opinion ought to teach me humility, and to reverence so generous a worth as can give a preference against yourself, where it is so little due. Indeed, madam, said Miss Nanny Burrows, I love my sister well. But it would be a high compliment to any lady, to be deemed worthy a second or third place after you. There is no answering such politeness, said I am sure Lady Davers was very cruel to keep me from such company. 'Twas our loss, madam, says Miss Darnford. I'll allow it, said I, in degree, for you have all been deprived, several hours, of an humble admirer. Mr. Perry said, I never before saw so young a lady shine forth with such graces of mind and person. Alas! Sir, said I, my master coming up, mine is but a borrowed shine, like that of the moon. Here is the sun, to whose fervent glow of generosity I owe all the faint lustre, that your goodness is pleased to look upon with so much kind distinction. Mr. Perry was pleased to hold up his hands, and the ladies looked upon one another. And my master said, hearing part of the last sentence, what's the pretty subject, that my Pamela is displaying so sweetly her talents upon? Oh! Sir, said Mr. Perry, I will pronounce you the happiest man in England, and so said they all. My master said, most generously, thank ye, all round, my dear friends. I know not your subject. But if you believe me so, for a single instance of this dear girl's goodness, what must I think myself, when blessed with 1,000 instances, and experiencing it in every single act and word? I do assure you my Pamela's person, all lovely as you see it, is far short of her mind, that, indeed, first attracted my admiration, and made me her lover, but they were the beauties of her mind, that made me her husband. And proud, my sweet dear, said he, pressing my hand, am I of that title? Well, said Mr. Perry, very kindly and politely, excellent as your lady is, I know not the gentleman that could deserve her, but that one who could say such just and such fine things. I was all abashed. And took Miss Darnford's hand, and said, save me, dear miss, by your sweet example, from my rising pride. But could I deserve half these kind things, what a happy creature should I be. Said Miss Darnford, you deserve them all, indeed you do. The greatest part of the company having sat down to loo, my master being pressed, said he would take one game at whist, but had rather be excused too, having been up all night, and I asked how his friend did. We'll talk of that, said he, another time, which, and his seriousness, made me fear the poor gentleman was dead, as it proved. We cast in, and Miss Burrows and my master were together, and Mr. Perry and I. And I had all 4 honours the first time, and we were up at one deal. Said my master, an honourable hand, Pamela, should go with an honourable heart, but you'd not have been up, if a knave had not been won. Whist, sir, said Mr. Perry, you know, was a court game originally, and the knave, I suppose, signified always the Prime Minister. 'Tis well, said my master, if now there is but one knave in a court, out of 4 persons, take the court through. The king and queen, sir, said Mr. Perry, can do no wrong, you know. So there are 2 that must be good out of 4, and the ace seems too plain a card to mean much hurt. We compliment the king, said my master, in that manner. And 'tis well to do so, because there is something sacred in the character. But yet, if force of example be considered, it is going a great way, for certainly a good master makes a good servant, generally speaking. One thing, added he, I will say, in regard to the ace, I have always looked upon that plain and honest-looking card in the light you do, and have considered whist as an English game in its original, which has made me fonder of it than of any other. For by the ace I have always thought the laws of the land denoted, and as the ace is above the king or queen, and wins them, I think the law should be thought so too, though, may be, I shall be deemed a Whig for my opinion. I shall never play whist, said Mr. Perry, without thinking of this, and shall love the game the better for the thought, though I am no party man. Nor I, said my master, for I think the distinctions of Whig and Tory odious. And love the one or the other only as they are honest and worthy men, and have never, nor never shall, hope, given a vote, but according to what I thought was for the public good, let either Whig or Tory propose it. I wish, sir, replied Mr. Perry, all gentlemen in your station would act so. If there was no undue influence, said my master, I am willing to think so well of all mankind, that I believe they generally would. But you see, said he, by my Pamela's hand, when all the court cards get together, and are acted by one mind, the game is usually turned accordingly, though now and then, too, it may be so circumstanced, that honors will do them no good. And they are forced to depend altogether upon tricks. I thought this way of talking prettier than the game itself. But I said, though I have won the game, I hope I am no trickster. No, said my master, God forbid, but court cards should sometimes win with honor. But you see, for all that, your game is as much owing to the knave as the king, and you, my fair one, lost no advantage, when it was put into your power. Else, sir, said I should not have done justice to my partner. You are certainly right, Pamela, replied he, though you thereby beat your husband. Sir, said I, you may be my partner next, and I must do justice, you know. Well, said he, always choose so worthy a friend, as chance has given you for a partner, and I shall never find fault with you, do what you will. Mr. Perry said, you are very good to me, sir. And Miss Burrows, I observed, seemed pleased with the compliment to her humble servant, by which I saw she esteemed him, as he appears to deserve. Dear sir, said I, how much better is this, than to be locked in by Lady Davers. The supper was brought in sooner on my account, because I had had no dinner, and there passed very agreeable compliments on the occasion. Lady Darnford would help me first, because I had so long fasted, as she said. Sir Simon would have placed himself next me, and my master said, he thought it was best, where there was an equal number of ladies and gentlemen, that they should sit, intermingled. That the gentlemen might be employed in helping and serving the ladies. Lady Darnford said, she hoped Sir Simon would not sit above any ladies at his own table especially. Well, said he, I shall sit over against her, however, and that's as well. My dearest sir could not keep his eyes off me, and seemed generously delighted with all I did, and all I said, and every one was pleased to see his kind and affectionate behavior to me. Lady Jones brought up the discourse about Lady Davers again. And my master said, I fear, Pamela, you have been hardly used, more than you'll say. I know my sister's passionate temper too well, to believe she could be over-civil to you, especially as it happened so unluckily that I was out. If, added he, she had no pique to you, my dear, yet what has passed between her and me, has so exasperated her, that I know she would have quarrelled with my horse, if she had thought I valued it, and nobody else was in her way. Dear sir, said I, don't say so of good Lady Davers. Why, my dear, said he, I know she came on purpose to quarrel. And had she not found herself under a very violent uneasiness, after what had passed between us, and my treatment of her lord's letter, she would not have offered to come near me. What sort of language had she for me, Pamela? Oh, sir, very good, only her well-mannered brother, and such as that. Only, said he, 'tis taking up the attention of the company disagreeably, or I could tell you almost every word she said. Lady Jones wished to hear a further account of my lady's conduct, and most of the company joined with her, particularly Mrs. Peters, who said, that as they knew the story, and Lady Davers's temper, though she was very good in the main, they could wish to be so agreeably entertained, if he and I pleased, because they imagined I should have no difficulties after this. Tell me, then, Pamela, said he, did she lift up her hand at you? Did she strike you? But I hope not. A little slap of the hand, said I, or so. Insolent woman. She did not, I hope, offer to strike your face. Why, said I was a little saucy once or twice, and she would have given me a cuff on the ear, if her woman and Mrs. Jukes had not interposed. Why did you not come out at the door? Because, said I, her ladyship sat in the chair against it, one while, and another while locked it, else I offered several times to get away. She knew I expected you here, you say, you shewed her my letter to you? Yes, sir, said I. But I had better not, for she is then more exasperated, and made strange comments upon it. I doubt it not, said he, but, did she not see, by the kind epithets in it, that there was no room to doubt of our being married? Oh, sir, replied I, and made the company smile, she said, for that very reason she was sure I was not married. That's like my sister, said he, exactly like her, and yet she lives very happily herself, for her poor lord never contradicts her. Indeed he dares not. You were a great many wenches, were you not, my dear? For that's a great word with her. Yes, sir, said I, wenches and creatures out of number, and worse than all that. What? Tell me, my dear. Sir, said I must not have you angry with Lady Davers, while you are so good to me. 'Tis all nothing, only the trouble I have that I cannot be suffered to shew how much I honoured her ladyship, as your sister. Well, said he, you need not be afraid to tell me, I must love her after all, though I shall not be pleased with her on this occasion. I know it is her love for me, though thus oddly expressed, that makes her so uneasy, and, after all, she comes, I'm sure, to be reconciled to me, though it must be through a good hearty quarrel first, for she can shew a good deal of sunshine. But it must be always after a storm, and I'll love her dearly, if she has not been, and will not be, too hard upon my dearest. Mr. Peters said, Sir, you are very good, and very kind. I love to see this complaisance to your sister, though she be in fault, so long as you can shew it with so much justice to the sweetest innocence and merit in the world. By all that's good, Mr. Peters, said he, I'd present my sister with £1,000, if she would kindly take my dear Pamela by the hand, and wish her joy, and call her sister. And yet I should be unworthy of the dear creature that smiles upon me there, if it was not principally for her sake, and the pleasure it would give her, that I say this, for I will never be thoroughly reconciled to my sister till she does. For I most sincerely think, as to myself, that my dear wife, there she sits, does me more honour in her new relation, than she receives from me. Sir, said I am overwhelmed with your goodness. And my eyes were filled with tears of joy and gratitude, and all the company with one voice blessed him. And Lady Jones was pleased to say, the behaviour of you two happy ones, to each other, is the most edifying I ever knew. I am always improved when I see you. How happy would every good lady be with such a gentleman, and every good gentleman with such a lady, in short, you seem made for one another. Oh madam, said I, you are so kind, so good to me, that I know not how to thank you enough, said she, you deserve more than I can express, for, to all that know your story, you are a matchless person. You are an ornament to our sex, and your virtue, though Mr. B. is so generous as he is, has met with no more than its due reward. God long bless you together. You are, said my dearest sir, very good to me, madam, I am sure. I have taken liberties in my former life, that deserved not so much excellence. I have offended extremely, by trials glorious to my Pamela, but disgraceful to me, against a virtue that I now consider as almost sacred. And I shall not think I deserve her, till I can bring my manners, my sentiments, and my actions, to a conformity with her own. In short, my Pamela, continued he, I want you to be nothing but what you are, and have been. You cannot be better. And if you could, it would be but filling me with despair to attain the awful heights of virtue at which you have arrived. Perhaps, added the dear gentleman, the scene I have beheld within these 12 hours, has made me more serious than otherwise I should have been, but I'll assure you, before all this good company, I speak the sentiments of my heart. And those not of this day only. What a happy daughter is yours, O my dear father and mother! I owe it all to God's grace, and to yours and my good lady's instructions, and to these let me always look back with grateful acknowledgments, that I may not impute to myself, and be proud, my inexpressible happiness. The company were so kindly pleased with our concern, and my dear master's goodness, that he, observing their indulgence, and being himself curious to know the further particulars of what had passed between my lady and me, repeated his question. What she had called me besides wench and creature? And I said, my lady, supposing I was wicked, lamented over me, very kindly, my depravity and fall, and said, what 1,000 pities it was, so much virtue, as she was pleased to say, was so destroyed, and that I had yielded, after so noble a stand. As she said. Excuse me, gentlemen and ladies, said I. You know my story, it seems, and I am commanded, by one who has a title to all my obedience, to proceed. They gave all of them bows of approbation, that they might not interrupt me. And I continued my story, the men servants withdrawing, at a motion of Mr. B., on my looking towards them, and then, at Lady Darnford's coming in, I proceeded. I told her ladyship, that I was still innocent, and would be so, and it was injurious to suppose me otherwise. Why, tell me, wench, said she, but I think I must not tell you what she said. Yes, do, said my master, to clear my sister. We shall think it very bad else. I held my hand before my face. Why, she said, tell me, wench, hast thou not been, hesitating, a very free creature with thy master? That she said, or to that effect, and when I said, she asked strange questions, and in strange words, she ridiculed my delicacy, as she called it, and said, my niceness would not last long. She said, I must know I was not really married, that my ring was only a sham, and all was my cunning to cloak my yielding, and get better terms. She said, she knew the world as much at 32, as I did at 16, and bid me remember that. I took the liberty to say, but I got a good way off, that I scorned her ladyship's words, and was as much married as her ladyship. And then I had certainly been cuffed, if her woman had not interposed, and told her I was not worthy her anger. And that I was as much to be pitied for my credulity, as despised for my vanity. My poor Pamela, said my master, this was too hard upon you. Oh sir, said I, how much easier it was to me than if it had been so. That would have broken my heart quite, for then I should have deserved it all, and worse, and these reproaches, added to my own guilt, would have made me truly wretched. Lady Darnford, at whose right hand I sat, kissed me with a kind of rapture, and called me a sweet exemplar for all my sex. Mr. Peters said very handsome things, so did Mr. Perry, and Sir Simon, with tears in his eyes, said to my master, why, neighbour, this is excellent, by my troth. I believe there is something in virtue, that we had not well considered. On my soul, there has been but one angel come down for these 1,000 years, and you have got her. Well, my dearest, said my master, pray proceed with your story until we have done supper, since the ladies seem pleased with it. Why, sir, said I, her ladyship went on in the same manner, but said, one time, and held me by the hand, she would give me 100 guineas for one provoking word. Or, if I would but say I believed myself married, that she might fell me at her foot, but, sir, you must not be angry with her ladyship. She called me painted dirt, baby face, waiting maid, beggar's brat, and beggar-born. But I said, as long as I knew my innocence, I was easy in everything, but to have my dear parents abused. They were never beggars, nor beholden to any body, nor to anything but God's grace and their own labor, that they once lived in credit. That misfortunes might befall any body, and that I could not bear they should be treated so undeservedly. Then her ladyship said, she supposed my master's folly would make us set up for a family, and that the herald's office would shortly be searched to make it out. Exactly my sister again, said he. So you could not please her anyway? No, indeed, sir. When she commanded me to fill her a glass of wine, and would not let her woman do it, she asked, if I was above it? I then said, if to attend your ladyship at table, or even kneel at your feet, was required of me, I would most gladly do it, were I only the person you think me. But if it be to triumph over one, who has received honors which she thinks require from her another part, that she may not be utterly unworthy of them, I must say, I cannot do it. This quite astonished her ladyship. And a little before, her kinsman brought me the bottle and glass, and required me to fill it for my lady, at her command, and called himself my deputy, and I said, 'Tis in a good hand, help my lady yourself. So, sir, added I, you see I could be a little saucy upon occasion. You please me well, my Pamela, said he. This was quite right. But proceed. Her ladyship said, she was astonished. Adding, she supposed I would have her look upon me as her brother's wife, and asked me, what, in the name of impudence, possessed me, to dare to look upon myself as her sister. And I said, that was a question better became her most worthy brother to answer, than me. And then I thought I should have had her ladyship upon me, but her woman interposed. I afterwards told Mrs. Jukes, at the window, that since I was hindered from going to you, I believed it was best to let Robert go with the chariot, and say, Lady Davers was come, and I could not leave her ladyship. But this did not please, and I thought it would too. For she said, no, he'll think I make the creature my companion, and know not how to part with her. Exactly, said he, my sister again. And she said, I knew nothing what belonged to people of condition, how should I, what shall I say, madam? Said I. Nothing at all, answered she, let him expect his dearest love, alluding to your kind epithet in your letter, and be disappointed. It is but adding a few more hours to this heavy absence, and every one will become a day in his amorous account. So, to be short, I saw nothing was to be done, and I feared, sir, you would wonder at my stay, and be angry. And I watched my opportunity, till my lady, who was walking about the room, was at the further end, and the parlour being a ground floor, in a manner, I jumped out at the window, and ran for it. Her ladyship called after me, so did her woman. And I heard her say, I flew like a bird, and she called 2 of her servants in sight to stop me, but I said, touch me at your peril, fellows. And Mr. Colbrand, having been planted at hand by Mrs. Jukes, who was very good in the whole affair, and incurred her ladyship's displeasure, once or twice, by taking my part, seeing how I was used, put on a fierce look, cocked his hat with one hand, and put t'other on his sword, and said, he would chine the man who offered to touch his lady. And so he ran alongside of me, and could hardly keep pace with me, and here, my dear sir, concluded I am, at yours and the good company's service. They seemed highly pleased with my relation, and my master said, he was glad Mrs. Jukes behaved so well, as also Mr. Colbrand. Yes, sir, said I, when Mrs. Jukes interposed once, her ladyship said, it was hard, she, who was born in that house, could not have some privilege in it, without being talked to by the saucy servants. And she called her another time fat face, and womaned her most violently. Well, said my master, I am glad, my dear, you have had such an escape. My sister was always passionate, as Mrs. Peters knows, and my poor mother had enough to do with us both. For we neither of us wanted spirit, and when I was a boy, I never came home from school or college for a few days, but though we longed to see one another before, yet ere the first day was over, we had a quarrel. For she, being 7 years older than I, was always for domineering over me, and I could not bear it. And I used, on her frequently quarrelling with the maids, and being always at a word and a blow, to call her Captain Bab, for her name is Barbara. And when my Lord Davers courted her, my poor mother has made up quarrels between them 3 times in a day, and I used to tell her, she would certainly beat her husband, marry whom she would, if he did not beat her first, and break her spirit. Yet has she, continued he, very good qualities. She was a dutiful daughter, is a good wife. She is bountiful to her servants, firm in her friendships, charitable to the poor, and, I believe, never any sister better loved a brother, than she me, and yet she always loved to vex and tease me. And as I would bear a resentment longer than she'd be one moment the most provoking creature in the world, and the next would do anything to be forgiven. And I have made her, when she was the aggressor, follow me all over the house and garden to be upon good terms with me. But this case piques her more, because she had found out a match for me in the family of a person of quality, and had set her heart upon bringing it to effect, and had even proceeded far in it, without my knowledge. And brought me into the lady's company, unknowing of her design. But I was then averse to matrimony upon any terms. And was angry at her proceeding in it so far without my privity or encouragement, and she cannot, for this reason, bear the thoughts of my being now married, and to her mother's waiting maid too, as she reminds my dear Pamela. When I had declined her proposal with the daughter of a noble earl. This is the whole case, said he. And, allowing for the pride and violence of her spirit, and that she knows not, as I do, the transcendent excellencies of my dear Pamela, and that all her view, in her own conception, is mine and the family honor. She is a little to be allowed for, though, never fear, my Pamela, but that I, who never had a struggle with her, wherein I did not get the better, will do you justice, and myself too. This account of Lady Davers pleased every body, and was far from being to her ladyship's disadvantage in the main. And I would do anything in the world to have the honour to be in her good graces, yet I fear it will not be easily, if at all, effected. But I will proceed. After supper, nothing would serve Miss Darnford and Miss Burrows, but we must have a dance, and Mr. Peters, who plays a good fiddle, urged it forward. My dear master, though in a riding dress, took out Miss Burrows. Sir Simon, for a man of his years, danced well, and took me out, but put on one of his free jokes, that I was fitter to dance with a younger man. And he would have it, though I had not danced since my dear lady's death to signify, except once or twice to please Mrs. Jervis, and, indeed, believed all my dancing days over, that as my master and I were the best dancers, we should dance once together, before folks, as the odd gentleman said. And my dear sir was pleased to oblige him, and afterwards danced with Miss Darnford, who has much more skill and judgment than I, though they compliment me with an easier shape and air. We left the company with great difficulty at about 11, my dear master having been up all night before, and we being at the greatest distance from home, though they seemed inclinable not to break up so soon, as they were neighbours. And the ladies said, they longed to hear what would be the end of Lady Davers's interview with her brother. My master said, he feared we must not now think of going next day to Bedfordshire, as we had intended, and perhaps might see them again. And so we took leave, and set out for home, where we arrived not till 12 o'clock, and found Lady Davers had gone to bed about 11, wanting sadly that we should come home first, but so did not I. Mrs. Jukes told us, that my lady was sadly fretted that I had got away so, and seemed a little apprehensive of what I would say of the usage I had received from her. She asked Mrs. Jukes, if she thought I was really married? And Mrs. Jukes telling her yes, she fell into a passion, and said, Begone, bold woman, I cannot bear thee. See not my face till I send for thee. Thou hast been very impudent to me once or twice today already, and art now worse than ever. She said, she would not have told her ladyship, if she had not asked her, and was sorry she had offended. She sent for her at supper time, said she, I have another question to ask thee, woman, and tell me yes, if thou darest. Was ever anything so odd? Why then, said Mrs. Jukes, I will say no, before your ladyship speaks to, my master laughed, poor woman. Said he. She called her insolent, and assurance, and said, begone, bold woman as thou art, but come hither. Dost thou know if that young harlot is to be with my brother tonight? She said she knew not what to answer, because she had threatened her if she said yes. But at last my lady said, I will know the bottom of this iniquity. I suppose they won't have so much impudence to be together while I'm in the house, but I dare say they have been bedfellows. Said she, I will lie tonight in the room I was born in, so get that bed ready. That room being our bedchamber, Mrs. Jukes, after some hesitation, replied, Madam, my master lies there, and has the key. I believe, woman, said she, thou tellest me a story. Indeed, madam, said she, he does, and has some papers there he will let nobody see, for Mrs. Jukes said, she feared she would beat her if she went up, and found by my clothes, and some of my master's, how it was. So she said, I will then lie in the best room, as it is called, and Jacky shall lie in the little green room adjoining to it. Has thy master got the keys of those? No, madam, said Mrs. Jukes, I will order them to be made ready for your ladyship. And where dost thou lay the pursy sides? Said she. Up 2 pair of stairs, madam, next the garden. And where lies the young harlotry? Continued she. Sometimes with me, madam, said she. And sometimes with thy virtuous master, I suppose. Said my lady. Ha, woman. What sayest thou? I must not speak, said Mrs. Jukes. Well, thou mayest go, said she. But thou hast the air of a secret keeper of that sort. I dare say thou'lt set the good work forward most cordially. Poor Mrs. Jukes, said my master, and laughed most heartily. This talk we had whilst we were undressing. So she and her woman lay together in the room my master lay in before I was happy. I said, Dear sir, pray, in the morning let me lock myself up in the closet, as soon as you rise, and not be called down for ever so much. For I am afraid to see her ladyship, and I will employ myself about my journal, while these things are in my head. Don't be afraid, my dear, said he, am not I with you? Mrs. Jukes pitied me for what I had undergone in the day. And I said, we won't make the worst of it to my dear master, because we won't exasperate where we would reconcile, but, added I am much obliged to you, Mrs. Jukes, and I thank you. Said my master, I hope she did not beat your lady, Mrs. Jukes. Not much, sir, said she, but I believe I saved my lady once, yet, added she, I was most vexed at the young lord. Mrs. Jukes, said my master, let me know his behavior. I can chastise him, though I cannot my sister, who is a woman. Let me therefore know the part he acted. Nothing, my dear sir, said I, but impertinence, if I may so say, and foolishness, that was very provoking, but I spared him not, and so there is no room, sir, for your anger. No, sir, said Mrs. Jukes, nothing else indeed. How was her woman? Said my master. Pretty impertinent, replied Mrs. Jukes, as ladies' women will be. But, said I, you know she saved me once or twice. Very true, madam, returned Mrs. Jukes. And she said to me at table, that you were a sweet creature, she never saw your equal, but that you had a spirit, and she was sorry you answered her lady so, who never bore so much contradiction before. I told her, added Mrs. Jukes, that if I was in your ladyship's place, I should have taken much more upon me, and that you were all sweetness. And she said, I was got over, she saw. Tuesday morning, the 6th of my happiness. My master had said to Mrs. Jukes, that he should not rise till 8 or 9, as he had sat up all the night before, but it seems, my lady, knowing he usually rose about 6, got up soon after that hour, raised her woman and her nephew. Having a whimsical scheme in her head, to try to find whether we were in bed together, and, about half an hour after 6, she rapped at our chamber door. My master was waked at the noise, and asked, who was there? Open the door, said she. Open it this minute. I said, clinging about his neck, dear, dear sir, pray, pray don't, oh save me, save me. Don't fear, Pamela, said he. The woman's mad, I believe. But he called out, who are you? What do you want? You know my voice well enough, said she, I will come in. Pray, sir, said I, don't let her ladyship in. Don't be frightened, my dear, said he, she thinks we are not married, and are afraid to be found abed together. I'll let her in. But she shan't come near my dearest. So he slipped out of bed, and putting on some of his clothes, and gown and slippers, he said, what bold body dared disturb my repose thus? And opened the door. In rushed she, I'll see your wickedness, said she, I will. In vain shall you think to hide it from me. What should I hide? Said he. How dare you set a foot into my house, after the usage I have received from you? I had covered myself over head and ears, and trembled every joint. He looked, and spied her woman and kinsman in the room, she crying out, bear witness, Jacky, bear witness, Beck, the creature is now in his bed. And not seeing the young gentleman before, who was at the feet of the bed, he said, how now, sir? What's your business in this apartment? Begone this moment, and he went away directly. Beck, said my lady, you see the creature is in his bed. I do, madam, answered she. My master came to me, and said, look, Beck, and bear witness, here is my Pamela, my dear angel, my lovely creature, don't be afraid, look up, and see how frantically this woman of quality behaves. At that, I just peeped, and saw my lady, who could not bear this, coming to me, and she said, wicked abandoned wretch. Vile brother, to brave me thus. I'll tear the creature out of bed before your face, and expose you both as you deserve. At that he took her in his arms, as if she had been nothing, and carrying her out of the room, she cried out, Beck! Beck! Help me, Beck! The wretch is going to fling me downstairs. Her woman ran to him, and said, good sir, for heaven's sake do no violence to my lady. Her ladyship has been ill all night. He sat her down in the chamber she lay in, and she could not speak for passion. Take care of your lady, said he. And when she has rendered herself more worthy of my attention, I'll see her, till then, at her peril, and yours too, come not near my apartment. And so he came to me, and, with all the sweet soothing words in the world, pacified my fears, and gave me leave to go to write in my closet, as soon as my fright was over, and to stay there till things were more calm. And so he dressed himself, and went out of the chamber, permitting me, at my desire, to fasten the door after him. At breakfast time my master tapped at the door, and I said, who's there? I, my dearest, said he. Oh. Then, replied I will open it with pleasure. I had written on a good deal, but I put it by, when I ran to the door. I would have locked it again, when he was in, but he said, am not I here? Don't be afraid. Said he, will you come down to breakfast, my love? Oh no, dear sir, said I, be pleased to excuse me. Said he, I cannot bear the look of it, that the mistress of my house should breakfast in her closet, as if she durst not come down, and I at home. Oh, dearest sir, replied I, pray pass that over, for my sake, and don't let my presence aggravate your sister, for a kind punctilio. Then, my dear, said he, I will breakfast with you here. No, pray, dear sir, answered I, breakfast with your sister. That, my dear, replied he, will too much gratify her pride, and look like a slight to you. Dear sir, said I, your goodness is too great for me to want punctilious proofs of it. Pray oblige her ladyship. She is your guest surely, sir, you may be freest with your dutiful wife. She is a strange woman, said he, how I pity her, she has thrown herself into a violent fit of the colic, through passion, and is but now, her woman says, a little easier. I hope, sir, said I, when you carried her ladyship out, you did not hurt her. No, replied he, I love her too well. I set her down in the apartment she had chosen, and she but now desires to see me, and that I will breakfast with her, or refuses to touch anything. But, if my dearest please, I will insist it shall be with you at the same time. Oh, no, no, dear sir. Said I should not forgive myself, if I did. I would on my knees beg her ladyship's goodness to me, now I am in your presence. Though I thought I ought to carry it a little stiff when you were absent, for the sake of the honor you have done me. And, dear sir, if my deepest humility will please, permit me to shew it. You shall do nothing, returned he, unworthy of my wife, to please the proud woman. But I will, however, permit you to breakfast by yourself this once, as I have not seen her since I have used her in so barbarous a manner, as I understand she exclaims I have, and as she will not eat anything, unless I give her my company. So he saluted me, and withdrew, and I locked the door after him again for fear. Mrs. Jewkes soon after rapped at the door. Who's there? Said I. Only I, madam. So I opened the door. 'Tis a sad thing, madam, said she, you should be so much afraid in your own house. She brought me some chocolate and toast, and I asked her about my lady's behavior. She said, she would not suffer any body to attend but her woman, because she would not be heard what she had to say, but she believed, she said, her master was very angry with the young lord, as she called her kinsman. For, as she passed by the door, she heard him say, in a high tone, I hope, sir, you did not forget what belongs to the character you assume, or to that effect. About 1 o'clock my master came up again, and he said, will you come down to dinner, Pamela, when I send for you? Whatever you command, sir, I must do. But my lady won't desire to see me. No matter whether she will or no. But I will not suffer, that she shall prescribe her insolent will to my wife, and in your own house too. I will, by my tenderness to you, mortify her pride, and it cannot be done so well as to her face. Dearest sir, said I, pray indulge me, and let me dine here by myself. It will make my lady but more inveterate. Said he, I have told her we are married. She is out of all patience about it, and yet pretends not to believe it. Upon that I tell her, then she shall have it her own way, and that I am not. And what has she to do with it either way? She has scolded and begged, commanded and prayed, blessed me, and cursed me, by turns, 20 times in these few hours. And I have sometimes soothed her, sometimes raged, and at last left her, and took a turn in the garden for an hour to compose myself, because you should not see how the foolish woman has ruffled me, and just now I came out, seeing her coming in. Just as he had said so, I cried, oh! My lady, my lady! For I heard her voice in the chamber, saying, brother, brother, one word with you, stopping in sight of the closet where I was. He stepped out, and she went up to the window that looks towards the garden, and said, mean fool that I am, to follow you up and down the house in this manner, though I am shunned and avoided by you. You a brother, you a barbarian. Is it possible we could be born of one mother? Why, said he, do you charge me with a conduct to you, that you bring upon yourself? Is it not surprising that you should take the liberty with me, that the dear mother you have named never gave you an example for to any of her relations? Was it not sufficient, that I was insolently taken to task by you in your letters, but my retirements must be invaded? My house insulted? And, if I have one person dearer to me than another, that person must be singled out for an object of your violence. I, said she, that one person is the thing. But though I came with a resolution to be temperate, and to expostulate with you on your avoiding me so unkindly, yet cannot I have patience to look upon that bed in which I was born. And to be made the guilty scene of your wickedness with such a— Hush! Said he, I charge you. Call not the dear girl by any name unworthy of her. You know not, as I told you, her excellence, and I desire you'll not repeat the freedoms you have taken below. She stamped with her foot, and said, God give me patience. So much contempt to a sister that loves you so well, and so much tenderness to a vile. He put his hand before her mouth. Be silent, said he, once more, I charge you. You know not the innocence you abuse so freely. I ought not, neither will I bear it. She sat down and fanned herself, and burst into tears, and such sobs of grief, or rather passion, that grieved me to hear, and I sat and trembled sadly. He walked about the room in great anger. And at last said, "Let me ask you, Lady Davers, why I am thus insolently to be called to account by you? Am I not independent? Am I not of age? Am I not at liberty to please myself? Would to God, that, instead of a woman, and my sister, any man breathing had dared, whatever were his relation under that of a father, to give himself half the airs you have done. Why did you not send on this accursed errand your lord, who could write me such a letter as no gentleman should write, nor any gentleman tamely receive? He should have seen the difference. We all know," said she, "that, since your Italian duel, you have commenced a bravo, and all your airs breathe as strongly of the manslayer as of the libertine. This," said he, "I will bear. For I have no reason to be ashamed of that duel, nor the cause of it, since it was to save a friend, and because it is levelled at myself only, but suffer not your tongue to take too great a liberty with my Pamela." She interrupted him in a violent burst of passion. "If I bear this," said she, "I can bear anything." "Oh, the little strumpet," he interrupted her then, and said wrathfully, "Begone, rageful woman. Begone this moment from my presence. Leave my house this instant, I renounce you, and all relation to you. And never more let me see your face, or call me brother." And took her by the hand to lead her out. She laid hold of the curtains of the window, and said, "I will not go. You shall not force me from you thus ignominiously in the wretch's hearing, and suffer her to triumph over me in your barbarous treatment of me." Not considering anything, I ran out of the closet, and threw myself at my dear master's feet, as he held her hand, in order to lead her out. And I said, "Dearest sir, let me beg, that no act of unkindness, for my sake, pass between so worthy and so near relations. Dear, dear madam," said I, and clasped her knees, "pardon and excuse the unhappy cause of all this evil. On my knees I beg your ladyship to receive me to your grace and favour, and you shall find me incapable of any triumph but in your ladyship's goodness to me." "Creature," said she, "art thou to beg an excuse for me, art thou to implore my forgiveness? Is it to thee I am to owe the favour, that I am not cast headlong from my brother's presence? Begone to thy corner, wench. Begone, I say, lest thy paramour kill me for trampling thee under my foot." "Rise, my dear Pamela," said my master. "Rise, dear life of my life, and expose not so much worthiness to the ungrateful scorn of so violent a spirit." And so he led me to my closet again, and there I sat and wept. Her woman came up, just as he had led me to my closet, and was returning to her lady, and she very humbly said, "Excuse my intrusion, good sir, I hope I may come to my lady." "Yes, Mrs. Wardens," said he, "you may come in. And pray take your lady downstairs with you, for fear I should too much forget what belongs either to my sister or myself." I began to think, seeing her ladyship so outrageous with her brother, what a happy escape I had had the day before, though hardly enough used in conscience too, as I thought. Her woman begged her ladyship to walk down. And she said, "Beck, sayest thou that bed? That was the bed that I was born in, and yet that was the bed thou sawest, as well as I, the wicked Pamela in, this morning, and this brother of mine just risen from her." "True," said he. "You both saw it, and it is my pride that you could see it. 'Tis my bridal bed, and 'tis abominable that the happiness I knew before you came hither, should be so barbarously interrupted. Swear to me but, thou bold wretch," said she, "swear to me, that Pamela Andrews is really and truly thy lawful wife, without sham, without deceit, without double meaning, and I know what I have to say." "I'll humour you for once," said he, and then swore a solemn oath that I was. "And," said he, "did I not tell you so at first?" "I cannot yet believe you," said she, "because, in this particular, I had rather have called you knave than fool. Provoke me not too much," said he. "For, if I should as much forget myself as you have done, you'd have no more of a brother in me, than I have a sister in you." "Who married you?" said she, "tell me that." Was it not a broken attorney in a parson's habit? Tell me truly, in the wench's hearing. When she's undeceived, she'll know how to behave herself better. Thank God, thought I, it is not so. No, said he. And I'll tell you, that I bless God, I abhorred that project, before it was brought to bear, and Mr. Williams married us. Nay then, said she, but answer me another question or two, I beseech you, who gave her away? Parson Peters, said he. Where was the ceremony performed? In my little chapel, which you may see, as it was put in order on purpose. Now, said she, I begin to fear there is something in it. But who was present? Said she. Methinks, replied he, I look like a fine puppy, to suffer myself to be thus interrogated by an insolent sister, but, if you must know, Mrs. Jukes was present. Oh, the procuress! Said she, but nobody else? Yes, said he, all my heart and soul. Wretch! Said she, and what would thy father and mother have said, had they lived to this day? Their consents, replied he, I should have thought it my duty to ask, but not yours, madam. Suppose, said she, I had married my father's groom. What would you have said to that? I could not have behaved worse, replied he, than you have done. And would you not have thought, said she, I had deserved it? Said he, does your pride let you see no difference in the case you put? None at all, said she. Where can the difference be between a beggar's son married by a lady, or a beggar's daughter made a gentleman's wife? Then I'll tell you, replied he, the difference is, a man ennobles the woman he takes, be she who she will. And adopts her into his own rank, be it what it will, but a woman, though ever so nobly born, debases herself by a mean marriage, and descends from her own rank to his she stoops to. When the royal family of Stuart allied itself into the low family of Hyde, comparatively low, I mean, did anybody scruple to call the lady, Royal Highness, and Duchess of York? And did anybody think her daughters, the late Queen Mary and Queen Anne, less royal for that? When the broken fortune peer goes into the city to marry a rich tradesman's daughter, be he duke or earl, does not his consort immediately become ennobled by his choice? And who scruples to call her lady, duchess, or countess? But when a duchess or countess dowager descends to mingle with a person of obscure birth, does she not then degrade herself? And is she not effectually degraded? And will any duchess or countess rank with her? Now, Lady Davers, do you not see a difference between my marrying my dear mother's beloved and deserving waiting-maid, with a million of excellencies about her, and such graces of mind and person as would adorn any distinction? And you're marrying a sordid groom, whose constant train of education, conversation, and opportunities, could possibly give him no other merit, than that which must proceed from the vilest, lowest taste, in his sordid dignifier. Oh, the wretch! Said she, how he finds excuses to palliate his meanness. Again, said he, let me observe to you, Lady Davers, when a duke marries a private person, is he not still her head, by virtue of being her husband? But, when a lady descends to marry a groom, is not the groom her head, being her husband? And does not the difference strike you? For what lady of quality ought to respect another, who has made so sordid a choice, and set a groom above her? For, would not that be to put that groom upon a par with themselves, call this palliation, or what you will, but if you see not the difference, you are blind, and a very unfit judge for yourself, much more unfit to be a censurer of me. I'd have you, said she, publish your fine reasons to the world, and they will be sweet encouragements to all the young gentlemen who read them to cast themselves away on the servant wenches in their families. Not at all, Lady Davers, replied he, for, if any young gentleman stays till he finds such a person as my Pamela, so enriched with the beauties of person and mind, so well accomplished, and so fitted to adorn the degree she is raised to, he will stand as easily acquitted, as I shall be to all the world that sees her, except there be many more Lady Davers than I apprehend can possibly be met with. And so, returned she, you say you are actually and really married, honestly, or rather foolishly married, to this slut. I am, indeed, says he, if you presume to call her so. And why should I not, if I please? Who is there ought to contradict me? Whom have I hurt by it? Have I not an estate, free and independent? Am I likely to be beholden to you, or any of my relations? And why, when I have a sufficiency in my own single hands, should I scruple to make a woman equally happy, who has all I want? For beauty, virtue, prudence, and generosity too, I will tell you, she has more than any lady I ever saw. Yes, Lady Davers, she has all these naturally, they are born with her, and a few years' education, with her genius, has done more for her, than a whole life has done for others. No more, I beseech you, said she. Thou surfeitest me, honest man. With thy weak folly. Thou art worse than an idolater, thou hast made a graven image, and thou fallest down and worshippest the works of thy own hands. And, Jeroboam-like, wouldst have everybody else bow down before thy calf. Well said, Lady Davers. Whenever your passion suffers you to descend to witticism, 'tis almost over with you. But let me tell you, though I myself worship this sweet creature, that you call such names, I want nobody else to do it, and should be glad you had not intruded upon me, to interrupt me in the course of our mutual happiness. Well said, my kind, my well-mannered brother. Said she. I shall, after this, very little interrupt your mutual happiness, I'll assure you. I thought you a gentleman once, and prided myself in my brother, but I'll say now with the burial service, ashes to ashes, and dirt to dirt. Ay, said he, Lady Davers, and there we must all end at last. You with all your pride, and I with my plentiful fortune, must come to it, and then where will be your distinction? Let me tell you, except you and I both mend our manners, though you have been no duellist, no libertine, as you call me, this amiable girl, whom your vanity and folly so much despise, will outsoar us both, infinitely outsoar us. And he who judges best, will give the preference where due, without regard to birth or fortune. Egregious preacher. Said she, what, my brother already turned Puritan, see what marriage and repentance may bring a man to. I heartily congratulate this change, well, said she, and came towards me, and I trembled to see her coming, but her brother followed to observe her, and I stood up at her approach, and she said, Give me thy hand, Mrs. Pamela, Mrs. Andrews, Mrs. What shall I call thee? Thou hast done wonders in a little time, thou hast not only made a rake a husband but thou hast made a rake a preacher. But take care, added she, after all, in ironical anger, and tapped me on the neck, take care that thy vanity begins not where his ends, and that thou callest not thyself my sister. She shall, I hope, Lady Davers, said he, when she can make as great a convert of you from pride, as she has of me, from libertinism. Mrs. Jukes just then came up, and said dinner was ready. Come, my Pamela, said my dear master. You desired to be excused from breakfasting with us, but I hope you'll give Lady Davers and me your company to dinner. How dare you insult me thus? Said my lady. How dare you, said he, insult me by your conduct in my own house, after I have told you I am married? How dare you think of staying here one moment, and refuse my wife the honors that belong to her as such? Merciful God! Said she, give me patience. And held her hand to her forehead. Pray, sir, dear sir, said I, excuse me, don't vex my lady, be silent, my dear love, said he, you see already what you have got by your sweet condescension. You have thrown yourself at her feet, and, insolent as she is, she has threatened to trample upon you. She'll ask you, presently, if she is to owe her excuse to your interposition. And yet nothing else can make her forgiven. Poor lady, she could not bear this, and, as if she was discomposed, she ran to her poor grieved woman, and took hold of her hand, and said, lead me down, Beck. Let us instantly quit this house, this cursed house, that once I took pleasure in. Order the fellows to get ready, and I will never see it, nor its owner, more. And away she went downstairs, in a great hurry. And the servants were ordered to make ready for their departure. I saw my master was troubled, and I went to him, and said, pray, dear sir, follow my lady down, and pacify her. 'Tis her love to you. poor woman. Said he, I am concerned for her. But I insist upon your coming down, since things are gone so far. Her pride will get new strength else, and we shall be all to begin again. Dearest, dear sir, said I, excuse my going down this once. Indeed, my dear, I won't, replied he. What? Shall it be said, that my sister shall scare my wife from my table, and I present? No, I have borne too much already, and so have you, and I charge you come down when I send for you. He departed, saying these words, and I durst not dispute. For I saw he was determined. And there is as much majesty as goodness in him, as I have often had reason to observe, though never more than on the present occasion with his sister. Her ladyship instantly put on her hood and gloves, and her woman tied up a handkerchief full of things, for her principal matters were not unpacked, and her coachman got her chariot ready, and her footmen their horses. And she appeared resolved to go. But her kinsman and Mr. Colbrand had taken a turn together, somewhere, and she would not come in, but sat fretting on a seat in the foreyard, with her woman by her. And, at last, said to one of the footmen, Do you, James, stay to attend my nephew, and we'll take the road we came. Mrs. Jewkes went to her ladyship, and said, Your ladyship will be pleased to stay dinner, 'tis just coming upon table. No, said she, I have enough of this house, I have indeed. But give my service to your master, and I wish him happier than he has made me. He had sent for me down, and I came, though unwillingly, and the cloth was laid in the parlour I had jumped out of, and there was my master walking about it. Mrs. Jewkes came in, and asked, if he pleased to have dinner brought in. For my lady would not come in, but desired her service, and wished him happier than he had made her. He, seeing her at the window, when he went to that side of the room, all ready to go, stepped out to her, and said, Lady Davers, if I thought you would not be hardened, rather than softened, by my civility, I would ask you to walk in. And, at least, let your kinsmen and servants dine before they go. She wept, and turned her face from him, to hide it. He took her hand, and said, Come, sister, let me prevail upon you, walk in. No, said she, don't ask me. I wish I could hate you, as much as you hate me, you do, said he, and a great deal more, I'll assure you, or else you'd not vex me as you do. Come, pray walk in. Don't ask me, said she. Her kinsman just then returned. Why, madam, said he, your ladyship won't go till you have dined, I hope. No, Jackie, said she, I can't stay, I'm an intruder here, it seems. Think, said my master, of the occasion you gave for that word. Your violent passions are the only intruders. Lay them aside, and never sister was dearer to a brother. Don't say such another word, said she, I beseech you, for I am too easy to forgive you anything for one kind word. You shall have 100, said he, nay, 10,000, if they will do, my dear sister. And, kissing her, he added, Pray give me your hand. John, said he, put up the horses. You are all as welcome to me, for all your ladies angry with me, as at any inn you can put up at. Come, Mr. H., said he, let your aunt in, for she won't permit that honour to me. This quite overcame her. And she said, giving her brother her hand, Yes, I will, and you shall lead me anywhere. And kissed him. But don't think, said she, I can forgive you neither. And so he led her into the parlour where I was. But, said she, why do you lead me to this wench? 'Tis my wife, my dear sister, and if you will not love her, yet don't forget common civilities to her, for your own sake. Pray, madam, said her kinsman, since your brother is pleased to own his marriage, we must not forget common civilities, as Mr. B. says. And, sir, added he, permit me to wish you joy. Thank you, sir, said he. And may I? Said he, looking at me. Yes, sir, replied my master. So he saluted me, very complacently, and said, I vow to Gad, madam, I did not know this yesterday, and if I was guilty of a fault, I beg your pardon. My lady said, Thou art a good-natured foolish fellow. Thou mightst have saved this nonsensical parade, till I had given thee leave. Why, aunt, said he, if they are actually married, there's no help for it, and we must not make mischief between man and wife. But brother, said she, do you think I'll sit at table with the creature? No contemptuous names, I beseech you, Lady Davers. I tell you she is really my wife, and I must be a villain to suffer her to be ill-used. She has no protector but me. And, if you will permit her, she will always love and honor you. Indeed, indeed I will, madam, said I. I cannot, I won't sit down at table with her, said she. Pamela, I hope thou dost not think I will. Indeed, madam, said I, if your good brother will permit it, I will attend your chair all the time you dine, to shew my veneration for your ladyship, as the sister of my kind protector. See, said he, her condition has not altered her. But I cannot permit in her a conduct unworthy of my wife, and I hope my sister will not expect it neither. Let her leave the room, replied she, if I must stay. Indeed you are out of the way, aunt, said her kinsman. That is not right, as things stand, said my master. No, madam, that must not be, but, if it must be so, we'll have 2 tables. You and your nephew shall sit at one, and my wife and I at the other, and then see what a figure your unreasonable punctilio will make you cut. She seemed irresolute, and he placed her at the table. The first course, which was fish, being brought in. Where, said she to me, wouldst thou presume to sit? Wouldst have me give place to thee too, wench? Come, come, said my master, I'll put that out of dispute. And so set himself down by her ladyship, at the upper end of the table, and placed me at his left hand. Excuse me, my dear, said he, this once excuse me, oh. Your cursed complaisance, said she, to such a. Hush, sister. Hush. Said he, I will not bear to hear her spoken slightly of. 'Tis enough, that, to oblige your violent and indecent caprice, you make me compromise with you thus. Come, sir, added he, pray take your place next your gentle aunt. Beck, said she, do you sit down by Pamela there, since it must be so, we'll be hail fellow all. With all my heart, replied my master. I have so much honor for all the sex, that I would not have the meanest person of it stand, while I sit, had I been to have made the custom. Mrs. Wardens, pray sit down. Sir, said she, I hope I shall know my place better. My lady sat considering. And then, lifting up her hands, said, Lord! What will this world come to? To nothing but what's very good, replied my master, if such spirits as Lady Davers's do but take the rule of it. Shall I help you, sister, to some of the carp? Help your beloved? Said she. That's kind. Said he. Now, that's my good Lady Davers. Here, my love, let me help you, since my sister desires it. Mighty well, returned she, mighty well, but sat on one side, turning from me, as it were. Dear aunt, said her kinsman, let's see you buss and be friends, since 'tis so, what signifies it? Hold thy fool's tongue. Said she, is thy tone so soon turned since yesterday? Said my master, I hope nothing affronting was offered yesterday to my wife, in her own house. She hit him a good smart slap on the shoulder. Take that, impudent brother, said she. I'll wife you, and in her own house. She seemed half afraid, but he, in very good humor, kissed her, and said, I thank you, sister, I thank you. But I have not had a blow from you before for some time. For gad, said her kinsman, 'tis very kind of you to take it so well. Her ladyship is as good a woman as ever lived. But I've had many a cuff from her myself. I won't put it up neither, said my master, except you'll assure me you have seen her serve her lord so. I pressed my foot to his, and said, softly, don't, dear sir, what? Said she, is the creature begging me off from insult? If his manners won't keep him from outraging me, I won't owe his forbearance to thee, wench. Said my master, and put some fish on my lady's plate. Well does Lady Davers use the word insult, but, come, let me see you eat one mouthful, and I'll forgive you, and he put the knife in one of her hands, and the fork in the other. As I hope to live, said he, I cannot bear this silly childishness, for nothing at all. I am quite ashamed of it. She put a little bit to her mouth, but laid it down in her plate again. I cannot eat, said she, I cannot swallow, I'm sure. It will certainly choke me. He had forbid his men servants to come in, that they might not behold the scene he expected, and rose from table himself, and filled a glass of wine, her woman offering, and her kinsman rising, to do it. Meantime, his seat between us being vacant, she turned to me. How now, confidence, said she, darest thou sit next me? Why dost thou not rise, and take the glass from thy property? Sit still, my dear, said he, I'll help you both. But I arose. For I was afraid of a good cuff, and said, Pray, sir, let me help my lady. So you shall, replied he, when she's in a humour to receive it as she ought. Sister, said he, with a glass in his hand, pray drink. You'll perhaps eat a little bit of something then. Is this to insult me? Said she. No, really, returned he, but to incite you to eat, for you'll be sick for want of it. She took the glass, and said, God forgive you, wicked wretch, for your usage of me this day. This is a little as it used to be. I once had your love, and now it is changed, and for whom? That vexes me. And wept so, she was forced to set down the glass. You don't do well, said he. You neither treat me like your brother nor a gentleman, and if you would suffer me, I would love you as well as ever. But for a woman of sense and understanding, and a fine-bred woman, as I once thought my sister, you act quite a childish part. Come, added he, and held the glass to her lips, let your brother, that you once loved, prevail on you to drink this glass of wine. She then drank it. He kissed her, and said, Oh! How passion deforms the noblest minds! You have lost a good deal of that loveliness that used to adorn my sister. And let me persuade you to compose yourself, and be my sister again, for Lady Davers is, indeed, a fine woman. And has a presence as majestic for a lady, as her dear brother has for a gentleman. He then sat down between us again, and said, when the second course came in, let Abraham come in and wait. I touched his toe again, but he minded it not. And I saw he was right, for her ladyship began to recollect herself, and did not behave half so ill before the servants, as she had done, and helped herself with some little freedom, but she could not forbear a strong sigh and a sob now and then. She called for a glass of the same wine she had drank before. Said he, Shall I help you again, Lady Davers, and rose, at the same time, and went to the sideboard, and filled her a glass. Indeed, said she, I love to be soothed by my brother. Your health, sir. Said my master to me, with great sweetness, my dear, now I'm up, I'll fill for you, I must serve both sisters alike. She looked at the servant, as if he were a little check upon her, and said to my master, How now, sir? Not that you know of. He whispered her, Don't shew any contempt before my servants to one I have so deservedly made their mistress. Consider, 'tis done. Said she, That's the thing that kills me. He gave me a glass. My good lady's health, sir, said I. That won't do, said she, leaning towards me, softly, and was going to say wench, or creature, or some such word. And my master, seeing Abraham look towards her, her eyes being red and swelled, said, Indeed, sister, I would not vex myself about it, if I was you. About what? Said she. Why, replied he, about your lord's not coming down, as he had promised. He sat down, and she tapped him on the shoulder. Ah! Wicked one, said she, nor will that do neither. Why, to be sure, added he, it would vex a lady of your sense and merit to be slighted, if it was so. But I am sure my lord loves you, as well as you love him, and you know not what may have happened. She shook her head, and said, That's like your art, this makes one amazed you should be so caught. Who, my lord caught? Said he, No, no. He'll have more wit than so. But I never heard you were jealous before. Nor, said he, have you any reason to think so now, honest friend. You need not wait, said she, my woman will help us to what we want. Yes, let him, replied he. Abraham, fill me a glass. Come, said my master, Lord Davers to you, madam, I hope he'll take care he is not found out, you're very provoking, brother, said she. I wish you were as good as Lord Davers. But don't carry your jest too far. Well, said he, 'tis a tender point, I own. I've done. By these kind managements the dinner passed over better than I expected. And when the servants were withdrawn, my master said, still keeping his place between us, I have a question to ask you, Lady Davers, and that is, if you'll bear me company to Bedfordshire. I was intending to set out thither tomorrow, but I'll tarry your pleasure, if you'll go with me. Is thy wife, as thou callest her, to go along with thee, friend? Said she. Yes, to be sure, answered he, my dear Quaker sister. And took her hand, and smiled. And wouldst have me parade it with her on the road, hey, and make one to grace her retinue, hey? Tell me how thou'dst chalk it out, if I would do as thou wouldst have me, honest friend. He clasped his arms about her, and kissed her. You are a dear saucy sister, said he, but I must love you. Why, I'll tell you how I'd have it. Here shall you, and my Pamela, leave out my, I desire you, if you'd have me sit patiently. No, replied he, I can't do that. Here shall you, and my Pamela, go together in your chariot, if you please, and she will then appear as one of your retinue, and your nephew and I will sometimes ride, and sometimes go into my chariot, to your woman. Shouldst thou like this, creature? Said she to me. If your ladyship think it not too great an honour for me, madam, said I. Yes, replied she, but my ladyship does think it would be too great an honour. Now I think of it, said he, this must not be neither, for, without you'd give her the hand in your own chariot, my wife would be thought your woman, and that must not be. Why, that would, may be, said she, be the only inducement for me to bear her near me, in my chariot. But, how then? Why then, when we came home, we'd get Lord Davers to come to us, and stay a month or two. And what if he was to come? Why I would have you, as I know you have a good fancy, give Pamela your judgment on some patterns I expect from London, for clothes. Provoking wretch. Said she, now I wish I may keep my hands to myself. I don't say it to provoke you, said he, nor ought it to do so. But when I tell you I am married, is it not a consequence that we must have new clothes? Hast thou any more of these obliging things to say to me, friend? Said she. I will make you a present, returned he, worth your acceptance, if you will grace us with your company at church, when we make our appearance. Take that, said she, if I die for it, wretch that thou art. And was going to hit him a great slap. But he held her hand. Her kinsman said, dear aunt, I wonder at you. Why, all these are things of course. I begged leave to withdraw, and, as I went out, my good master said, there's a person. There's a shape. There's a sweetness. Oh, Lady Davers. Were you a man, you would dote on her, as I do. Yes, said the naughty lady, so I should, for my harlot, but not for my wife. I turned, on this, and said, indeed your ladyship is cruel. And well may gentlemen take liberties, when ladies of honour say such things. And I wept, and added, your ladyship's inference, if your good brother was not the most generous of men, would make me very unhappy. No fear, wench, no fear, said she. Thou'lt hold him as long as any body can. I see that, poor Sally Godfrey never had half the interest in him, I'll assure you. Stay, my Pamela, said he, in a passion, stay, when I bid you. You have now heard two vile charges upon me. I love you with such a true affection, that I ought to say something before this malicious accuser, that you may not think your consummate virtue linked to so black a villain. Her nephew seemed uneasy, and blamed her much. And I came back, but trembled as I stood, and he set me down, and said, taking my hand, I have been accused, my dear, as a dueller, and now as a profligate, in another sense. And there was a time I should not have received these imputations with so much concern as I now do, when I would wish, by degrees, by a conformity of my manners to your virtue, to shew every one the force your example has upon me. But this briefly is the case of the first. I had a friend who had been basely attempted to be assassinated by bravos, hired by a man of title in Italy, who, like many other persons of title, had no honor. And, at Padua, I had the fortune to disarm one of these bravos in my friend's defense, and made him confess his employer, and him, I own, I challenged. At Siena we met, and he died in a month after, of a fever. But, I hope, not occasioned by the slight wounds he had received from me, though I was obliged to leave Italy upon it, sooner than I intended, because of his numerous relations, who looked upon me as the cause of his death. Though I pacified them by a letter I wrote them from Innsbruck, acquainting them with the baseness of the deceased, and they followed me not to Munich, as they intended. This is one of the good-natured hints that might shock your sweetness, on reflecting that you are yoked with a murderer. The other, nay, brother, said she, say no more. 'Tis your own fault if you go further. She shall know it all, said he. And I defy the utmost stretch of your malice. When I was at college, I was well received by a widow lady, who had several daughters, and but small fortunes to give them. And the old lady set one of them, a deserving good girl she was, to draw me into marriage with her, for the sake of the fortune I was heir to, and contrived many opportunities to bring us and leave us together. I was not then of age. And the young lady, not half so artful as her mother, yielded to my addresses before the mother's plot could be ripened, and so utterly disappointed it. This, my Pamela, is the Sally Godfrey, this malicious woman, with the worst intentions, has informed you of. And whatever other liberties I may have taken, for perhaps some more I have, which, had she known, you had heard of, as well as this, I desire heaven will only forgive me, till I revive its vengeance by the like offences, in injury to my Pamela. And now, my dear, you may withdraw, for this worthy sister of mine has said all the bad she knows of me. And what, at a proper opportunity, when I could have convinced you, that they were not my boast, but my concern, I should have acquainted you with myself. For I am not fond of being thought better than I am, though I hope, from the hour I devoted myself to so much virtue, to that of my death, my conduct shall be irreproachable. She was greatly moved at this, and the noble manner in which the dear gentleman owned and repented of his faults, and gushed out into tears, and said, No, don't yet go, Pamela, I beseech you. My passion has carried me too far, a great deal. And, coming to me, she shook my hand, and said, You must stay to hear me beg his pardon, and so took his hand. But, to my concern, for I was grieved for her ladyship's grief, he burst from her, and went out of the parlour into the garden in a violent rage, that made me tremble. Her ladyship sat down, and leaned her head against my bosom, and made my neck wet with her tears, holding me by the hands, and I wept for company. Her kinsman walked up and down the parlour in a sad fret, and going out afterwards, he came in, and said, Mr. B. has ordered his chariot to be got ready, and won't be spoken to by any body. Where is he? Said she. Walking in the garden till it is ready, replied he. Well, said she, I have indeed gone too far. I was bewitched. And now, said she, malicious as he calls me, will he not forgive me for a 12-month, for I tell you, Pamela, if ever you offend, he will not easily forgive. I was all delighted, though sad, to see her ladyship so good to me. Will you venture, said she, to accompany me to him? Dare you follow a lion in his retreats? I'll attend your ladyship, said I, wherever you command. Well, wench, said she, Pamela, I mean, thou art very good in the main. I should have loved thee as well as my mother did, but 'tis all over now. Indeed you should not have married my brother. But come, I must love him. Let's find him out. And yet will he use me worse than a dog? I should not, added she, have so much exasperated him, for, whenever I have always had the worst of it. He knows I love him. In this manner her ladyship talked to me, leaning on my arm, and walking into the garden. I saw he was still in a tumult, as it were, and he took another walk to avoid us. She called after him, and said, "Brother, brother, let me speak to you, one word with you." And as we made haste towards him, and came near to him, "I desire," said he, "that you'll not oppress me more with your follies, and your violence. I have borne too much with you, and I will vow for a 12-month, from this day." "Hush," said she, "don't vow, I beg you, for too well will you keep it, I know by experience, if you do." "You see," said she, "I stoop to ask Pamela to be my advocate. Sure that will pacify you." "Indeed," said he, "I desire to see neither of you, on such an occasion, and let me only be left to myself, for I will not be intruded upon thus," and was going away. "But," said she, "one word first, I desire. If you'll forgive me, I'll forgive you." "What," said the dear man, haughtily, "will you forgive me?" "Why," said she, for she saw him too angry to mention his marriage as a subject that required her pardon, "I will forgive you all your bad usage of me this day." "I will be serious with you, sister," said he, "I wish you most sincerely well. But let us, from this time, study so much one another's quiet, as never to come near one another more." "Never," said she. "And can you desire this, barbarous brother?" "Can you?" "I can, I do," said he. "And I have nothing to do, but to hide from you, not a brother, but a murderer, and a profligate, unworthy of your relation. And let me be consigned to penitence for my past evils, a penitence, however, that shall not be broken in upon by so violent an accuser." "Pamela," said he, and made me tremble, "how dare you approach me, without leave, when you see me thus disturbed? Never, for the future, come near me, when I am in these tumults, unless I send for you." "Dear sir," said I. "Leave me," interrupted he. "I will set out for Bedfordshire this moment." "What? Sir," said I, "without me, what have I done?" "You have too meanly," said he, "for my wife, stooped to this furious sister of mine, and, till I can recollect, I am not pleased with you, but Colbrand shall attend you, and 2 other of my servants, and Mrs. Jukes shall wait upon you part of the way, and I hope you'll find me in a better disposition to receive you there, than I am at parting with you here." Had I not hoped, that this was partly put on to intimidate my lady, I believe I could not have borne it, but it was grievous to me, for I saw he was most sincerely in a passion. "I was afraid," said she, "he would be angry at you, as well as me. For well do I know his unreasonable violence, when he is moved. But one word, sir," said she, "pardon Pamela, if you won't me, for she has committed no offence, but that of good nature to me, and at my request. I will be gone myself, directly as I was about to do, had you not prevented me." "I prevented you," said he, "through love, but you have strung me for it, through hatred. But as for my Pamela, I know, besides the present moment, I cannot be angry with her, and therefore I desire her never to see me, on such occasions, till I can see her in the temper I ought to be in, when so much sweetness approaches me. 'Tis therefore I say, my dearest, leave me now." "But, sir," said I, "must I leave you, and let you go to Bedfordshire without me?" "Oh, dear sir, how can I?" said my lady. "You may go tomorrow, both of you, as you had designed. And I will go away this afternoon, and, since I cannot be forgiven, will try to forget I have a brother." "May I, sir," said I, "beg all your anger on myself, and to be reconciled to your good sister?" "Presuming Pamela," replied he, and made me start. "Art thou then so hardy, so well able to sustain a displeasure, which of all things, I expected from thy affection, and thy tenderness, thou wouldst have wished to avoid? Now," said he, and took my hand, and, as it were, tossed it from him, "begone from my presence, and reflect upon what you have said to me." I was so frightened, for then I saw he took amiss what I said, that I took hold of his knees, as he was turning from me, and I said, "Forgive me, good sir. You see I am not so hardy. I cannot bear your displeasure." And was ready to sink. His sister said, "Only forgive Pamela, 'tis all I ask. You'll break her spirit quite, you'll carry your passion as much too far as I have done, I need not say, said he, how well I love her, but she must not intrude upon me at such times as these. I had intended, as soon as I could have quelled, by my reason, the tumults you had caused by your violence, to have come in, and taken such a leave of you both, as might become a husband, and a brother, but she has, unbidden, broken upon me. And must take the consequence of a passion, which, when raised, is as uncontrollable as your own. Said she, did I not love you so well, as sister never loved a brother, I should not have given you all this trouble. And did I not, said he, love you better than you are resolved to deserve, I should be indifferent to all you say. But this last instance, after the dueling story, which you would not have mentioned, had you not known it is always matter of concern for me to think upon, of poor Sally Godfrey, is a piece of spite and meanness. That I can renounce you my blood for. Well, said she, I am convinced it was wrong. I am ashamed of it myself. 'Twas poor, 'twas mean, 'twas unworthy of your sister, and 'tis for this reason I stoop to follow you, to beg your pardon, and even to procure one for my advocate, who I thought had some interest in you. If I might have believed your own professions to her. Which now I shall begin to think made purposely to insult me. I care not what you think, after the meanness you have been guilty of, I can only look upon you with pity, for, indeed, you have fallen very low with me. 'Tis plain I have, said she. But I'll be gone. And so, brother, let me call you for this once. God bless you. And Pamela, said her ladyship, God bless you. And kissed me, and wept. I durst say no more, and my lady turning from him, he said, your sex is the D.L. How strangely can you discompose, calm, and turn, as you please, us poor weathercocks of men. Your last kind blessing to my Pamela I cannot stand. Kiss but each other again. And then he took both our hands, and joined them. And my lady saluting me again, with tears on both sides, he put his kind arms about each of our waists, and saluted us with great affection, saying, now, God bless you both, the two dearest creatures I have in the world. Well, said she, you will quite forget my fault about Miss. He stopped her before she could speak the name, and said, for ever forget it. And, Pamela, I'll forgive you too, if you don't again make my displeasure so light a thing to you, as you did just now. Said my lady, she did not make your displeasure a light thing to her. But the heavier it was, the higher compliment she made me, that she would bear it all, rather than not see you and me reconciled. No matter for that, said he, it was either an absence of thought, or a slight by implication, at least, that my niceness could not bear from her tenderness, for looked it not presuming, that she could stand my displeasure. Or was sure of making her terms when she pleased. Which, fond as I am of her, I assure her, will not be always, in wilful faults, in her power. Nay, said my lady, I can tell you, Pamela, you have a gentleman here in my brother. And you may expect such treatment from him, as that character, and his known good sense and breeding, will always oblige him to shew, but if you offend, the Lord have mercy upon you, you see how it is by poor me. And yet I never knew him to forgive so soon. I am sure, said I will take care as much as I can, for I have been frightened out of my wits, and had offended, before I knew where I was. So happily did this storm blow over. And my lady was quite subdued and pacified. When we came out of the garden, his chariot was ready, and he said, well, sister, I had most assuredly gone away towards my other house, if things had not taken this happy turn. And, if you please, instead of it, you and I will take an airing, and pray, my dear, said he to me, bid Mrs. Jewkes order supper by 8 o'clock, and we shall then join you. Sir, added he, to her nephew, will you take your horse and escort us? I will, said he, and am glad, at my soul, to see you all so good friends. So my dear lord and master handed my lady into his chariot, and her kinsman and his servants rode after them, and I went up to my closet to ruminate on these things. And, foolish thing that I am, this poor Miss Sally Godfrey runs into my head, how soon the name and quality of a wife gives one privileges, in one's own account, yet, methinks, I want to know more about her. For, is it not strange, that I, who lived years in the family, should have heard nothing of this. But I was so constantly with my lady, that I might the less hear of it, for she, I dare say, never knew it, or she would have told me. But I dare not ask him about the poor lady. Yet I wonder what became of her. Whether she be living? And whether anything came of it, maybe I shall hear full soon enough, but I hope not to any bad purpose. As to the other unhappy case, I know it was talked of, that in his travels, before I was taken into the family long, he had 1 or 2 broils, and, from a youth, he was always remarkable for courage, and is reckoned a great master of his sword. God grant he may never be put to use it. And that he may be always preserved in honor and safety. About 7 o'clock my master sent word, that he would have me not expect him to supper. For that he, and my lady his sister, and nephew, were prevailed upon to stay with Lady Jones, and that Lady Darnford, and Mr. Peters's family, had promised to meet them there. I was glad they did not send for me. And the rather, as I hoped those good families being my friends, would confirm my lady a little in my favor, and so I followed my writing closely. About 11 o'clock they returned. I had but just come down, having tired myself with my pen, and was sitting talking with Mrs. Jukes and Mrs. Wardens, whom I would, though unwillingly on their sides, make sit down, which they did over against me. Mrs. Wardens asked my pardon, in a good deal of confusion, for the part she had acted against me, saying, that things had been very differently represented to her. And that she little thought I was married, and that she was behaving so rudely to the lady of the house. I said, I took nothing amiss, and very freely forgave her. And hoped my new condition would not make me forget how to behave properly to every one, but that I must endeavor to act not unworthy of it, for the honor of the gentleman who had so generously raised me to it. Mrs. Jukes said, that my situation gave me great opportunities of shewing the excellence of my nature, that I could forgive offences against me so readily, as she, for her own part, must always, she said, acknowledge, with confusion of face. People, said I, Mrs. Jukes, don't know how they shall act, when their wills are in the power of their superiors, and I always thought one should distinguish between acts of malice and of implicit obedience. Though, at the same time, a person should know how to judge between lawful and unlawful. And even the great, though at present angry they are not obeyed, will afterwards have no ill opinion of a person for withstanding them in their unlawful commands. Mrs. Jukes seemed a little concerned at this. And I said, I spoke chiefly from my own experience, for that I might say, as they both knew my story, that I had not wanted both for menaces and temptations. And had I complied with the one, or been intimidated by the other, I should not have been what I was. Ah, madam, replied Mrs. Jukes, I never knew any body like you, and I think your temper sweeter, since the happy day, than before. And that, if possible, you take less upon you. Why, a good reason, said I, may be a sign for that. I thought myself in danger, I looked upon every one as my enemy, and it was impossible that I should not be fretful, uneasy, jealous. But when my dearest friend had taken from me the ground of my uneasiness, and made me quite happy, I should have been very blamable, if I had not shown a satisfied and easy mind. And a temper that should engage every one's respect and love at the same time, if possible, and so much the more, as it was but justifying, in some sort, the honor I had received, for the fewer enemies I made myself. The more I engaged every one to think, that my good benefactor had been less to blame in descending as he has done. This way of talking pleased them both very much, and they made me many compliments upon it, and wished me always to be happy, as, they said, I so well deserved. We were thus engaged, when my master, and his sister and her nephew, came in, and they made me quite alive, in the happy humor in which they all returned. The 2 women would have withdrawn, but my master said, Don't go, Mrs. Wardens, Mrs. Jukes, pray stay, I shall speak to you presently. So he came to me, and, saluting me, said, Well, my dear love, I hope I have not trespassed upon your patience, by an absence longer than we designed. But it has not been to your disadvantage. For though we had not your company, we have talked of nobody else but you. My lady came up to me, and said, Child, you have been all our subject. I don't know how it is, but you have made 2 or 3 good families, in this neighborhood, as much your admirers, as your friend here. My sister, said he, has been hearing your praises, Pamela, from half a score mouths, with more pleasure than her heart will easily let her express. My good Lady Davers's favour, said I, and the continuance of yours, sir, would give me more pride than that of all the rest of the world put together. Well, child, said she, proud hearts don't come down all at once. Though my brother, here, has this day set mine a good many pegs lower than I ever knew it, but I will say, I wish you joy with my brother, and so kissed me. My dear lady, said I, you forever oblige me, I shall now believe myself quite happy. This was all I wanted to make me so, and I hope I shall always, through my life, shew your ladyship, that I have the most grateful and respectful sense of your goodness. But, child, said she, I shall not give you my company when you make your appearance. Let your own merit make all your Bedfordshire neighbours your friends, as it has done here, by your Lincolnshire ones. And you'll have no need of my countenance, nor anybody's else. Now, said her nephew, 'tis my turn, I wish you joy with all my soul, madam. And, by what I have seen, and by what I have heard, for gad, I think you have met with no more than you deserve, and so all the company says, where we have been, and pray forgive all my nonsense to you. Sir, said I shall always, I hope, respect as I ought, so near a relation of my good Lord and Lady Davers, and I thank you for your kind compliment. Gad, Beck, said he, I believe you've some forgiveness too to ask. For we were all to blame, to make madam, here, fly the pit, as she did. Little did we think we made her quit her own house. Thou always, said my lady, sayest too much, or too little. Mrs. Warden said, I have been treated with so much goodness and condescension since you went, that I have been beforehand, sir, in asking pardon myself. So my lady sat down with me half an hour, and told me, that her brother had carried her a fine airing, and had quite charmed her with his kind treatment of her. And had much confirmed her in the good opinion she had begun to entertain of my discreet and obliging behaviour, but, continued she, when he would make me visit, without intending to stay, my old neighbours, for, said she, Lady Jones being nearest. We visited her first. And she scraped all the rest of the company together, they were all so full of your praises, that I was quite borne down, and, truly, it was Saul among the prophets. You may believe how much I was delighted with this. And I spared not my due acknowledgments. When her ladyship took leave, to go to bed, she said, Good night to you, heartily, and to your good man. I kissed you when I came in, out of form, but I now kiss you out of more than form, I'll assure you. Join with me, my dear parents, in my joy for this happy turn, the contrary of which I so much dreaded, and was the only difficulty I had to labour with. This poor Miss Sally Godfrey, I wonder what's become of her, poor soul. I wish he would, of his own head, mention her again. Not that I am very uneasy, neither. You'll say, I must be a little saucy, if I was. My dear master gave me an account, when we went up, of the pains he had taken with his beloved sister, as he himself styled her, and of all the kind things the good families had said in my behalf. And that he observed she was not so much displeased with hearing them, as she was at first, when she would not permit any body to speak of me as his wife, and that my health, as his spouse, being put, when it came to her, she drank it. But said, Come, brother, here's your Pamela to you, but I shall not know how to stand this affair, when the Countess, and the young ladies, come to visit me. One of these young ladies was the person she was so fond of promoting a match for, with her brother. Lady Betty, I know, she said, will rally me smartly upon it, and you know, brother, she wants neither wit nor satire. He said, I hope, Lady Betty, whenever she marries, will meet with a better husband than I should have made her, for, in my conscience, I think I should hardly have made a tolerable one to any but Pamela. He told me that they rallied him on the stateliness of his temper, and said, they saw he would make an exceeding good husband where he was, but it must be owing to my meekness, more than to his complaisance. For, said Miss Darnford, I could see well enough, when your ladyship detained her, though he had but hinted his desire of finding her at our house, he was so out of humour at her supposed non-compliance, that mine and my sister's pity for her was much more engaged, than our envy. "Ay," said my lady, "he is too lordly a creature, by much, and can't bear disappointment, nor ever could." Said he, "Well, Lady Davers, you should not, of all persons, find fault with me, for I bore a great deal from you, before I was at all angry." "Yes," replied she, "but when I had gone a little too far, as I own I did, you made me pay for it severely enough." "You know you did, saucebox. And the poor thing too," added she, "that I took with me for my advocate, so low had he brought me. He treated her in such a manner as made my heart ache for her, but part was art, I know, to make me think the better of her." "Indeed, sister," said he, "there was very little of that. For, at that time, I cared not what you thought, nor had complaisance enough to have given a shilling for your good or bad opinion of her or me. And, I own, I was displeased to be broken in upon, after your provocations, by either of you, and she must learn that lesson, never to come near me, when I am in those humours. Which shall be as little as possible, for, after a while, if let alone, I always come to myself, and am sorry for the violence of a temper, so like my dear sister's here, and for this reason think it is no matter how few witnesses I have of its intemperance, while it lasts. Especially since every witness, whether they merit it or not, as you see in my Pamela's case, must be a sufferer by it, if, unsent for, they come in my way." He repeated the same lesson to me again, and enforced it, and owned, that he was angry with me in earnest, just then. Though more with himself, afterwards, for being so, but when, "Pamela," said he, "you wanted to transfer all my displeasure upon yourself, it was so much braving me with your merit, as if I must soon end my anger, if placed there. Or it was making it so light to you, that I was truly displeased, for," continued he, "I cannot bear that you should wish, on any occasion whatever, to have me angry with you. Or not to value my displeasure as the heaviest misfortune that could befall you. But, sir," said I, "you know, that what I did was to try to reconcile my lady, and, as she herself observed, it was paying her a high regard." "It was so," replied he, "but never think of making a compliment to her, or any body living, at my expense. Besides, she had behaved herself so intolerably, that I began to think you had stooped too much, and more than I ought to permit my wife to do. And acts of meanness are what I can't endure in any body, but especially where I love, and as she had been guilty of a very signal one, I had much rather have renounced her at that time, than have been reconciled to her. Sir, said I hope I shall always comport myself so, as not wilfully to disoblige you for the future, and the rather do I hope this, as I am sure I shall want only to know your pleasure to obey it. But this instance shews me, that I may much offend, without designing it in the least. Now, Pamela, replied he, don't be too serious, I hope I shan't be a very tyrannical husband to you, yet do I not pretend to be perfect, or to be always governed by reason in my first transports. And I expect, from your affection, that you will bear with me when you find me wrong. I have no ungrateful spirit, and can, when cool, enter as impartially into myself as most men. And then I am always kind and acknowledging, in proportion as I have been out of the way. But to convince you, my dear, continued he, of your fault, I mean, with regard to the impetuosity of my temper. For there was no fault in your intention, that I acknowledge, I'll observe only, that you met, when you came to me, while I was so out of humor, a reception you did not expect, and a harsh word or two that you did not deserve. Now, had you not broken in upon me while my anger lasted, but stayed till I had come to you, or sent to desire your company, you'd have seen none of this. But that affectionate behavior, which I doubt not you'll always merit, and I shall always take pleasure in expressing, and in this temper shall you always find a proper influence over me, but you must not suppose, whenever I am out of humor, that in opposing yourself to my passion, you oppose a proper but to it. But when you are so good, like the slender reed, to bend to the hurricane, rather than, like the sturdy oak, to resist it, you will always stand firm in my kind opinion, while a contrary conduct would uproot you, with all your excellencies. From my soul. Sir, said I will endeavor to conform myself, in all things, to your will. I make no doubt but you will, and I'll endeavor to make my will as conformable to reason as I can. And let me tell you, that this belief of you is one of the inducements I have had to marry at all, for nobody was more averse to this state than myself, and, now we are upon this subject, I'll tell you why I was so averse. We people of fortune, or such as are born to large expectations, of both sexes, are generally educated wrong. You have occasionally touched upon this, Pamela, several times in your journal, so justly, that I need say the less to you. We are usually so headstrong, so violent in our wills, that we very little bear control. Humored by our nurses, through the faults of our parents, we practice first upon them. And shew the gratitude of our dispositions, in an insolence that ought rather to be checked and restrained, than encouraged. Next, we are to be indulged in everything at school. And our masters and mistresses are rewarded with further grateful instances of our boisterous behavior. But, in our wise parents' eyes, all looks well, all is forgiven and excused, and for no other reason, but because we are theirs. Our next progression is, we exercise our spirits, when brought home, to the torment and regret of our parents themselves, and torture their hearts by our undutiful and perverse behavior to them, which, however ungrateful in us, is but the natural consequence of their culpable indulgence to us, from infancy upwards. And then, next, after we have, perhaps, half broken their hearts, a wife is looked out for, convenience, or birth, or fortune, are the first motives, affection the last, if it is at all consulted in two people thus educated, thus trained up. In a course of unnatural ingratitude, and who have been headstrong torments to every one who has had a share in their education, as well as to those to whom they owe their being, are brought together. And what can be expected, but that they should pursue, and carry on, the same comfortable conduct in matrimony, and join most heartily to plague one another? And, in some measure, indeed, this is right. Because hereby they revenge the cause of all those who have been aggrieved and insulted by them, upon one another. The gentleman has never been controlled, the lady has never been contradicted. He cannot bear it from one whose new relation, he thinks, should oblige her to shew a quite contrary conduct. She thinks it very barbarous, now, for the first time, to be opposed in her will, and that by a man from whom she expected nothing but tenderness. So great is the difference between what they both expect from one another, and what they both find in each other, that no wonder misunderstandings happen, that these ripen to quarrels. That acts of unkindness pass, which, even had the first motive to their union been affection, as usually it is not, would have effaced all manner of tender impressions on both sides. Appeals to parents or guardians often ensue. If, by mediation of friends, a reconciliation takes place, it hardly ever holds, for why? The fault is in the minds of both, and neither of them will think so. So that the wound, not permitted to be probed, is but skinned over, and rankles still at the bottom, and at last breaks out with more pain and anguish than before. Separate beds are often the consequence. Perhaps elopements, if not, an unconquerable indifference, possibly aversion. And whenever, for appearance sake, they are obliged to be together, every one sees, that the yawning husband, and the vaporish wife, are truly insupportable to one another, but separate, have freer spirits, and can be tolerable company. Now, my dear, I would have you think, and I hope you will have no other reason, that had I married the first lady in the land, I would not have treated her better than I will my Pamela. For my wife is my wife. And I was the longer in resolving on the state, because I knew its requisites, and doubted my conduct in it. I believe I am more nice than many gentlemen. But it is because I have been a close observer of the behavior of wedded folks, and hardly ever have seen it to be such as I could like in my own case. I shall, possibly, give you instances of a more particular nature of this, as we are longer, and, perhaps, I might say, better acquainted. Had I married with the views of many gentlemen, and with such as my good sister, supplying the place of my father and mother, would have recommended, I had wedded a fine lady, brought up pretty much in my own manner. and used to have her will in everything. Some gentlemen can come into a compromise, and, after a few struggles, sit down tolerably contented. But, had I married a princess, I could not have done so. I must have loved her exceedingly well, before I had consented to knit the knot with her, and preferred her to all her sex. For without this, Pamela, indifferences, if not disgusts, will arise in every wedded life, that could not have made me happy at home, and there are fewer instances, I believe, of men's loving better, after matrimony, than of women's. The reason of which 'tis not my present purpose to account for. Then I must have been morally sure, that she preferred me to all men. And, to convince me of this, she must have lessened, not aggravated, my failings, she must have borne with my imperfections, she must have watched and studied my temper. And if ever she had any points to carry, any desire of overcoming, it must have been by sweetness and complaisance. And yet not such a slavish one, as should make her condescension seem to be rather the effect of her insensibility, than judgment or affection. She should not have given cause for any part of my conduct to her to wear the least aspect of compulsion or force. The word command, on my side, or obedience on hers, I would have blotted from my vocabulary. For this reason I should have thought it my duty to have desired nothing of her, that was not significant, reasonable, or just, and that then she should, on hers, have shown no reluctance, uneasiness, or doubt, to oblige me, even at half a word. I would not have excused her to let me twice enjoin the same thing, while I took so much care to make her compliance with me reasonable, and such as should not destroy her own free agency. In points that ought to be allowed her, and if I was not always right, that yet she would bear with me, if she saw me set upon it. And expostulate with me on the right side of compliance. For that would shew me, supposing small points in dispute, from which the greatest quarrels, among friends, generally arise, that she differed from me, not for contradiction sake, but desired to convince me for my own. And that I should, another time, take better resolutions. This would be so obliging a conduct, that I should, in justice, have doubled my esteem for one, who, to humour me, could give up her own judgment. And I should see she could have no other view in her expostulations, after her compliance had passed, than to rectify my motions for the future. And it would have been impossible then, but I must have paid the greater deference to her opinion and advice in more momentous matters. In all companies she must have shown, that she had, whether I deserved it altogether or not, a high regard and opinion of me. And this the rather, as such a conduct in her would be a reputation and security to herself, for if we rakes attempt a married lady, our first encouragement, exclusive of our own vanity, arises from the indifferent opinion, slight, or contempt she expresses of her husband. I should expect, therefore, that she should draw a kind veil over my faults, that such as she could not hide, she would extenuate. That she would place my better actions in an advantageous light, and shew that I had her good opinion, at least, whatever liberties the world took with my character. She must have valued my friends for my sake. Been cheerful and easy, whomsoever I had brought home with me, and, whatever faults she had observed in me, have never blamed me before company. At least, with such an air of superiority, as should have shown she had a better opinion of her own judgment, than of mine. Now, my Pamela, this is but a faint sketch of the conduct I must have expected from my wife, let her quality have been what it would, or have lived with her on bad terms. Judge then, if to me a lady of the modish taste could have been tolerable. The perverseness and contradiction I have too often seen, in some of my visits, even among people of sense, as well as condition, had prejudiced me to the married state. And, as I knew I could not bear it, surely I was in the right to decline it, and you see, my dear, that I have not gone among this class of people for a wife. Nor know I, indeed, where, in any class, I could have sought one, or had one suitable to my mind, if not you, for here is my misfortune, it could not have been contented to have been but moderately happy in a wife. Judge you, from all this, if I could very well bear that you should think yourself so well secured of my affection, that you could take the faults of others upon yourself. And, by a supposed supererogatory merit, think your interposition sufficient to atone for the faults of others. Yet am I not perfect myself, no, I am greatly imperfect. Yet will I not allow, that my imperfections shall excuse those of my wife, or make her think I ought to bear faults in her, that she can rectify, because she bears greater from me. Upon the whole, I may expect, that you will bear with me, and study my temper, till, and only till, you see I am capable of returning insult for obligation. And till you think, that I shall be of a gentler deportment, if I am roughly used, than otherwise. One thing more I will add, that I should scorn myself, if there was one privilege of your sex, that a princess might expect, as my wife, to be indulged in, that I would not allow to my Pamela. For you are the wife of my affections, I never wished for one before you, nor ever do I hope to have another. I hope, sir, said I, my future conduct, pardon me, said he, my dear, for interrupting you. But it is to assure you, that I am so well convinced of your affectionate regard for me, that I know I might have spared the greatest part of what I have said, and, indeed, it must be very bad for both of us, if I should have reason to think it necessary to say so much. But one thing has brought on another, and I have rather spoken what my niceness has made me observe in other families, than what I fear in my own. And, therefore, let me assure you, I am thoroughly satisfied with your conduct hitherto. You shall have no occasion to repent it, and you shall find, though greatly imperfect, and passionate, on particular provocations, which yet I will try to overcome, that you have not a brutal or ungenerous husband, who is capable of offering insult for condescension, or returning evil for good. I thanked him for these kind rules, and generous assurances, and assured him, that they had made so much impression on my mind, that these, and his most agreeable injunctions before given me, and such as he should hereafter be pleased to give me, should be so many rules for my future behavior. And I am glad of the method I have taken of making a journal of all that passes in these first stages of my happiness, because it will sink the impression still deeper. And I shall have recourse to them for my better regulation, as often as I shall mistrust my memory. Let me see, what are the rules I am to observe from this awful lecture? Why these? 1. That I must not, when he is in great wrath with any body, break in upon him without his leave. Well, I'll remember it, I warrant. But yet I think this rule is almost peculiar to himself. 2. That I must think his displeasure the heaviest thing that can befall me. To be sure I shall. 3. And so that I must not wish to incur it, to save any body else. I'll be furthered if I do. 4. That I must never make a compliment to any body at his expense. 5. That I must not be guilty of any acts of wilful meanness. There is a great deal meant in this, and I'll endeavor to observe it all. To be sure, the occasion on which he mentions this, explains it, that I must say nothing, though in anger, that is spiteful or malicious, that is disrespectful or undutiful, and such like. 6. That I must bear with him, even when I find him in the wrong. This is a little hard, as the case may be. I wonder whether poor Miss Sally Godfrey be living or dead. 7. That I must be as flexible as the reed in the fable, lest, by resisting the tempest, like the oak, I be torn up by the roots. Well, I'll do the best I can, there is no great likelihood, I hope, that I should be too perverse. Yet sure, the tempest will not lay me quite level with the ground, neither. 8. That the education of young people of condition is generally wrong. Memorandum. That if any part of children's education fall to my lot, I never indulge and humor them in things that they ought to be restrained in. 9. That I accustom them to bear disappointments and control. 10. That I suffer them not to be too much indulged in their infancy. 11. Nor at school. 12. Nor spoil them when they come home. 13. For that children generally extend their perverseness from the nurse to the schoolmaster, from the schoolmaster to the parents. 14. And, in their next step, as a proper punishment for all, make their own selves unhappy. 15. That undutiful and perverse children make bad husbands and wives, and, collaterally, bad masters and mistresses. 16. That, not being subject to be controlled early, they cannot, when married, bear one another. 17. That the fault lying deep, and in the minds of each other, neither will mend it. 18. Whence follow misunderstandings, quarrels, appeals, ineffectual reconciliations, separations, elopements, or, at best, indifference, perhaps, aversion. Memorandum. A good image of unhappy wedlock, in the words yawning husband, and vaporish wife, when together, but separate, both quite alive. 19. Few married persons behave as he likes. Let me ponder this with awe and improvement. 20. Some gentlemen can compromise with their wives, for quietness' sake, but he can't. Indeed, I believe that's true, I don't desire he should. 21. That love before marriage is absolutely necessary. 22. That there are fewer instances of men's than women's loving better after marriage. But why so? I wish he had given his reasons for this. I fancy they would not have been to the advantage of his own sex. 23. That a woman give her husband reason to think she prefers him before all men. Well, to be sure this should be so. 24. That if she would overcome, it must be by sweetness and complaisance, that is, by yielding, he means, no doubt. 25. Yet not such a slavish one neither, as should rather seem the effect of her insensibility, than judgment or affection. 26. That the words command and obey shall be blotted out of the vocabulary. Very good. 27. That a man should desire nothing of his wife, but what is significant, reasonable, just. To be sure, that is right. 28. But then, that she must not shew reluctance, uneasiness, or doubt, to oblige him, and that too at half a word. And must not be bid twice to do one thing. But may not there be some occasions, where this may be a little dispensed with? But he says afterwards, indeed. 29. That this must be only while he took care to make her compliance reasonable, and consistent with her free agency, in points that ought to be allowed her. Come, this is pretty well, considering. 30. That if the husband be set upon a wrong thing, she must not dispute with him, but do it and expostulate afterwards. Good sirs. I don't know what to say to this. It looks a little hard, methinks. This would bear a smart debate, I fancy, in a parliament of women. But then he says. 31. Supposing they are only small points that are in dispute. Well, this mends it a little. For small points, I think, should not be stood upon. 32. That the greatest quarrels among friends, and wives and husbands are, or should be, friends, arise from small matters. I believe this is very true, for I had like to have had anger here, when I intended very well. 33. That a wife should not desire to convince her husband for contradiction's sake, but for his own. As both will find their account in this, if one does, I believe 'tis very just. 34. That in all companies a wife must shew respect and love to her husband. 35. And this for the sake of her own reputation and security. 4. 36. That rakes cannot have a greater encouragement to attempt a married lady's virtue, than her slight opinion of her husband. To be sure this stands to reason, and is a fine lesson. 37. That a wife should therefore draw a kind veil over her husband's faults. 38. That such as she could not conceal, she should extenuate. 39. That his virtues she should place in an advantageous light. 40. And shew the world, that he had her good opinion at least. 41. That she must value his friends for his sake. 42. That she must be cheerful and easy in her behavior, to whomsoever he brings home with him. 43. That whatever faults she sees in him, she never blame him before company. 44. At least, with such an air of superiority, as if she had a less opinion of his judgment than her own. 45. That a man of nice observation cannot be contented to be only moderately happy in a wife. 46. That a wife take care how she ascribes supererogatory merit to herself, so as to take the faults of others upon her. Indeed, I think it is well if we can bear our own. This is of the same nature with the third, and touches upon me, on the present occasion, for this wholesome lecture. 47. That his imperfections must not be a plea for hers. To be sure, 'tis no matter how good the women are, but 'tis to be hoped men will allow a little. But, indeed, he says. 48. That a husband, who expects all this, is to be incapable of returning insult for obligation, or evil for good. And ought not to abridge her of any privilege of her sex. Well, my dear parents, I think this last rule crowns the rest, and makes them all very tolerable, and a generous man, and a man of sense, cannot be too much obliged. And, as I have this happiness, I shall be very unworthy, if I do not always so think, and so act. Yet, after all, you'll see I have not the easiest task in the world. But I know my own intentions, that I shall not wilfully err, and so fear the less. Not one hint did he give, that I durst lay hold of, about poor Miss Sally Godfrey. I wish my lady had not spoken of it, for it has given me a curiosity that is not quite so pretty in me. Especially so early in my nuptials, and in a case so long ago past. Yet he intimated too, to his sister, that he had had other faults, of this sort, I suppose, that had not come to her knowledge. But I make no doubt he has seen his error, and will be very good for the future. I wish it, and pray it may be so, for his own dear sake. Wednesday, the 7th. When I arose in the morning, I went to wait on Lady Davers, seeing her door open. And she was in bed, but awake, and talking to her woman. I said, I hope I don't disturb your ladyship. Not at all, said she, I am glad to see you. How do you do? Well, added she, when do you set out for Bedfordshire? I said, I can't tell, madam. It was designed as today, but I have heard no more of it. Sit down, said she, on the bedside. I find, by the talk we had yesterday and last night, you have had but a poor time of it, Pamela. I must call you so yet, said she, since you were brought to this house, till within these few days. And Mrs. Jukes too has given Beck such an account, as makes me pity you. Indeed, madam, said I, if your ladyship knew all, you would pity me, for never poor creature was so hard put to it. But I ought to forget it all now, and be thankful. Why, said she, as far as I can find, 'tis a mercy you are here now. I was sadly moved with some part of your story, and you have really made a noble defense, and deserve the praises of all our sex. It was God enabled me, madam, replied I. Why, said she, 'tis the more extraordinary, because I believe, if the truth was known, you loved the wretch not a little. While my trials lasted, madam, said I had not a thought of anything, but to preserve my innocence, much less of love. But, tell me truly, said she, did you not love him all the time? I had always, madam, answered I, a great reverence for my master, and thought all his good actions doubly good, and for his naughty ones, though I abhorred his attempts upon me, yet I could not hate him, and always wished him well. But I did not know that it was love. Indeed I had not the presumption. Sweet girl, said she. That's prettily said, but when he found he could not gain his ends, and began to be sorry for your sufferings, and to admire your virtue, and to profess honorable love to you, what did you think? Think. Indeed, madam, I did not know what to think. Could neither hope nor believe so great an honor would fall to my lot, and feared more from his kindness, for some time, than I had done from his unkindness, and, having had a private intimation, from a kind friend, of a sham marriage, intended by means of a man who was to personate a minister, it kept my mind in too much suspense, to be greatly overjoyed at his kind declaration. Said she, I think he did make 2 or 3 attempts upon you in Bedfordshire. Yes, madam, said I, he was very naughty, to be sure. And here he proposed articles to you, I understand. Yes, madam, replied I. But I abhorred so much the thoughts of being a kept creature, that I rejected them with great boldness, and was resolved to die before I would consent to them. He afterwards attempted you, I think, did he not? Oh yes, madam, said I, a most sad attempt he made. And I had like to have been lost, for Mrs. Jewkes was not so good as she should have been. And so I told her ladyship that sad affair, and how I fell into fits. And that they believing me dying, forbore any attempts after this base one. She said. He was not so good as he should have been, returned I, once in the garden, afterwards, but I was so watchful, and so ready to take the alarm. But, said she, did he not threaten you, at times, and put on his stern airs, every now and then? Threaten, madam, replied I, yes, I had enough of that. I thought I should have died for fear several times. How could you bear that? Said she, for he is a most daring and majestic mortal. He has none of your puny hearts, but is as courageous as a lion, and, boy and man, never feared anything. I myself, said she, have a pretty good spirit. But, when I have made him truly angry, I have always been forced to make it up with him, as well as I could, for, child, he is not one that is easily reconciled, I assure you. But, after he had professed honorable love to you, did he never attempt you again? No, indeed, madam, he did not. But he was a good while struggling with himself, and with his pride, as he was pleased to call it, before he could stoop so low. And considered again, and once, upon my saying but 2 or 3 words, that displeased him, when he was very kind to me, he turned me out of doors, in a manner, at an hour's warning. For he sent me above a day's journey towards my father's, and then sent a man and horse, post-haste, to fetch me back again, and has been exceedingly kind and gracious to me ever since, and made me happy. That sending you away, said she, 1 hour, and sending after you the next, is exactly like my brother. And 'tis well if he don't turn you off twice or thrice before a year comes about, if you vex him, and he would have done the same by the first lady in the land, if he had been married to her. Yet has he his virtues, as well as his faults. For he is generous, nay, he is noble in his spirit, hates little dirty actions, he delights in doing good, but does not pass over a wilful fault easily. He is wise, prudent, sober, and magnanimous, and will not tell a lie, nor disguise his faults. But you must not expect to have him all to yourself, I doubt. But I'll no more harp upon this string. You see how he was exasperated at me, and he seemed to be angry at you too, though something of it was art, I believe. Indeed, madam, said I, he has been pleased to give me a most noble lecture. And I find he was angry with me in earnest, and that it will not be an easy task to behave unexceptionably to him, for he is very nice and delicate in his notions, I perceive, but yet, as your ladyship says, exceeding generous. Well, said she, I'm glad thou hadst a little bit of his anger, else I should have thought it art, and I don't love to be treated with low art, any more than he, and I should have been vexed if he had done it by me. But I understand, child, said she, that you keep a journal of all matters that pass, and he has several times found means to get at it, should you care I should see it? It could not be to your disadvantage. For I find it had no small weight with him in your favor, and I should take great pleasure to read all his stratagems, attempts, contrivances, menaces, and offers to you, on one hand, and all your pretty counterplottings, which he much praises. Your resolute resistance, and the noble stand you have made to preserve your virtue. And the steps by which his pride was subdued, and his mind induced to honorable love, till you were made what you now are, for it must be a rare and uncommon story. And will not only give me great pleasure in reading, but will entirely reconcile me to the step he has taken, and that, let me tell you, is what I never thought to be, for I had gone a great way in bringing about a match with him and Lady Betty. And had said so much of it, that the Earl, her father, approved of it, and so did the Duke of, her uncle, and Lady Betty herself was not averse, and now I shall be hunted to death about it. And this has made me so outrageous as you have seen me upon the matter. But when I can find, by your writings, that your virtue is but suitably rewarded, it will be not only a good excuse for me, but for him, and make me love you. There is nothing that I would not do, said I, to oblige your ladyship, but my poor father and mother, who would rather have seen me buried quick in the earth, than to be seduced by the greatest of princes, have them in their hands at present. And your dear brother has bespoken them, when they have done reading them, but, if he gives me leave, I will shew them to your ladyship, with all my heart, not doubting your generous allowances, as I have had his. Though I have treated him very freely all the way, while he had naughty views, and that your ladyship would consider them as the naked sentiments of my heart, from time to time delivered to those, whose indulgence I was sure of. And for whose sight only they were written. Give me a kiss now, said her ladyship, for your cheerful compliance, for I make no doubt my brother will consent I shall see them, because they must needs make for your honor. And I see he loves you better than any one in the world. I have heard, continued her ladyship, a mighty good character of your parents, as industrious, honest, sensible, good folks, who know the world. And, as I doubt not my brother's generosity, I am glad they will make no ill figure in the world's eye. Madam, said I, they are the honestest, the lovingest, and the most conscientious couple breathing. They once lived creditably, and brought up a great family, of which I am the youngest, but had misfortunes, through their doing beyond their power for two unhappy brothers, who are both dead, and whose debts they stood bound for. And so became reduced, and, by harsh creditors, where most of the debts were, not of their own contracting, turned out of all, and having, without success, tried to set up a little country school. For my father understood a little of accounts, and wrote a pretty good hand, winky face, forced to take to hard labor, but honest all the time, contented, never repining, and loving to one another. And, in the midst of their poverty and disappointments, above all temptation. And all their fear was, that I should be wicked, and yield to temptation for the sake of worldly riches and to God's grace, and their good lessons, and those I imbibed from my dear good lady, your ladyship's mother. It is that I owe the preservation of my innocence, and the happy station I am exalted to. She was pleased to kiss me again, and said, there is such a noble simplicity in thy story, such an honest artlessness in thy mind, and such a sweet humility in thy deportment, notwithstanding thy present station, that I believe I shall be forced to love thee, whether I will or not, and the sight of your papers, I dare say, will crown the work. Will disarm my pride, banish my resentment on Lady Betty's account, and justify my brother's conduct. And, at the same time, redound to your own everlasting honor, as well as to the credit of our sex, and so I make no doubt but my brother will let me see them. Wardens, said my lady, I can say anything before you. And you will take no notice of our conversation, but I see you are much touched with it. Did you ever hear anything prettier, more unaffected, sincere, free, easy? No, never, madam, answered she, in my life. And it is a great pleasure to see so happy a reconciliation taking place, where there is so much merit. I said, I have discovered so much prudence in Mrs. Wardens, that, as well for that, as for the confidence your ladyship places in her, I have made no scruple of speaking my mind freely before her. And of blaming my dear master while he was blameworthy, as well as acknowledging his transcendent goodness to me since, which, I am sure, exceeds all I can ever deserve. Maybe not, said my lady, I hope you'll be very happy in one another. And I'll now rise, and tell him my thoughts, and ask him to let me have the reading of your papers, for I promise myself much pleasure in them, and shall not grudge a journey and a visit to you, to the other house, to fetch them. Your ladyship's favour, said I, was all I had to wish for, and if I have that, and the continuance of your dear brother's goodness to me, I shall be easy under whatever else may happen. And so I took my leave, and withdrew. And she let me hear her say to Mrs. Wardens, 'Tis a charming creature, Wardens, I know not which excels, her person, or her mind, and so young a creature too, well may my brother love her. I am afraid, my dear father and mother, I shall now be too proud indeed. I had once a good mind to have asked her ladyship about Miss Sally Godfrey, but I thought it was better let alone, since she did not mention it herself. Maybe I shall hear it too soon. But I hope not. I wonder, though, whether she be living or dead. We breakfasted together with great good temper. And my lady was very kind, and, asking my good master, he gave leave very readily, she should see all my papers, when you returned them to me. And he said, he was sure, when she came to read them, she would say, that I had well deserved the fortune I had met with, and would be of opinion, that all the kindness of his future life would hardly be a sufficient reward for my virtue, and make me amends for my sufferings. My lady resolving to set out the next morning to return to her lord, my master ordered everything to be made ready for his doing the like to Bedfordshire, and this evening our good neighbours will sup with us, to take leave of my lady and us. Wednesday night. Nothing particular having passed at dinner or supper, but the most condescending goodness, on my lady's side, to me, and the highest civilities from Mr. Peters's family, from Lady Jones, from Sir Simon's family, etc. And reciprocal good wishes all around, and a promise obtained from my benefactor, that he would endeavour to pass a fortnight or 3 weeks in these parts, before the winter set in. I shall conclude this day with observing, that I disposed of the money my master was so good to put into my hands, in the manner he was pleased to direct, and I gave Mrs. Jewkes hers in such a manner as highly pleased her. And she wished me, with tears, all kinds of happiness, and prayed me to forgive her all her wickedness to me, as she herself called it. I begged leave of my master to present Mrs. Wardens with 5 guineas for a pair of gloves, which he said was well thought of. I should have mentioned, that Miss Darnford and I agreed upon a correspondence, which will be no small pleasure to me, for she is an admirable young lady, whom I prefer to every one I have seen. And I shall, I make no doubt, improve by her letters, for she is said to have a happy talent in writing, and is well read, for so young a lady. Saturday. On Thursday morning my lady set out for her own seat, and my best friend and I, attended by Mr. Colbrand, Abraham, and Thomas, for this dear house. Her ladyship parted with her brother and me with great tenderness, and made me promise to send her my papers, which I find she intends to entertain Lady Betty with, and another lady or two, her intimates, as also her lord, and hopes to find, as I believe, in the reading of them, some excuse for her brother's choice. My dearest master has been all love and tenderness on the road, as he is in every place, and on every occasion. And oh, what a delightful change was this journey to that which, so contrary to all my wishes, and so much to my apprehensions, carried me hence to the Lincolnshire house. And how did I bless God at every turn, and at every stage! We did not arrive here till yesterday noon. Abraham rode before, to let them know we were coming, and I had the satisfaction to find every body there I wished to see. When the chariot entered the courtyard, I was so strongly impressed with the favour and mercies of God Almighty, on remembering how I was sent away the last time I saw this house, the leave I took, the dangers I had encountered. A poor cast-off servant girl, and now returning a joyful wife, and the mistress, through his favour, of the noble house I was turned out of, that I was hardly able to support the joy I felt in my mind on the occasion. He saw how much I was moved, and tenderly asked me, why I seemed so affected. I told him, and lifted his dear hand to my lips, and said, "Oh, sir, God's mercies, and your goodness to me on entering this dear, dear place, are above my expression. I can hardly bear the thoughts of them," he said. "Welcome, thrice welcome, joy of my life, to your own house," and kissed my hand in return. All the common servants stood at the windows, as unseen as they could, to observe us. He took my hand, with the most condescending goodness in the world, and, with great complaisance, led me into the parlour, and kissed me with the greatest ardour. "Welcome again, my dearest life," said he, "1,000 times welcome to the possession of a house that is not more mine than yours." I threw myself at his feet. "Permit me, dear sir, thus to bless God, and thank you, for all his mercies and your goodness. Oh, may I so behave, as not to be utterly unworthy, and then how happy shall I be. God give me, my dearest," said he, "life and health to reward all your sweetness. And no man can be so blessed as I. Where," said he to Abraham, who passed by the door, "where is Mrs. Jervis?" She bolted in. "Here, good sir," said she. "Here, good madam. Am I, waiting impatiently, till called for, to congratulate you both." I ran to her, and clasped my arms about her neck, and kissed her. "Oh, my dear Mrs. Jervis, Said I, my other dear mother. Receive your happy Pamela, and join with me to bless God, and bless our Master, for all these great things. I was ready to sink in her arms through excess of joy, to see the dear good woman, who had been so often a mournful witness of my distress, as now of my triumph. Dearest madam, said she, you do me too much honor. Let my whole life shew the joy I take in your deserved good fortune, and in my duty to you, for the early instance I received of your goodness in your kind letter. O Mrs. Jervis! Replied I, there all thanks are due, both from you and me, for our dear master granted me this blessing, as I may justly call it, the very first moment I begged it of him. Your goodness, sir, said she, I will forever acknowledge. And I beg pardon for the wrong step I made in applying to my Lady Davers. He was so good as to salute her, and said, all is over now, Mrs. Jervis, and I shall not remember you ever disobliged me. I always respected you, and shall now more and more value you, for the sake of that dear good creature, whom, with joy unfeigned, I can call my wife. God bless your honor for ever. Said she. And many many happy years may ye live together, the envy and wonder of all who know you. But where, said my dear master, is honest Longman? And where is Jonathan? Come, Mrs. Jervis, said I, you shall shew me them, and all the good folks, presently. And let me go up with you to behold the dear apartments, which I have seen before with such different emotions to what I shall now do. We went up. And in every room, the chamber I took refuge in, when my master pursued me, my lady's chamber, her dressing room, Mrs. Jervis's room, not forgetting her closet, my own little bedchamber, the green room, and in each of the others, I blessed God for my past escapes, and present happiness. And the good woman was quite affected with the zeal and pleasure with which I made my thankful acknowledgments to the divine goodness. O my excellent lady! Said she, you are still the same good, pious, humble soul I knew you. And your marriage has added to your graces, as I hope it will to your blessings. Dear Mrs. Jervis, said I, you know not what I have gone through. You know not what God has done for me. You know not what a happy creature I am now. I have 1,000 things to tell you, and a whole week will be too little, every moment of it spent in relating to you what has befallen me, to make you acquainted with it all. We shall be sweetly happy together, I make no doubt. But I charge you, my dear Mrs. Jervis, whatever you call me before strangers, that when we are by ourselves you call me nothing but your Pamela. For what an ungrateful creature should I be, who have received so many mercies, if I attributed them not to the divine goodness, but assumed to myself insolent airs upon them. No, I hope I shall be, more and more thankful, as I am more and more blessed. And more humble, as God, the author of all my happiness, shall more distinguish me. We went down again to the parlour, to my dear master. Said he, call Longman in again. He longs to see you, my dear. He came in, God bless you, my sweet lady, said he, as now, heaven be praised, I may call you. Did I not tell you, madam, that Providence would find you out? Oh, Mr. Longman, said I, God be praised for all his mercies. I am rejoiced to see you, and I laid my hand on his, and said, good Mr. Longman, how do you do? I must always value you, and you don't know how much of my present happiness I owe to the sheets of paper, and pens, and ink, you furnished me with. I hope my dear sir and you are quite reconciled. Oh, madam, said he, how good you are. Why, I cannot contain myself for joy. And then he wiped his eyes, good man. Said my master, yes, I have been telling Longman that I am obliged to him for his ready return to me, and that I will entirely forget his appeal to Lady Davers, and I hope he'll find himself quite as easy and happy as he wishes. My dear partner here, Mr. Longman, I dare promise you, will do all she can to make you so. Heaven bless you both together. Said he. 'Tis the pride of my heart to see this. I returned with double delight, when I heard the blessed news. And I am sure, sir, said he, mark old Longman's words, God will bless you for this every year more and more. You don't know how many hearts you have made happy by this generous deed. I am glad of it, said my dear master. I am sure I have made my own happy, and, Longman, though I must think you somebody, yet, as you are not a young man, and so won't make me jealous, I can allow you to wish my dear wife joy in the tenderest manner. Add. Sir, said he, I am sure you rejoice me with your favour, 'tis what I longed for, but durst not presume. My dear, said my master, receive the compliment of one of the honestest hearts in England, that always revered your virtues. And the good man saluted me with great respect, and said, God in heaven bless you both. And kneeled on one knee. I must quit your presence. Indeed I must, and away he went. Your goodness, sir, said I, knows no bounds. Oh, may my gratitude never find any. I saw, said my master, when the good man approached you, that he did it with so much awe and love mingled together, that I fancied he longed to salute my angel. And I could not but indulge his honest heart. How blessed am I! Said I, and kissed his hand. And indeed I make nothing now of kissing his dear hand, as if it was my own. When honest old Mr. Jonathan come in to attend at dinner, so clean, so sleek, and so neat, as he always is, with his silver hair, I said, Well, Mr. Jonathan, how do you do? I am glad to see you. You look as well as ever, thank God. Oh, dear madam, said he, better than ever, to have such a blessed sight. God bless you and my good master, and I hope, sir, said he, you'll excuse all my past failings. That I will, Jonathan, said he. Because you never had any, but what your regard for my dear wife here was the occasion of. And now I can tell you, you can never err, because you cannot respect her too much. Oh sir, said he, your honor is exceeding good. I'm sure I shall always pray for you both. After dinner, Mr. Longman coming in, and talking of some affairs under his care, he said afterwards, All your honor's servants are now happy. For Robert, who left you, had a pretty little fortune fallen to him, or he never would have quitted your service. He was here but yesterday, to inquire when you and my lady returned hither, and hoped he might have leave to pay his duty to you both. Said my master, I shall be glad to see honest Robert, for that's another of your favourites, Pamela. It was high time, I think, I should marry you, were it but to engage the respects of all my family to myself. There are, sir, said I, 10,000 reasons why I should rejoice in your goodness. But I was going to say, said Mr. Longman, that all your honor's old servants are now happy, but one. You mean John Arnold? Said my master. I do, indeed, said he, if you'll excuse me, sir. Oh, said I have had my prayer for poor John answered, as favourably as I could wish. Why, said Mr. Longman, to be sure poor John has acted no very good part, take it altogether. But he so much honoured you, sir, and so much respected you, madam, that he would have been glad to have been obedient to both, and so was faithful to neither. But, indeed, the poor fellow's heart is almost broke, and he won't look out for any other place, and says, he must live in your honour's service, or he must die wretched very shortly. Mrs. Jervis was there when this was said. Indeed, said she, the poor man has been here every day since he heard the tidings, that have rejoiced us all, and he says, he hopes he shall yet be forgiven. Is he in the house now? Said my master. He is, sir. And was here when your honour came in, and played at hide and seek to have one look at you both when you alighted, and was ready to go out of his wits for joy, when we saw your honour hand my lady in. Pamela, said my dear master, you're to do with John as you please. You have full power. Then pray, sir, said I, let poor John come in. The poor fellow came in, with so much confusion, that I have never seen a countenance that expressed so lively a consciousness of his faults, and mingled joy and shame. How do you do, John? Said I hope you are very well. The poor fellow could hardly speak, and looked with awe upon my master, and pleasure upon me. Said my master, well, John, there is no room to say anything to a man that has so much concern already, I am told you will serve me whether I will or not. But I turn you over altogether to my spouse here, and she is to do by you as she pleases. You see, John, said I, your good master's indulgence. Well may I forgive, that have so generous an example. I was always persuaded of your honest intentions, if you had known how to distinguish between your duty to your master, and your goodwill to me, you will now have no more puzzles on that account, from the goodness of your dear master. I shall be but too happy, I said the poor man. God bless your honor. God bless you, madam, I now have the joy of my soul, in serving you both, and I will make the best of servants, to my power. Well, then, John, said I, your wages will go on, as if you had not left your master, may I not say so, sir? Said I. Yes, surely, my dear, replied he, and augment them too, if you find his duty to you deserves it. 1,000 millions of thanks, said the poor man, I am very well satisfied, and desire no augmentation. And so he withdrew, overjoyed, and Mrs. Jervis and Mr. Longman were highly pleased. For though they were incensed against him for his fault to me, when matters looked badly for me, yet they, and all his fellow servants, always loved John. When Mr. Longman and Mrs. Jervis had dined, they came in again, to know if he had any commands, and my dear master, filling a glass of wine, said, Longman, I am going to toast the happiest and honestest couple in England, my dear Pamela's father and mother. Thank you, dear sir, said I. I think, continued he, that little Kentish purchase wants a manager, and as it is a little out of your way, Longman, I have been purposing, if I thought Mr. Andrews would accept it, that he should enter upon Hodge's farm that was, and so manage for me that whole little affair, and we will well stock the farm for him, and make it comfortable. And I think, if he will take that trouble upon him, it will be an ease to you, and a favor to me. Your honor, said he, cannot do a better thing. And I have had some inkling given me, that you may, if you please, augment that estate, by a purchase, of equal amount, contiguous to it, and as you have so much money to spare, I can't see your honor can do better. Well, said he, let me have the particulars another time, and we will consider about it. But, my dear, added he, you'll mention this to your father, if you please. I have too much money, Longman, continued he, lies useless. Though, upon this occasion, I shall not grudge laying out as much in liveries and other things, as if I had married a lady of a fortune equal, if possible, to my Pamela's merit, and I reckon you have a good deal in hand. Yes, sir, said he, more than I wish I had. But I have a mortgage in view, if you don't buy that Kentish thing, that I believe will answer very well, and when matters are riper, will mention it to your honor. I took with me, to Lincolnshire, said my master, upwards of 600 guineas, and thought to have laid most of them out there, thank God, thought I, you did not. For he offered me 500 of them, you know, but I have not laid out above 250 of them, so 200 I left there in my escritoire, because I shall go again for a fortnight or so, before winter. And 200 I have brought with me, and I have money, I know not what, in 3 places here, the account of which is in my pocket-book, in my library. You have made some little presents, Pamela, to my servants there, on our nuptials. And these 200 that I have brought up, I will put into your disposal, that, with some of them, you shall do here as you did there. I am ashamed, good sir, said I, to be so costly, and so worthless. Pray, my dear, replied he, say not a word of that. Said Mr. Longman, why, madam, with money in stocks, and one thing or another, his honor could buy half the gentlemen around him. He wants not money, and lays up every year. And it would have been pity but his honor should have wedded just as he has. Very true, Longman, said my master, and, pulling out his purse, said, tell out, my dear, 200 guineas, and give me the rest. I did so. Now, said he, take them yourself, for the purposes I mentioned. But, Mr. Longman, do you, before sunset, bring my dear girl £50, which is due to her this day, by my promise, and every 3 months, from this day, pay her £50. Which will be £200 per annum, and this is for her to lay out at her own discretion, and without account, in such a way as shall derive a blessing upon us all, for she was my mother's almoner, and shall be mine, and her own too. I'll go for it this instant, said Mr. Longman. When he was done, I looked upon my dear generous master, and on Mrs. Jervis, and he gave me a nod of assent, and I took 20 guineas, and said, Dear Mrs. Jervis, accept of this, which is no more than my generous master ordered me to present to Mrs. Jewkes, for a pair of gloves, on my happy nuptials, and so you, who are much better entitled to them by the love I bear you, must not refuse them. Said she, Mrs. Jewkes was on the spot, madam, at the happy time. Yes, said my master, but Pamela would have rejoiced to have had you there instead of her. That I should, sir, replied I, or instead of any body, except my own mother. She gratefully accepted them, and thanked us both, but I don't know what she should thank me for I was not worth a fourth of them myself. I'd have you, my dear, said he, in some handsome manner, as you know how, oblige Longman to accept of the like present. Mr. Longman returned from his office, and brought me the £50, saying, I have entered this new article with great pleasure, to my lady £50, to be paid the same sum quarterly. Oh sir! Said I, what will become of me, to be so poor in myself, and so rich in your bounty? It is a shame to take all that your profuse goodness would heap upon me thus, but indeed it shall not be without account. Make no words, my dear, said he, are you not my wife? And have I not endowed you with my goods, and, hitherto, this is a very small part. Mr. Longman, said I, and Mrs. Jervis, you both see how I am even oppressed with unreturnable obligations. God bless the donor, and the receiver too. Said Mr. Longman, I am sure they will bring back good interest, for, madam, you had ever a bountiful heart, and I have seen the pleasure you used to take to dispense my late lady's alms and donations. I'll warrant, Mr. Longman, said I, notwithstanding you are so willing to have me take large sums for nothing at all, I should affront you, if I asked you to accept from me a pair of gloves only, on account of my happy nuptials. He seemed not readily to know how to answer, and my master said, if Longman refuse you, my dear, he may be said to refuse your first favour. On that I put 20 guineas in his hand, but he insisted upon it, that he would take but 5. I said, I must desire you to oblige me, Mr. Longman, or I shall think I have affronted you. Well, if I must, said he, I know what I know. What is that, Mr. Longman? Said I. Why, madam, said he, I will not lay it out till my young master's birthday, which I hope will be within this 12-month. Not expecting anything like this from the old gentleman, I looked at my master, and then blushed so, I could not hold up my head. Charmingly said, Longman. Said my master, and clasped me in his arms, oh, my dear life. God send it may be so. You have quite delighted me, Longman. Though I durst not have said such a thing for the world. Madam, said the old gentleman, I beg your pardon. I hope no offence, but I'd speak it 10 times in a breath to have it so, take it how you please, as long as my good master takes it so well. Mrs. Jervis, said my master, this is an overnice dear creature. You don't know what a life I have had with her, even on this side matrimony. Said Mrs. Jervis, I think Mr. Longman says very well, I am sure I shall hope for it too. Mr. Longman, who had struck me of a heap, withdrawing soon after, my master said, why, my dear, you can't look up. The old man said nothing shocking. I did not expect it, though, from him, said I. I was not aware but of some innocent pleasantry. Why, so it was, said he, both innocent and pleasant, and I won't forgive you, if you don't say as he says. Come, speak before Mrs. Jervis. May everything happen, sir, said I, that will give you delight. That's my dearest love, said he, and kissed me with great tenderness. When the servants had dined, I desired to see the maidens, and all 4 came up together. You are welcome home, madam, said Rachel. We rejoice all to see you here, and more to see you our lady. Oh my good old acquaintances, said I joy to see you. How do you do, Rachel? How do you all do? And I took each of them by the hand, and could have kissed them. For, said I to myself, I kissed you all, last time I saw you, in sorrow, why should I not kiss you all with joy? But I forbore, in honor of their master's presence. They seemed quite transported with me, and my good master was pleased with the scene. See here, my lasses, said he, your mistress. I need not bid you respect her, for you always loved her. And she'll have it as much in her power as inclination to be kind to the deserving. Indeed, said I shall always be a kind friend to you, and your dear master has ordered me to give each of you this, that you may rejoice with me on my happiness. And so I gave them 5 guineas apiece, and said, God bless you every one. I am overjoyed to see you. And they withdrew with the greatest gratitude and pleasure, praying for us both. I turned to my dear master, 'Tis to you, dear sir, said I, next to God, who put it into your generous heart, that all my happiness is owing. That my mind thus overflows with joy and gratitude. And I would have kissed his hand. But he clasped me in his arms, and said, You deserve it, my dear, you deserve it all. Mrs. Jervis came in. Said she, I have seen a very affecting sight, you have made your maidens quite happy, madam, with your kindness and condescension. I saw them all 4, as I came by the hall door, just got up from their knees, praising and praying for you both. Dear good bodies! Said I, and did Jane pray too? May their prayers be returned upon themselves, I say. My master sent for Jonathan, and I held up all the fingers of my 2 hands, and my master giving a nod of approbation as he came in, I said, Well, Mr. Jonathan, I could not be satisfied without seeing you in form, as it were, and thanking you for all your past goodwill to me. You'll accept of that, for a pair of gloves, on this happy occasion. And I gave him 10 guineas, and took his honest hand between both mine. God bless you, said I, with your silver hairs, so like my dear father, I shall always value such a good old servant of the best of masters, he said, oh such goodness. Such kind words. It is balm to my heart. Blessed be God I have lived to this day, and his eyes swam in tears, and he withdrew. My dear, said my master, you make every one happy, oh, sir, said I, 'tis you, 'tis you. And let my grateful heart always spring to my lips, to acknowledge the blessings you heap upon me. Then in came Harry, and Isaac, and Benjamin, and the 2 grooms of this house, and Arthur the gardener, for my dear master had ordered them, by Mrs. Jervis, thus to be marshalled out, and he said, Where's John? Poor John was ashamed, and did not come until he heard himself called for. I said to them, How do you do, my old friends and fellow servants? I am glad to see you all. My master said, I have given you a mistress, my lads, that is the joy of my heart, you see her goodness and condescension. Let your respects to her be but answerable, and she'll be proportionately as great a blessing to you all, as she is to me. Harry said, In the names of all your servants, sir, I bless your honor, and your good lady, and it shall be all our studies to deserve her ladyship's favours, as well as your honours. And so I gave every one 5 guineas, to rejoice, as I said, in my happiness. When I came to John, I said, I saw you before, John, but I again tell you, I am glad to see you. He said, he was quite ashamed and confounded. Oh, said I, forget everything that's past, John, your dear good master will, and so will I. For God has wonderfully brought about all these things, by the very means I once thought most grievous. Let us, therefore, look forward, and be only ashamed to commit faults for the time to come, for they may not always be attended with like happy consequences. Arthur, said my master, I have brought you a mistress that is a great gardener. She'll shew you a new way to plant beans, and never any body had such a hand at improving a sunflower as she. Oh sir, said I, but yet a little dashed, all my improvements in every kind of thing are owing to you, I am sure. And so I think I was even with the dear man, and yet appeared grateful before his servants. They withdrew, blessing us both, as the rest had done. And then came in the postilion, and 2 helpers, for my master has both here, and at Lincolnshire, fine hunting horses, and it is the chief sport he takes delight in, as also the scullion boy, and I said, How do all of you? And how dost do, Tommy? I hope you're very good. Here your dear master has ordered you something a piece, in honor of me. And my master holding 3 fingers to me, I gave the postilion and helpers 3 guineas each, and the little boy 2. And bid him let his poor mother lay it out for him, for he must not spend it idly. Mr. Colbrand, Abraham, and Thomas, I had before presented at t'other house. And when they were all gone but Mrs. Jervis, I said, And now, dearest sir, permit me, on my knees, thus to bless you, and pray for you. And oh, may God crown you with length of days, and increase of honor. And may your happy Pamela, by her grateful heart, appear always worthy in your dear eyes, though she cannot be so in her own, nor in those of any others. Mrs. Jervis, said my master, you see the excellency of this sweet creature. And when I tell you that the charms of her person, all lovely as she is, bind me not so strongly to her, as the graces of her mind, congratulate me, that my happiness is built on so stable a basis. Indeed I do, most sincerely, sir, said she, this is a happy day to me. I stepped into the library, while he was thus pouring out his kindness for me to Mrs. Jervis. And blessed God there on my knees, for the difference I now found to what I had once known in it. And when I have done the same in the first scene of my fears, the once frightful summer house, I shall have gone through most of my distressful scenes with gratitude. But shall never forbear thanking God in my mind, for his goodness to me in every one. Mrs. Jervis, I find, had whispered him what I had done above, and he saw me upon my knees, with my back towards him, unknown to me. But softly put to the door again, as he had opened it a little way. And I said, not knowing he had seen me, you have some charming pictures here, sir. Yes, said he, my dear life, so I have, but none equal to that which your piety affords me. And may the God you delight to serve, bless more and more my dear angel, sir, said I, you are all goodness, I hope, replied he, after your sweet example, I shall be better and better. Do you think, my dear father and mother, there ever was so happy a creature as I? To be sure it would be very ungrateful to think with uneasiness, or anything but compassion, of poor Miss Sally Godfrey. He ordered Jonathan to let the evening be passed merrily, but wisely, as he said, with what every one liked, whether wine or October. He was pleased afterwards to lead me upstairs, and gave me possession of my lady's dressing room and cabinet, and her fine repeating watch and equipage, and, in short, of a complete set of diamonds, that were his good mother's. As also of the 2 pair of diamond earrings, the 2 diamond rings, and diamond necklace, he mentioned in his naughty articles, which her ladyship had intended for presents to Miss Tomlins, a rich heiress, that was proposed for his wife. When he was just come from his travels. But which went off, after all was agreed upon on both the friends' sides, because he approved not her conversation, and she had, as he told his mother, too masculine an air. And he never could be brought to see her but once, though the lady liked him very well. He presented me also with her ladyship's books, pictures, linen, laces, etc. that were in her apartments, and bid me call those apartments mine. Oh, give me, my good God, humility and gratitude. Sunday night. This day, as matters could not be ready for our appearance at a better place, we stayed at home. And my dear master employed himself a good deal in his library, and I have been taken up pretty much, I hope, as I ought to be, in thankfulness, prayer and meditation. In my newly presented closet, and I hope God will be pleased to give a blessing to me. For I have the pleasure to think I am not puffed up with this great alteration, and yet am I not wanting to look upon all these favors and blessings in the light wherein I ought to receive them, both at the hands of heaven, and my dear benefactor. We dined together with great pleasure, and I had, in every word and action, all the instances of kindness and affection that the most indulged heart could wish. He said he would return to his closet again, and at 5 o'clock would come and take a walk with me in the garden, and so retired as soon as he had dined, and I went up to mine. About 6, he was pleased to come up to me, and said, "Now, my dear, I will attend you for a little walk in the garden," and I gave him my hand with great pleasure. This garden is much better cultivated than the Lincolnshire one. But that is larger, and has nobler walks in it, and yet there is a pretty canal in this, and a fountain and cascade. We had a deal of sweet conversation as we walked, and, after we had taken a turn round, I bent towards the little garden. And when I came near the summer house, took the opportunity to slip from him, and just whipped up the steps of this once frightful place, and kneeled down, and said, "I bless thee, O God, for my escapes, and for thy mercies. Oh, let me always possess a grateful, humble heart." And I whipped down again and joined him, and he hardly missed me. Several of the neighboring gentry sent their compliments to him on his return, but not a word about his marriage, particularly Mr. Arthur, Mr. Towers, Mr. Brooks, and Mr. Martin of the Grove. Monday. I had a good deal of employment in choosing patterns for my new clothes. He thought nothing too good, but I thought everything I saw was. And he was so kind to pick out 6 of the richest for me to choose 3 suits out of, saying, we would furnish ourselves with more in town, when we went thither. One was white, flowered with silver most richly. And he was pleased to say, that, as I was a bride, I should make my appearance in that the following Sunday. And so we shall have in 2 or 3 days, from several places, nothing but mantua makers and tailors at work. Bless me! What a chargeable and what a worthless hussy I am to the dear gentleman, but his fortune and station require a great deal of it. And his value for me will not let him do less, than if he had married a fortune equal to his own, and then, as he says, it would be a reflection upon him, if he did. And so I doubt it will be, as it is, for either way the world will have something to say. He made me also choose some very fine laces, and linen. And has sent a message on purpose, with his orders, to hasten all down, what can be done in town, as the millinery matters, etc. to be completed there, and sent by particular messengers, as done. All to be here, and finished by Saturday afternoon, without fail. I sent away John this morning, with some more of my papers to you, and with the few he will give you separate. My desire is, that you will send me all the papers you have done with, that I may keep my word with Lady Davers, to beg the continuance of your prayers and blessings. To hope you will give me your answer about my dear benefactor's proposal of the Kentish farm, to beg you to buy 2 suits of clothes each, of the finest cloth for you, my dear father, and of a creditable silk for my dear mother. And good linen, and everything answerable, and that you will, as my best friend bid me say, let us see you here as soon as possible, and he will have his chariot come for you, when you tell John the day. Oh! How I long to see you both, my dear good parents, and to share with you my felicities. You will have, I'm sure, the goodness to go to all your creditors, which are chiefly those of my poor unhappy brothers, and get an account of all you are bound for. And every one shall be paid to the utmost farthing, and interest besides, though some of them have been very cruel and unrelenting but they are entitled to their own, and shall be thankfully paid. Now I think of it, John shall take my papers down to this place, that you may have something to amuse you, of your dear child's, instead of those you part with, and I will continue writing till I am settled, and you are determined. And then I shall apply myself to the duties of the family, in order to become as useful to my dear benefactor, as my small abilities will let me. If you think a couple of guineas will be of use to Mrs. Mumford, who, I doubt, has not much aforehand, pray give them to her, from me, and I will return them to you, as for a pair of gloves on my nuptials, and look through your poor acquaintances and neighbours. And let me have a list of such honest industrious poor, as may be true objects of charity, and have no other assistance. Particularly such as are blind, lame, or sickly, with their several cases. And also such poor families and housekeepers as are reduced by misfortunes, as ours was, and where a great number of children may keep them from rising to a state of tolerable comfort, and I will choose as well as I can. For I long to be making a beginning, with the kind quarterly benevolence my dear good benefactor has bestowed upon me for such good purposes. I am resolved to keep account of all these matters, and Mr. Longman has already furnished me with a vellum book of white paper, some sides of which I hope soon to fill with the names of proper objects, and though my dear master has given me all this without account, yet shall he see, but nobody else, how I lay it out, from quarter to quarter. And I will, if any be left, carry it on, like an accomptant, to the next quarter, and strike a balance 4 times a year, and a general balance at every year's end. And I have written in it, humble returns for divine mercies, and locked it up safe in my newly presented cabinet. I intend to let Lady Davers see no farther of my papers, than to her own angry letter to her brother, for I would not have her see my reflections upon it. And she'll know, down to that place, all that's necessary for her curiosity, as to my sufferings, and the stratagems used against me, and the honest part one have been enabled to act, and I hope, when she has read them all, she will be quite reconciled, for she will see it is all God Almighty's doings, and that a gentleman of his parts and knowledge was not to be drawn in by such a poor young body as me. I will detain John no longer. He will tell you to read this last part first, and while he stays. And so, with my humble duty to you both, and my dear Mr. B.'s kind remembrance, I rest. Your ever dutiful and gratefully happy daughter. Wednesday evening. Honored Father and Mother, I will now proceed with my journal. On Tuesday morning, my dear sir rode out, and brought with him to dinner, Mr. Martin of the Grove, and Mr. Arthur, and Mr. Brooks, and one Mr. Chambers, and he stepped up to me, and said he had rode out too far to return to breakfast. But he had brought with him some of his old acquaintance, to dine with me. Are you sorry for it, Pamela? Said he. I remembered his lessons, and said no, sure, sir, I cannot be angry at anything you are pleased to do. Said he, you know Mr. Martin's character, and have severely censured him in one of your letters, as one of my brother rakes, and for his 3 lyings in. He then gave me the following account, how he came to bring them. Said he, I met them all at Mr. Arthur's. And his lady asked me, if I was really married? I said, yes, really. And to whom? Said Mr. Martin. Why, replied I, bluntly, to my mother's waiting maid. They could not tell what to say to me hereupon, and looked one upon another. And I saw I had spoiled a jest, from each. Mrs. Arthur said, you have, indeed, sir, a charming creature, as ever I saw, and she has mighty good luck. I, said I, and so have I. But I shall say the less, because a man never did anything of this nature, that he did not think he ought, if it were but in policy, to make the best of it. Nay, said Mr. Arthur, if you have sinned, it is with your eyes open, for you know the world as well as any gentleman of your years in it. Why, really, gentlemen, said I should be glad to please all my friends. But I can't expect, till they know my motives and inducements, that it will be so immediately. But I do assure you, I am exceedingly pleased myself, and that, you know, is most to the purpose. Said Mr. Brooks, I have heard my wife praise your spouse, that is, so much for person and beauty, that I wanted to see her of all things. Why, replied I, if you'll all go and take a dinner with me, you shall see her with all my heart. And, Mrs. Arthur, will you bear us company? No, indeed, sir, said she. What, I'll warrant, my wife will not be able to reconcile you to my mother's waiting maid, is not that it? Tell truth, Mrs. Arthur. Nay, said she, I shan't be backward to pay your spouse a visit, in company of the neighboring ladies, but for one single woman to go, on such a sudden motion too, with so many gentlemen, is not right. But that need not hinder you, gentlemen. So, said he, the rest sent, that they should not dine at home, and they and Mr. Chambers, a gentleman lately settled in these parts, one and all came with me, and so, my dear, concluded he, when you make your appearance next Sunday, you're sure of a party in your favor, for all that see you must esteem you. He went to them. And when I came down to dinner, he was pleased to take me by the hand, at my entrance into the parlor, and said, my dear, I have brought some of my good neighbors to dine with you. I said, You are very good, sir. My dear, this gentleman is Mr. Chambers, and so he presented every one to me, and they saluted me, and wished us both joy. I, for my part, said Mr. Brooks, wish you joy most heartily. My wife told me a good deal of the beauties of your person. But I did not think we had such a flower in our country. Sir, said I, your lady is very partial to me, and you are so polite a gentleman, that you will not contradict your good lady. I'll assure you, madam, returned he, you have not hit the matter at all, for we contradict one another twice or thrice a day. But the devil's in't if we are not agreed in so clear a case. Said Mr. Martin, Mr. Brooks says very true, madam, in both respects, meaning his wife's and his own contradiction to one another, as well as in my favor winky face for, added he, they have been married some years. As I had not the best opinion of this gentleman, nor his jest, I said, I am almost sorry, sir, for the gentleman's jest upon himself and his lady, but I think it should have relieved him from a greater jest, your pleasant confirmation of it. But still the reason you give that it may be so, I hope, is the reason that may be given that it is not so, to wit, that they have been married some years. Said Mr. Arthur, Mr. Martin, I think the lady has very handsomely reproved you. I think so too, said Mr. Chambers, and it was but a very indifferent compliment to a bride. Said Mr. Martin, compliment or not, gentlemen, I have never seen a matrimony of any time standing, that it was not so, little or much, but I dare say it will never be so here. To be sure, sir, said I, if it was, I must be the ungratefullest person in the world, because I am the most obliged person in it. That notion, said Mr. Arthur, is so excellent, that it gives a moral certainty it never can. Sir, said Mr. Brooks to my dear master, softly, you have a most accomplished lady, I do assure you, as well in her behavior and wit, as in her person, call her what you please. Why, my dear friend, said my master, I must tell you, as I have said before now, that her person made me her lover, but her mind made her my wife. The first course coming in, my dear sir led me himself to my place, and set Mr. Chambers, as the greatest stranger, at my right hand, and Mr. Brooks at my left, and Mr. Arthur was pleased to observe, much to my advantage, on the ease and freedom with which I behaved myself, and helped them. And said, he would bring his lady to be a witness, and a learner both, of my manners. I said, I should be proud of any honor Mrs. Arthur would vouchsafe to do me. And if once I could promise myself the opportunity of his good lady's example, and those of the other gentlemen present, I should have the greater opinion of my worthiness to sit in the place I filled at present with much insufficiency. Mr. Arthur drank to my health and happiness, and said, my wife told your spouse, madam, you had very good luck in such a husband, but I now see who has the best of it. Said Mr. Brooks, come, let's make no compliments. For the plain truth of the matter is, our good neighbor's generosity and judgment have met with so equal a match in his lady's beauty and merit, that I know not which has the best luck. But may you be both long happy together, say I. And so he drank a glass of wine. My best friend, who always takes delight to have me praised, seemed much pleased with our conversation, and he said the kindest, tenderest, and most respectful things in the world to me. Insomuch, that the rough Mr. Martin said, did you ever think our good friend here, who used to ridicule matrimony so much, would have made so complaisant a husband? How long do you intend, sir, that this shall hold? As long as my good girl deserves it, said he. And that, I hope, will be forever. But, continued the kind gentleman, you need not wonder I have changed my mind as to wedlock, for I never expected to meet with one whose behavior and sweetness of temper were so well adapted to make me happy. After dinner, and having drank good healths to each of their ladies, I withdrew, and they sat and drank 2 bottles of claret apiece, and were very merry, and went away, full of my praises, and vowing to bring their ladies to see me. John having brought me your kind letter, my dear father, I told my good master, after his friends were gone, how gratefully you received his generous intentions as to the Kentish farm, and promised your best endeavors to serve him in that estate. And that you hoped your industry and care would be so well employed in it, that you should be very little troublesome to him, as to the liberal manner in which he had intended to add to a provision, that of itself exceeded all you wished. He was very well pleased with your cheerful acceptance of it. I am glad your engagements in the world lie in so small a compass. As soon as you have gotten an account of them exactly, you will be pleased to send it me, with the list of the poor folks you are so kind to promise to procure me. I think, as my dear master is so generous, you should account nothing that is plain, too good. Pray don't be afraid of laying out upon yourselves. My dear sir intends that you shall not, when you come to us, return to your old abode. But stay with us, till you set out for Kent, and so you must dispose of yourselves accordingly. And I hope, my dear father, you have quite left off all slavish business. As Farmer Jones has been kind to you, as I have heard you say, pray, when you take leave of them, present them with 3 guineas worth of good books. Such as a family Bible, a common prayer, a whole duty of man, or any other you think will be acceptable, for they live a great way from church, and in winter the ways from their farm thither are impassable. He has brought me my papers safe, and I will send them to Lady Davers the first opportunity, down to the place I mentioned in my last. My dear Mr. B. just now tells me, that he will carry me, in the morning, a little airing, about 10 miles off, in his chariot and 4, to breakfast at a farmhouse, noted for a fine dairy, and where, now and then, the neighboring gentry, of both sexes, resort for that purpose. Thursday. We set out at about half an hour after 6, accordingly, and driving pretty smartly, got at this truly neat house at half an hour after 8, and I was much pleased with the neatness of the good woman, and her daughter and maid. And he was so good as to say he would now and then take a turn with me to the same place, and on the same occasion, as I seemed to like it. For that it would be a pretty exercise, and procure us appetites to our breakfasts, as well as our return would to our dinners. But I find this was not, though a very good reason, the only one for which he gave me this agreeable airing. As I shall acquaint you. We were prettily received and entertained here, and an elegancy ran through every thing, persons as well as furniture, yet all plain. And my master said to the good housewife, do your young boarding-school ladies still at times continue their visits to you, Mrs. Dobson? Yes, sir, said she, I expect 3 or 4 of them every minute. There is, my dear, said he, within 3 miles of this farm, a very good boarding-school for ladies. The governess of it keeps a chaise and pair, which is to be made a double chaise at pleasure. And in summer time, when the misses perform their tasks to satisfaction, she favours them with an airing to this place, 3 or 4 at a time, and after they have breakfasted, they are carried back. And this serves both for a reward, and for exercise, and the misses who have this favour are not a little proud of it, and it brings them forward in their respective tasks. A very good method, sir, said I. And just as we were talking, the chaise came in with 4 misses, all pretty much of a size, and a maid-servant to attend them. They were shown another little neat apartment, that went through ours, and made their honours very prettily, as they passed by us. I went into the room to them, and asked them questions about their work, and their lessons, and what they had done to deserve such a fine airing and breakfasting. And they all answered me very prettily. And pray, little ladies, said I, what may I call your names? One was called Miss Burdoff, one Miss Nugent, one Miss Booth, and the 4th Miss Goodwin. I don't know which, said I, is the prettiest. But you are all best, my little dears, and you have a very good governess, to indulge you with such a fine airing, and such delicate cream, and bread and butter. I hope you think so too. My master came in, and I had no mistrust in the world. And he kissed each of them, but looked more wishfully on Miss Goodwin, than on any of the others, but I thought nothing just then. Had she been called Miss Godfrey, I had hit upon it in a trice. When we went from them, he said, which do you think the prettiest of those misses? Really, sir, replied I, it is hard to say. Miss Booth is a pretty brown girl, and has a fine eye. Miss Burdoff has a great deal of sweetness in her countenance, but is not so regularly featured. Miss Nugent is very fair, and Miss Goodwin has a fine black eye, and is, besides, I think, the genteelest shaped child, but they are all pretty. The maid led them into the garden, to shew them the beehives, and Miss Goodwin made a particular fine courtesy to my master, and I said, I believe Miss knows you, sir, and, taking her by the hand, I said, do you know this gentleman, my pretty dear? Yes, madam, said she, it is my own dear uncle. I clasped her in my arms. Oh, why did you not tell me, sir, said I, that you had a niece among these little ladies? And I kissed her, and away she tripped after the others. But pray, sir, said I, how can this be, you have no sister nor brother, but Lady Davers. How can this be? He smiled, and then I said, oh my dearest sir, tell me now the truth, does not this pretty miss stand in a nearer relation to you, than as a niece? I know she does. I know she does. And I embraced him as he stood. 'Tis even so, my dear, replied he. And you remember my sister's good-natured hint of Miss Sally Godfrey? I do well, sir, answered I. But this is Miss Goodwin. Her mother chose that name for her, said he, because she should not be called by her own. Well, said I, excuse me, sir. I must go and have a little prattle with her. I'll send for her in again, replied he, and in she came in a moment. I took her in my arms, and said, oh my charming dear. Will you love me, will you let me be your aunt? Yes, madam, answered she, with all my heart. And I will love you dearly, but I mustn't love my uncle. Why so? Said he. Because, replied she, you would not speak to me at first. And because you would not let me call you uncle, for it seems she was bid not, that I might not guess at her presently, and yet, said the pretty dear, I had not seen you a great while, so I hadn't. Well, Pamela, said he, now can you allow me to love this little innocent? Allow you, sir, replied I, you would be very barbarous, if you did not. And I should be more so, if I did not further it all I could, and love the little lamb myself, for your sake and for her own sake, and in compassion to her poor mother, though unknown to me, and tears stood in my eyes. Said he, why, my love, are your words so kind, and your countenance so sad? I drew to the window from the child, and said, sad it is not, sir, but I have a strange grief and pleasure mingled at once in my breast, on this occasion. It is indeed a twofold grief, and a twofold pleasure. As how, my dear? Said he. Why, sir, replied I cannot help being grieved for the poor mother of this sweet babe, to think, if she be living, that she must call her chiefest delight her shame, if she be no more, that she must have had such remorse on her poor mind. When she came to leave the world, and her little babe, and, in the second place, I grieve, that it must be thought a kindness to the dear little soul, not to let her know how near the dearest relation she has in the world is to her. Forgive me, dear sir, I say not this to reproach you, in the least. Indeed I don't. And I have a twofold cause of joy. First, that I have had the grace to escape the like unhappiness with this poor gentlewoman, and next, that this discovery has given me an opportunity to shew the sincerity of my grateful affection for you, sir. In the love I will always express to this dear child. And then I stepped to her again, and kissed her, and said, join with me, my pretty love, to beg your dear uncle to let you come and live with your new aunt. Indeed, my little precious, I'll love you dearly. Will you, sir? Said the little charmer. Will you let me go and live with my aunt? You are very good, my Pamela, said he. And I have not once been deceived in the hopes my fond heart has entertained of your prudence. But will you, sir? Said I, will you grant me this favor? I shall most sincerely love the little charmer, and all I am capable of doing for her, both by example and affection, shall most cordially be done. My dearest sir, added I, oblige me in this thing. I think already my heart is set upon it. What a sweet employment and companionship shall I have! We'll talk of this some other time, replied he, but I must, in prudence, put some bounds to your amiable generosity. I had always intended to surprise you into this discovery. But my sister led the way to it, out of a poorness in her spite, that I could not brook, and though you have pleased me beyond expression, in your behavior on this occasion, yet I can't say, that you have gone much beyond my expectations. For I have such a high opinion of you, that I think nothing could have shaken it, but a contrary conduct to this you have expressed on so tender a circumstance. Well, sir, said the dear little miss, then you will not let me go home with my aunt, will you? I am sure she will love me. When you break up next, my dear, said he, if you are a good girl, you shall pay your new aunt a visit. She made a low courtesy. Thank you, sir, answered she. Yes, my dear, said I, and I will get you some fine things against the time. I would have brought you some now, had I known I should have seen my pretty love. Thank you, madam, returned she. How old, sir, said I, is Miss? Between 6 and 7, answered he. Was she ever, sir, said I, at your house? My sister, replied he, carried her thither once, as a near relation of her lord's. I remember, sir, said I, a little Miss, and Mrs. Jervis and I took her to be a relation of Lord Davers. My sister, returned he, knew the whole secret from the beginning. And it made her a great merit with me, that she kept it from the knowledge of my father, who was then living, and of my mother, to her dying day, though she descended so low in her rage, to hint the matter to you. The little misses took their leave soon after, and I know not how, but I am strangely affected with this dear child. I wish you would be so good as to let me have her home. It would be a great pleasure to have such a fine opportunity, obliged as I am, to shew my love for himself, in my fondness for his dear miss. As we came home together in the chariot, he gave me the following particulars of this affair, additional to what he had before mentioned. That this lady was of a good family, and the flower of it, but that her mother was a person of great art and address, and not altogether so nice in the particular between himself and Miss, as she ought to have been, that, particularly, when she had reason to find him unsettled and wild. And her daughter in more danger from him, than he was from her, yet she encouraged their privacies. And even, at last, when she had reason to apprehend, from their being surprised together, in a way not so creditable to the lady, that she was far from forbidding their private meetings. On the contrary, that, on a certain time, she had set one that had formerly been her footman, and a half-pay officer, her relation, to watch an opportunity, and to frighten him into a marriage with the lady, that, accordingly, when they had surprised him in her chamber, just as he had been let in, they drew their swords upon him, and threatened instantly to kill him, if he did not promise marriage on the spot. And that they had a parson ready below stairs, as he found afterwards, that then he suspected, from some strong circumstances, that Miss was in the plot, which so enraged him, with their menaces together, that he drew, and stood upon his defence. And was so much in earnest, that the man he pushed into the arm, and disabled. And pressing pretty forward upon the other, as he retreated, he rushed in upon him near the top of the stairs, and pushed him down one pair, and he was much hurt by the fall, not but that, he said, he might have paid for his rashness. But that the business of his antagonists was rather to frighten than to kill him, that, upon this, in the sight of the old lady, the parson she had provided, and her other daughters, he went out of their house, with bitter execrations against them all. That after this, designing to break off all correspondence with the whole family, and Miss too, she found means to engage him to give her a meeting at Woodstock, in order to clear herself, that, poor lady, she was there obliged, naughty creature as he was, to make herself quite guilty of a worse fault, in order to clear herself of a lighter, that they afterwards met at Godstow often, at Woodstock, and every neighbouring place to Oxford, where he was then studying, as it proved, guilty lessons, instead of improving ones. Till, at last, the effect of their frequent interviews grew too obvious to be concealed, that the young lady then, when she was not fit to be seen, for the credit of the family, was confined, and all manner of means were used to induce him to marry her, that, finding nothing would do, they at last resolved to complain to his father and mother. But that he made his sister acquainted with the matter, who then happened to be at home, and, by her management and spirit, their intentions of that sort were frustrated. And, seeing no hopes, they agreed to Lady Davers's proposals, and sent poor Miss down to Marlborough, where, at her expense, which he answered to her again, she was provided for. And privately lay in, that Lady Davers took upon herself the care of the little one, till it came to be fit to be put to the boarding school, where it now is, and that he had settled upon the dear little miss such a sum of money, as the interest of it would handsomely provide for her, and the principal would be a tolerable fortune, fit for a gentlewoman, when she came to be marriageable. And this, my dear, said he, is the story in brief. And I do assure you, Pamela, added he, I am far from making a boast of, or taking a pride in, this affair, but since it has happened, I can't say but I wish the poor child to live, and be happy. And I must endeavour to make her so. Sir, said I, to be sure you should, and I shall take a very great pride to contribute to the dear little soul's felicity, if you will permit me to have her home. But, added I, does Miss know anything who are her father and mother? I wanted him to say if the poor lady was living or dead. No, answered he. Her governess has been told, by my sister, that she is the daughter of a gentleman and his lady, who are related, at a distance, to Lord Davers, and now live in Jamaica. And she calls me uncle, only because I am the brother to Lady Davers, whom she calls aunt, and who is very fond of her, as is also my lord, who knows the whole matter. And they have her, at all her little school recesses, at their house, and are very kind to her. I believe, added he, the truth of the matter is very little known or suspected. For, as her mother is of no mean family, her friends endeavour to keep it secret, as much as I, and Lady Davers, till her wrath boiled over, t'other day, has managed the matter very dexterously and kindly. The words, mother is of no mean family, gave me not to doubt the poor lady was living. And I said, but how, sir, can the dear Mrs. poor mother be content to deny herself the enjoyment of so sweet a child? Ah, Pamela, replied he, now you come in. I see you want to know what's become of the poor mother. 'Tis natural enough you should, but I was willing to see how the little suspense would operate upon you. Dear sir, said I. Nay, replied he, 'tis very natural, my dear. I think you have had a great deal of patience, and are come at this question so fairly that you deserve to be answered. You must know then, there is some foundation for saying, that her mother, at least, lives in Jamaica. For there she does live, and very happily too. For I must observe, that she suffered so much in childbed, that nobody expected her life. And this, when she was up, made such an impression upon her, that she dreaded nothing so much as the thoughts of returning to her former fault, and, to say the truth, I had intended to make her a visit as soon as her month was well up. And so, unknown to me, she engaged herself to go to Jamaica, with 2 young ladies, who were born there, and were returning to their friends, after they had been 4 years in England for their education, and, recommending to me, by a very moving letter, her little baby, and that I would not suffer it to be called by her name, but Goodwin. That her shame might be the less known, for hers and her family's sake. She got her friends to assign her £500, in full of all her demands upon her family, and went up to London, and embarked, with her companions, at Gravesend, and so sailed to Jamaica, where she is since well and happily married, passing to her husband for a young widow, with 1 daughter, which her husband's friends take care of, and provide for. And so you see, Pamela, that in the whole story on both sides, the truth is as much preserved as possible. Poor lady! Said I, how her story moves me. I am glad she is so happy at last, and, my dear, said he, are you not glad she is so far off too? As to that, sir, said I cannot be sorry, to be sure, as she is so happy, which she could not have been here. For, sir, I doubt you would have proceeded with your temptations, if she had not gone. And it shewed she was much in earnest to be good, that she could leave her native country, leave all her relations, leave you, whom she so well loved, leave her dear baby, and try a new fortune, in a new world, among quite strangers. And hazard the seas. And all to preserve herself from further guiltiness. Indeed, sir, said I bleed for what her distresses must be. In this case I am grieved for her poor mind's remorse, through her childbed terrors, which could have so great and so worthy an effect upon her afterwards. And I honor her resolution, and would rank such a returning dear lady in the class of those who are most virtuous, and doubt not God Almighty's mercy to her. And that her present happiness is the result of his gracious providence, blessing her penitence and reformation that, but, sir, said I, did you not once see the poor lady after her lying in? I did not believe her so much in earnest, answered he. And I went down to Marlborough, and heard she was gone from thence to Caen. I went to Caen, and heard she was gone to Reading, to a relation's there. Thither I went, and heard she was gone to Oxford. I followed, and there she was. But I could not see her. She at last received a letter from me, begging a meeting with her. For I found her departure with the ladies was resolved on, and that she was with her friends, only to take leave of them, and receive her agreed on portion, and she appointed the Saturday following, and that was Wednesday, to give me a meeting at the old place, at Woodstock. Then, added he, I thought I was sure of her, and doubted not I should spoil her intended voyage. I set out on Thursday to Gloucester, on a party of pleasure. And on Saturday I went to the place appointed, at Woodstock, but when I came thither, I found a letter instead of my lady, and when I opened it, it was to beg my pardon for deceiving me, expressing her concern for her past fault. Her affection for me, and the apprehension she had, that she should be unable to keep her good resolves, if she met me, that she had set out on the Thursday for her embarkation, for that she feared nothing else could save her. And had appointed this meeting on Saturday, at the place of her former guilt, that I might be suitably impressed upon the occasion, and pity and allow for her, and that she might get 3 or 4 days' start of me, and be quite out of my reach. She recommended again, as upon the spot where the poor little one owed its being, my tenderness to it, for her sake, and that was all she had to request of me, she said. But would not forget to pray for me in all her own dangers, and in every difficulty she was going to encounter. I wept at this moving tale. And did not this make a deep impression upon you, sir? Said I. Surely such an affecting lesson as this, on the very guilty spot too, I admire the dear lady's pious contrivance, must have had a great effect upon you. One would have thought, sir, it was enough to reclaim you for ever. All your naughty purposes, I make no doubt, were quite changed. Why, my dear, said he, I was much moved, you may be sure, when I came to reflect, but, at first, I was so assured of being a successful tempter, and spoiling her voyage, that I was vexed, and much out of humour. But when I came to reflect, as I said, I was quite overcome with this instance of her prudence, her penitence, and her resolution, and more admired her than I ever had done. Yet I could not bear she should so escape me neither. So much overcome me, as it were, in an heroical bravery, and I hastened away, and got a bill of credit of Lord Davers, upon his banker in London, for £500. And set out for that place, having called at Oxford, and got what light I could, as to where I might hear of her there. When I arrived in town, which was not till Monday morning, I went to a place called Crosby Square, where the friends of the 2 ladies lived. She had set out in the flying coach on Tuesday, got to the 2 ladies that very night. And, on Saturday, had set out with them for Gravesend, much about the time I was expecting her at Woodstock. You may suppose that I was much affected, my dear, with this. However, I got my bill of credit converted into money. And I set out with my servant on Monday afternoon, and reached Gravesend that night, and there I understood that she and the 2 ladies had gone on board from the very inn I put up at, in the morning. And the ship waited only for the wind, which then was turning about in its favour. I got a boat directly, and went on board the ship, and asked for Mrs. Godfrey. But judge you, my dear Pamela, her surprise and confusion, when she saw me. She had like to have fainted away. I offered any money to put off the sailing till next day, but it would not be complied with. And fain would I have got her on shore, and promised to attend her, if she would go over land, to any part of England the ship would touch at. But she was immovable. Every one concluded me her humble servant, and were touched at the moving interview, the young ladies, and their female attendants, especially. With great difficulty, upon my solemn assurances of honor, she trusted herself with me in one of the cabins, and there I tried, what I could, to prevail upon her to quit her purpose. But all in vain, she said, I had made her quite unhappy by this interview. She had difficulties enough upon her mind before, but now I had embittered all her voyage, and given her the deepest distress. I could prevail upon her but for one favour, and that with the greatest reluctance, which was, to accept of the £500, as a present from me. And she promised, at my earnest desire, to draw upon me for a greater sum, as a person that had her effects in my hands, when she arrived, if she should find it convenient for her. In short, this was all the favour I could procure. For she would not promise so much as to correspond with me, and was determined on going, and, I believe, if I would have married her, which yet I had not in my head, she would not have deviated from her purpose. But how, sir, said I, did you part? I would have sailed with her, answered he, and been landed at the first port in England or Ireland, I cared not which, they should put in at, but she was too full of apprehensions to admit it. And the rough fellow of a master, captain they called him, but, in my mind, I could have thrown him overboard, would not stay a moment, the wind and tide being quite fair, and was very urgent with me to go ashore, or to go the voyage. And being impetuous in my temper, spoiled, you know, my dear, by my mother, and not used to control, I thought it very strange that wind or tide, or anything else, should be preferred to me and my money, but so it was, I was forced to go. And so took leave of the ladies, and the other passengers, wished them a good voyage, gave 5 guineas among the ship's crew, to be good to the ladies, and took such a leave as you may better imagine than I express. She recommended once more to me, the dear guest, as she called her, the ladies being present, and thanked me for all these instances of my regard, which, she said, would leave a strong impression on her mind. And, at parting, she threw her arms about my neck, and we took such a leave, as affected every one present, men, as well as ladies. So, with a truly heavy heart, I went down the ship's side to my boat. And stood up in it, looking at her, as long as I could see her, and she at me, with her handkerchief at her eyes, and then I gazed at the ship, till, and after I had landed, as long as I could discern the least appearance of it. For she was under sail, in a manner, when I left her, and so I returned highly disturbed to my inn. I went to bed, but rested not, returned to London the next morning, and set out that afternoon again for the country. And so much, my dear, for poor Sally Godfrey. She sends, I understand, by all opportunities, with the knowledge of her husband, to learn how her child, by her first husband, does, and has the satisfaction to know she is happily provided for. And, about half a year ago, her spouse sent a little Negro boy, of about 10 years old, as a present, to wait upon her. But he was taken ill of the smallpox, and died in a month after he was landed. Sure, sir, said I, your generous mind must have been long affected with this melancholy case, and all its circumstances. It hung upon me, indeed, some time, said he. But I was full of spirit and inconsideration. I went soon after to travel. 100 new objects danced before my eyes, and kept reflection from me. And, you see, I had 5 or 6 years afterwards, and even before that, so thoroughly lost all the impressions you talk of, that I doubted not to make my Pamela change her name, without either Act of Parliament, or wedlock. And be Sally Godfrey the second. Oh, you dear naughty man! Said I, this seems but too true. But I bless God that it is not so, I bless God for your reformation, and that for your own dear sake, as well as mine. Well, my dear, said he, and I bless God for it too, I do most sincerely. And 'tis my greater pleasure, because I have, as I hoped, seen my error so early. And that with such a stock of youth and health on my side, in all appearance, I can truly abhor my past liberties, and pity poor Sally Godfrey, from the same motives that I admire my Pamela's virtues. And resolve to make myself as worthy of them as possible, and I will hope, my dear, your prayers for my pardon, and my perseverance, will be of no small efficacy on this occasion. These agreeable reflections, on this melancholy but instructive story, brought us in view of his own house, and we alighted, and took a walk in the garden till dinner was ready. And now we are so busy about making ready for our appearance, that I shall hardly have time to write till that be over. Monday morning. Yesterday we set out, attended by John, Abraham, Benjamin, and Isaac, in fine new liveries, in the best chariot, which had been new cleaned, and lined, and new harnessed, so that it looked like a quite new one. But I had no arms to quarter with my dear lord and masters, though he jocularly, upon my taking notice of my obscurity, said, that he had a good mind to have the olive branch, which would allude to his hopes, quartered for mine. I was dressed in the suit I mentioned, of white flowered with silver, and a rich head-dress, and the diamond necklace, ear-rings, etc. I also mentioned before, and my dear sir, in a fine laced silk waistcoat, of blue paduasoy, and his coat a pearl-colored fine cloth, with gold buttons and buttonholes, and lined with white silk, and he looked charmingly indeed. I said, I was too fine, and would have laid aside some of the jewels, but he said, it would be thought a slight to me from him, as his wife. And though as I apprehended, it might be, that people would talk as it was, yet he had rather they should say anything, than that I was not put upon an equal footing, as his wife, with any lady he might have married. It seems the neighboring gentry had expected us, and there was a great congregation, for, against my wish, we were a little of the latest. So that, as we walked up the church to his seat, we had abundance of gazers and whisperers, but my dear master behaved with so intrepid an air, and was so cheerful and complaisant to me, that he did credit to his kind choice. Instead of shewing as if he was ashamed of it, and as I was resolved to busy my mind entirely with the duties of the day, my intentness on that occasion, and my thankfulness to God, for his unspeakable mercies to me, so took up my thoughts. That I was much less concerned, than I should otherwise have been, at the gazings and whisperings of the ladies and gentlemen, as well as of the rest of the congregation, whose eyes were all turned to our seat. When the sermon was ended, we stayed the longer, because the church should be pretty empty, but we found great numbers at the church doors, and in the church porch. And I had the pleasure of hearing many commendations, as well of my person, as my dress and behavior, and not one reflection, or mark of disrespect. Mr. Martin, who is single, Mr. Chambers, Mr. Arthur, and Mr. Brooks, with their families, were all there, and the 4 gentlemen came up to us, before we went into the chariot, and, in a very kind and respectful manner, complimented us both, and Mrs. Arthur and Mrs. Brooks were so kind as to wish me joy. And Mrs. Brooks said, you sent Mr. Brooks, madam, home t'other day, quite charmed with a manner, which, you have convinced 1,000 persons this day, is natural to you. You do me great honor, madam, replied I. Such a good lady's approbation must make me too sensible of my happiness. My dear master handed me into the chariot, and stood talking with Sir Thomas Atkins, at the door of it, who was making him abundance of compliments, and is a very ceremonious gentleman, a little too extreme in that way, and, I believe, to familiarize me to the gazers, which concerned me a little. For I was dashed to hear the praises of the country people, and to see how they crowded about the chariot. Several poor people begged my charity, and I beckoned John with my fan, and said, divide in the further church porch, that money to the poor, and let them come tomorrow morning to me, and I will give them something more, if they don't importune me now. So I gave him all the silver I had, which happened to be between 20 and 30 shillings, and this drew away from me their clamorous prayers for charity. Mr. Martin came up to me on the other side of the chariot, and leaned on the very door, while my master was talking to Sir Thomas, from whom he could not get away, and said, by all that's good, you have charmed the whole congregation. Not a soul but is full of your praises. My neighbor knew, better than any body could tell him, how to choose for himself. Why, said he, the dean himself looked more upon you than his book. Oh sir, said I, you are very encouraging to a weak mind. I vow, said he, I say no more than is truth, I'd marry tomorrow, if I was sure of meeting with a person of but 1/2 the merit you have. You are, continued he, and 'tis not my way to praise too much, an ornament to your sex, an honor to your spouse, and a credit to religion that, every body is saying so, added he, for you have, by your piety, edified the whole church. As he had done speaking, the dean himself complimented me, that the behavior of so worthy a lady, would be very edifying to his congregation, and encouraging to himself. Sir, said I, you are very kind, I hope I shall not behave unworthy of the good instructions I shall have the pleasure to receive from so worthy a divine. He bowed, and went on. Sir Thomas then applied to me, my master stepping into the chariot, and said, I beg pardon, madam, for detaining your good spouse from you, but I have been saying, he is the happiest man in the world. I bowed to him, but I could have wished him further, to make me sit so in the notice of every one, which, for all I could do, dashed me not a little. Mr. Martin said to my master, if you'll come to church every Sunday with your charming lady, I will never absent myself, and she'll give a good example to all the neighborhood. Oh, my dear sir, said I to my master, you know not how much I am obliged to good Mr. Martin. He has, by his kind expressions, made me dare to look up with pleasure and gratitude. Said my master, my dear love, I am very much obliged, as well as you, to my good friend Mr. Martin. And he said to him, we will constantly go to church, and to every other place, where we can have the pleasure of seeing Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin said, Gad, sir, you are a happy man, and I think your lady's example has made you more polite and handsome too, than I ever knew you before, though we never thought you unpolite, neither. And so he bowed, and went to his own chariot. And, as we drove away, the people kindly blessed us, and called us a charming pair. As I have no other pride, I hope, in repeating these things, than in the countenance the general approbation gives to my dear master, for his stooping so low, you will excuse me for it, I know. In the afternoon we went again to church, and a little early, at my request, but the church was quite full, and soon after even crowded, so much does novelty, the more's the pity, attract the eyes of mankind. Mr. Martin came in after us, and made up to our seat, and said, if you please, my dear friend, I will take my seat with you this afternoon. With all my heart, said my master. I was sorry for it, but was resolved my duty should not be made second to bashfulness or any other consideration. And when divine service began, I withdrew to the farther end of the pew, and left the gentlemen in the front, and they behaved quite suitably, both of them, to the occasion. I mention this the rather, because Mr. Martin was not very noted for coming to church, or attention when there, before. The dean preached again, which he was not used to do, out of compliment to us. And an excellent sermon he made on the relative duties of Christianity, and it took my particular attention, for he made many fine observations on the subject. Mr. Martin addressed himself twice or thrice to me, during the sermon. But he saw me so wholly engrossed with hearkening to the good preacher, that he forbore interrupting me, yet I took care, according to the lessons formerly given me, to observe to him a cheerful and obliging behavior, as one of Mr. B.'s friends and intimates. My master asked him to give him his company to supper, and he said, I am so taken with your lady, that you must not give me too much encouragement, for I shall be always with you, if you do. He was pleased to say, you cannot favor us with too much of your company, and as I have left you in the lurch in your single state, I think you will do well to oblige us as much as you can, and who knows but my happiness may reform another rake. Who knows? Said Mr. Martin, why, I know, for I am more than half reformed already. At the chariot door, Mrs. Arthur, Mrs. Brooks, and Mrs. Chambers, were brought to me, by their respective spouses. And presently the witty Lady Towers, who bantered me before, as I once told you, joined them, and Mrs. Arthur said, she wished me joy, and that all the good ladies, my neighbors, would collect themselves together, and make me a visit. This, said I, will be an honor, madam, that I can never enough acknowledge. It will be very kind so to countenance a person who will always study to deserve your favor, by the most respectful behavior. Lady Towers said, my dear neighbor, you want no countenance, your own merit is sufficient. I had a slight cold, that kept me at home in the morning, but I heard you so much talked of, and praised, that I resolved not to stay away in the afternoon. And I join in the joy every one gives you. She turned to my master, and said, You are a sly thief, as I always thought you. Where have you stolen this lady? And now, how barbarous is it, thus unawares, in a manner, to bring her here upon us, to mortify and eclipse us all. You are very kind, madam, said he, that you and all my worthy neighbors see with my eyes. But had I not known she had so much excellency of mind and behavior, as would strike every body in her favor at first sight, I should not have dared to class her with such of my worthy neighbors, as now so kindly congratulate us both. I own, said she, softly, I was one of your censurers, but I never liked you so well in my life. As for this action, now I see how capable your bride is of giving distinction to any condition. And, coming to me, my dear neighbor, said she, excuse me for having but in my thought, the remembrance that I have seen you formerly, when, by your sweet air and easy deportment, you so much surpass us all. And give credit to your present happy condition. Dear good madam, said I, how shall I suitably return my acknowledgments? But it will never be a pain to me to look back upon my former days, now I have the kind allowance and example of so many worthy ladies to support me in the honors to which the most generous of men has raised me. Sweetly said. She was pleased to say. If I was in another place, I would kiss you for that answer. Oh! Happy, happy Mr. B. Said she to my master, what reputation have you not brought upon your judgment? I won't be long before I see you, added she, I'll assure you, if I come by myself. That shall be your own fault, madam, said Mrs. Brooks. And so they took leave. And I gave my hand to my dear master, and said, How happy have you made me, generous sir. And the dean, who had just come up, heard me, and said, And how happy you have made your spouse, I'll venture to pronounce, is hard to say, from what I observe of you both. I courtesied, and blushed, not thinking anybody heard me. And my master telling him he should be glad of the honor of a visit from him, he said, he would pay his respects to us the first opportunity, and bring his wife and daughter to attend me. I said, that was doubly kind. And I should be very proud of cultivating so worthy an acquaintance. I thanked him for his kind discourse, and he thanked me for my attention, which he called exemplary, and so my dear master handed me into the chariot. And we were carried home, both happy, and both pleased, thank God. Mr. Martin came in the evening, with another gentleman, his friend, one Mr. Dormer. And he entertained us with the favorable opinion, he said, every one had of me, and of the choice my good benefactor had made. This morning the poor came, according to my invitation. And I sent them away with glad hearts to the number of 25. There were not above 12 or 14 on Sunday, that John divided the silver among, which I gave him for that purpose. But others got hold of the matter, and made up to the above number. Tuesday. My generous master has given me, this morning, a most considerate, but yet, from the nature of it, melancholy instance of his great regard for my unworthiness, which I never could have wished, hoped for, or even thought of. He took a walk with me, after breakfast, into the garden, and a little shower falling, he led me, for shelter, into the little summer house, in the private garden, where he formerly gave me apprehensions. And, sitting down by me, he said, I have now finished all that lies on my mind, my dear, and am very easy, for have you not wondered, that I have so much employed myself in my library? Been so much at home, and yet not in your company? No, sir, said I have never been so impertinent as to wonder at anything you please to employ yourself about, nor would give way to a curiosity that should be troublesome to you, and, besides, I know your large possessions. And the method you take of looking yourself into your affairs, must needs take up so much of your time, that I ought to be very careful how I intrude upon you. Well, said he, but I'll tell you what has been my last work. I have taken it into my consideration, that, at present, my line is almost extinct. And that the chief part of my maternal estate, in case I die without issue, will go to another line, and great part of my personal will fall into such hands, as I shall not care my Pamela should be at the mercy of. I have, therefore, as human life is uncertain, made such a disposition of my affairs, as will make you absolutely independent and happy. As will secure to you the power of doing a great deal of good, and living as a person ought to do, who is my relict. And shall put it out of any body's power to molest your father and mother, in the provision I design them, for the remainder of their days, and I have finished all this very morning, except in naming trustees for you. And if you have any body you would confide in more than another, I would have you speak. I was so touched with this mournful instance of his excessive goodness to me, and the thoughts necessarily flowing from the solemn occasion, that I was unable to speak, and at last relieved my mind by a violent fit of weeping. And could only say, clasping my arms around the dear generous man, how shall I support this? So very cruel, yet so very kind. Don't, my dear, said he, be concerned at what gives me pleasure. I am not the nearer my end, for having made this disposition, but I think the putting off these material points, when so many accidents every day happen, and life is so precarious, is one of the most inexcusable things in the world. And there are many important points to be thought of, when life is drawing to its utmost verge. And the mind may be so agitated and unfit, that it is a most sad thing to put off, to that time, any of those concerns, which more especially require a considerate and composed frame of temper, and perfect health and vigor. To give directions about my poor friend, Mr. Carleton, who died in my arms so lately, and had a mind disturbed by worldly considerations on one side, a weakness of body, through the violence of his distemper, on another. And the concerns of still as much more moment, as the soul is to the body, on a third. Made so great an impression upon me then, that I was the more impatient to come to this house, where were most of my writings, in order to make the disposition I have now perfected, and since it is grievous to my dear girl, I will myself think of such trustees as shall be most for her benefit. I have only, therefore, to assure you, my dear, that in this instance, as I will do in any other I can think of, I have studied to make you quite easy, free, and independent. And because I shall avoid all occasions, for the future, which may discompose you, I have but one request to make, which is, that if it please God, for my sins, to separate me from my dearest Pamela, you will only resolve not to marry one person. For I would not be such a Herod, as to restrain you from a change of condition with any other, however reluctantly I may think of any other person succeeding me in your esteem. I could not answer, and thought my heart would have burst, and he continued, to conclude at once a subject that is so grievous to you, I will tell you, my Pamela, that this person is Mr. Williams. And now I will acquaint you with my motive for this request, which is wholly owing to my niceness, and to no dislike I have for him, or apprehension of any likelihood that it will be so, but, methinks it would reflect a little upon my Pamela, if she was to give way to such a conduct. As if she had married a man for his estate, when she had rather have had another, had it not been for that. And that now, the world will say, she is at liberty to pursue her inclination, the parson is the man. And I cannot bear even the most distant apprehension, that I had not the preference with you, of any man living, let me have been what I would, as I have shown my dear life, that I have preferred her to all her sex, of whatever degree. I could not speak, might I have had the world, and he took me in his arms, and said, I have now spoken all my mind, and expect no answer, and I see you too much moved to give me one. Only forgive me the mention, since I have told you my motive, which as much affects your reputation, as my niceness, and offer not at an answer, only say, you forgive me, and I hope I have not one discomposing thing to say to my dearest, for the rest of my life. Which I pray God, for both our sakes, to lengthen for many happy years. Grief still choked up the passage of my words, and he said, the shower is over, my dear, let us walk out again. He led me out, and I would have spoken. But he said, I will not hear my dear creature say anything. To hearken to your assurance of complying with my request, would look as if I doubted you, and wanted it. I am confident I need it only to speak my mind, to be observed by you. And I shall never more think on the subject, if you don't remind me of it. He then most sweetly changed the discourse. Don't you with pleasure, my dear, said he, take in the delightful fragrance that this sweet shower has given to these banks of flowers. Your presence is so enlivening to me, that I could almost fancy, that what we owe to the shower, is owing to that, and all nature, methinks, blooms around me when I have my Pamela by my side. You are a poetess, my dear. And I will give you a few lines, that I made myself on such an occasion as this I am speaking of, the presence of a sweet companion, and the fresh verdure, that, after a shower, succeeding a long drought, shoot itself throughout all vegetable nature. And then, in a sweet and easy accent, with his dear arms about me as we walked, he sung me the following verses, of which he afterwards favored me with a copy. All nature blooms when you appear. The fields their richest liveries wear. Oaks, elms, and pines, blessed with your view, shoot out fresh greens, and bud anew. The varying seasons you supply. And, when you're gone, they fade and die. 2. Sweet Philomel, in mournful strains, to you appeals, to you complains. The towering lark, on rising wing, warbles to you, your praise does sing. He cuts the yielding air, and flies to heave in, to type your future joys. 3. The purple violet, damask rose, each, to delight your senses, blows. The lilies ope, as you appear. And all the beauties of the year diffuse their odors at your feet, who give to every flower its sweet. 4. For flowers and women are allied, both, nature's glory, and her pride. Of every fragrant sweet posseest, they bloom but for the fair one's breast, and to the swelling bosom borne, each other mutually adorn. Thus sweetly did he palliate the woes, which the generosity of his actions, mixed with the solemnness of the occasion, and the strange request he had vouchsafed to make me, had occasioned. And all he would permit me to say, was, that I was not displeased with him, displeased with you, dearest sir. Said it, let me thus testify my obligations, and the force all your commands shall have upon me. And I took the liberty to clasp my arms about his neck, and kissed him. But yet my mind was pained at times, and has been to this hour. God grant that I may never see the dreadful moment, that shall shut up the precious life of this excellent, generous benefactor of mine. But I cannot bear to suppose, I cannot say more on such a deep subject. Oh! What a poor thing is human life in its best enjoyments! Subjected to imaginary evils, when it has no real ones to disturb it. And that can be made as effectually unhappy by its apprehensions of remote contingencies, as if it was struggling with the pangs of a present distress. This, duly reflected upon, methinks, should convince every one, that this world is not a place for the immortal mind to be confined to, and that there must be an hereafter, where the whole soul shall be satisfied. But I shall get out of my depth. My shallow mind cannot comprehend, as it ought, these weighty subjects. Let me only therefore pray, that, after having made a grateful use of God's mercies here, I may, with my dear benefactor, rejoice in that happy state, where is no mixture, no unsatisfiedness, and where all is joy, and peace, and love, for evermore. I said, when we sat at supper, the charming taste you gave me, sir, of your poetical fancy, makes me sure you have more favors of this kind to delight me with, if you please. And may I beg to be indulged on this agreeable head? Hitherto, said he, my life has been too much a life of gaiety in action, to be busied so innocently. Some little essays I have now and then attempted, but very few have I completed. Indeed I had not patience nor attention enough to hold me long to any one thing. Now and then, perhaps, I may occasionally shew you what I have essayed. But I never could please myself in this way. Friday. We were yesterday favored with the company of almost all the neighboring gentlemen and their ladies, who, by appointment with one another, met to congratulate our happiness. Nothing could be more obliging, more free and affectionate, than the ladies, nothing more polite than the gentlemen. All was performed, for they came to supper, with decency and order, and much to everyone's satisfaction. which was principally owing to good Mrs. Jervis's care and skill, who is an excellent manager. For my part, I was dressed out only to be admired, as it seems, and truly, if I had not known, that I did not make myself, as you, my dear father, once hinted to me, and if I had had the vanity to think as well of myself as the good company was pleased to do, I might possibly have been proud. But I know, as my Lady Davers said, though in anger, yet in truth, that I am but a poor bit of painted dirt. All that I value myself upon, is, that God has raised me to a condition to be useful, in my generation, to better persons than myself. This is my pride, and I hope this will be all my pride. For what was I of myself, all the good I can do, is but a poor third-hand good, for my dearest master himself is but the second-hand. God, the all-gracious, the all-good, the all-bountiful, the almighty, the all-merciful God, is the first, to him, therefore, be all the glory. As I expect the happiness, the unspeakable happiness, my ever-dear and ever-honored father and mother, of enjoying you both here, under this roof, so soon, and pray let it be as soon as you can. I will not enter into the particulars of the last agreeable evening, for I shall have 1,000 things, as well as that, to talk to you upon. I fear you will be tired with my prattle when I see you. I am to return these visits singly, and there were 8 ladies here of different families. Dear heart! I shall find enough to do. I doubt my time will not be so well filled up, as I once promised my dear master, but he is pleased, cheerful, kind, affectionate. Oh, what a happy creature am I, may I be always thankful to God, and grateful to him. When all these tumultuous visitings are over, I shall have my mind, I hope, subside into a family calm, that I may make myself a little useful to the household of my dear master, or else I shall be an unprofitable servant indeed. Lady Davers sent this morning her compliments to us both, very affectionately, and her lord's good wishes and congratulations, and she desired my writings per bearer. And says, she will herself bring them to me again, with thanks, as soon as she has read them, and she and her lord will come and be my guests, that was her particularly kind word, for a fortnight. I have now but one thing to wish for. And then, methinks, I shall be all ecstasy, and that is, your presence, both of you, and your blessings, which I hope you will bestow upon me every morning and night, till you are settled in the happy manner my dear Mr. B. has intended. Methinks I want sadly your list of the honest and worthy poor, for the money lies by me, and brings me no interest. You see I am become a mere usurer, and want to make use upon use, and yet, when I have done all, I cannot do so much as I ought. God forgive my imperfections. I tell my dear spouse, I want another dairy house visit. To be sure, if he won't, at present, permit it, I shall, if it please God to spare us, tease him like any overindulged wife, if, as the dear charmer grows older, he won't let me have the pleasure of forming her tender mind, as well as I am able. Lest, poor little soul, she fall into such snares, as her unhappy dear mother fell into. I am providing a power of pretty things for her, against I see her next, that I may make her love me, if I can. Just now I have the blessed news, that you will set out for this happy house on Tuesday morning. The chariot shall be with you without fail. God give us a happy meeting. Oh, how I long for it. Forgive your impatient daughter, who sends this to amuse you on your journey, and desires to be ever most dutifully yours. Here end, at present, the letters of Pamela to her father and mother. They arrived at their daughter's house on Tuesday evening in the following week, and were received by her with the utmost joy and duty, and with great goodness and complaisance by Mr. B. And having resided there till everything was put in order for them at the Kentish estate, they were carried down thither by himself, and their daughter, and put into possession of the pretty farm he had designed for them. The reader will here indulge us in a few brief observations, which naturally result from the story and characters, and which will serve as so many applications of its most material incidents to the minds of youth of both sexes. First, then, in the character of the gentleman, may be seen that of a fashionable libertine, who allowed himself in the free indulgence of his passions, especially to the fair sex, and found himself supported in his daring attempts, by an affluent fortune in possession, a personal bravery, as it is called, readier to give than take offense, and an imperious will, yet as he betimes sees his errors and reforms in the bloom of youth, an edifying lesson may be drawn from it, for the use of such as are born to large fortunes, and who may be taught, by his example, the inexpressible difference between the hazards and remorse which attend a profligate course of life, and the pleasures which flow from virtuous love, and benevolent actions. In the character of Lady Davers, let the proud, and the high-born, see the deformity of unreasonable passion, and how weak and ridiculous such persons must appear, who suffer themselves, as is usually the case, to be hurried from the height of violence, to the most abject submission, and subject themselves to be outdone by the humble virtue they so much despise. Let good clergymen, in Mr. Williams, see, that whatever displeasure the doing of their duty may give, for a time, to their proud patrons, Providence will, at last, reward their piety, and turn their distresses to triumph, and make them even more valued for a conduct that gave offense while the violence of passion lasted, than if they had meanly stooped to flatter or suit the vices of the great. In the examples of good old Andrews and his wife, let those, who are reduced to a low estate, see, that Providence never fails to reward their honesty and integrity, and that God will, in his own good time, extricate them, by means unforeseen, out of their present difficulties, and reward them with benefits unhoped for. The upper servants of great families may, from the odious character of Mrs. Jukes, and the amiable ones of Mrs. Jervis, Mr. Longman, etc. learn what to avoid, and what to choose, to make themselves valued and esteemed by all who know them. And, from the double conduct of poor John, the lower servants may learn fidelity, and how to distinguish between the lawful and unlawful commands of a superior. The poor deluded female, who, like the once unhappy Miss Godfrey, has given up her honor, and yielded to the allurements of her designing lover, may learn from her story, to stop at the first fault, and, by resolving to repent and amend, see the pardon and blessing which await her penitence, and a kind Providence ready to extend the arms of its mercy to receive and reward her returning duty, while the prostitute, pursuing the wicked courses into which, perhaps, she was at first inadvertently drawn, hurries herself into filthy diseases, and an untimely death, and, too probably, into everlasting perdition. Let the desponding heart be comforted by the happy issue which the troubles and trials of Pamela met with, when they see, in her case, that no danger nor distress, however inevitable, or deep to their apprehensions, can be out of the power of Providence to obviate or relieve, and which, as in various instances in her story, can turn the most seemingly grievous things to its own glory, and the reward of suffering innocence, and that too, at a time when all human prospects seem to fail. Let the rich, and those who are exalted from a low to a high estate, learn from her, that they are not promoted only for a single good, but that Providence has raised them, that they should dispense to all within their reach, the blessings it has heaped upon them. And that the greater the power is to which God hath raised them, the greater is the good that will be expected from them. From the low opinion she everywhere shews of herself, and her attributing all her excellencies to pious education, and her lady's virtuous instructions and bounty. Let persons, even of genius and piety, learn not to arrogate to themselves those gifts and graces, which they owe least of all to themselves, since the beauties of person are frail, and it is not in our power to give them to ourselves, or to be either prudent, wise, or good, without the assistance of divine grace. From the same good example, let children see what a blessing awaits their duty to their parents, though ever so low in the world, and that the only disgrace is to be dishonest, but none at all to be poor. From the economy she purposes to observe in her elevation, let even ladies of condition learn, that there are family employments, in which they may and ought to make themselves useful, and give good examples to their inferiors, as well as equals, and that their duty to God, charity to the poor and sick, and the different branches of household management, ought to take up the most considerable portions of their time. From her signal veracity, which she never forfeited, in all the hardships she was tried with, though her answers, as she had reason to apprehend, would often make against her, and the innocence she preserved throughout all her stratagems and contrivances to save herself from violation, persons, even sorely tempted, may learn to preserve a sacred regard to truth, which always begets a reverence for them, even in the corruptest minds. In short, her obliging behavior to her equals, before her exaltation, her kindness to them afterwards, her forgiving spirit, and her generosity. Her meekness, in every circumstance where her virtue was not concerned. Her charitable allowances for others, as in the case of Miss Godfrey, for faults she would not have forgiven in herself. Her kindness and prudence to the offspring of that melancholy adventure. Her maiden and bridal purity, which extended as well to her thoughts as to her words and actions. Her signal affiance in God. Her thankful spirit. Her grateful heart. Her diffusive charity to the poor, which made her blessed by them whenever she appeared abroad. The cheerful ease and freedom of her deportment. Her parental, conjugal, and maternal duty. Her social virtues. Are all so many signal instances of the excellency of her mind, which may make her character worthy of the imitation of her sex. And the editor of these sheets will have his end, if it inspires a laudable emulation in the minds of any worthy persons, who may thereby entitle themselves to the rewards, the praises, and the blessings, by which Pamela was so deservedly distinguished.